Chapter 41 Mysterious Jiang Shao, Chopped Divine Level Sentinel Beast Ability. Afternoon sunshine, cozy and beautiful. Hee, little white don't run. Inside the courtyard, Xiaoxi chased after the little white dog and played. The atmosphere was so cozy. Xiaoxi, slow down. Seeing the little one's happy appearance, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but remind him. Jingle bells. In the middle of enjoying her time, a ringtone rang out, and she saw that the caller was Lin Zichu. I'm not sure if I'll be able to do it. Answer the phone. The opposite side then came Lin Zichu's voice. Yi Xiao, did not disturb your rest, right? It's okay. Looked at the cozy field, the corner of the mouth hooked up arc, something? It's like this. Hearing that did not disturb the rest, Lin Zichu only then breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, Afternoon Rongqing has a large-scale auction. I do not know if you are interested in participating? Yi Xian heard this and froze for a moment. Yi Xian froze for a moment after hearing this, but quickly realized the opportunity to spend money. The auction he naturally didn't have much interest in. What he was interested in was the auction itself. For example, buying the auction. If so, it would cost a lot of money. It is also good. After a few words, he hung up the phone. Who is it? Seeing that Yi Xian hung up the phone, Xi Mengyan asked suspiciously. A friend. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then said, I will go out later. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then said, I'll go out later. Xi Mengyan nodded slightly and didn't ask anything else. Papa, you're going out. Little Xi Mengda's voice came out, looking at Pepe, then you have to come back quickly. Then you have to come back soon. Favored rubbed the little one's head, then looked at Yi father and Yi mother. Mom and Dad, I'm leaving first. Drive slowly. Half an hour later, 10,000 gold auction. Yi Xiao. Lin Zichu saw Yi Xian and greeted him respectfully. Yi Zichu, Mom, Dad, Yi Zichu, Mom, Dad, Yi Zichu. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then the two of them entered the auction. Old Zhang, this is young Yi. Arriving at the auction hall, Lin Zichu introduced to a man who came to him, Yi Xiao, this is the person in charge of the auction. Good day, Mr. Yi. Zhang Zidong respectfully greeted. As Lin Zichu's good friend for many years, he naturally knew clearly how extraordinary the person who could convince him was. You can make our auction house bright. Is that so? Looking around, Yi Xian smiled faintly. I came to the auction actually, not for the auction. Oh, I'm not here for the auction, actually. Zhang Zidong heard this, can't help but be suspicious, then Yi Xiao is. It's very simple. Yi Xian didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I want to buy your auction. Money is not a problem. Pooh cough cough. Hearing the bold words, Zhang Zidong almost didn't choke on his tea. Yi Xiao, do you really want to buy the auction? Not bad. Yi Xian nodded his head. Lin Zichu also eyes jumped straight, originally wanted to introduce to his friends to know, did not think that Yi young fancy people auction. This. Deep breath, Zhang Zidong dry cough, that what Yi Xiao, this matter I still need to report under the boss. Naturally. Yi Xian nodded slightly, while Zhang Zidong gave a call to the boss behind the auction. Hello, boss. Yi Xiao said that he wants to acquire the auction? Yes, I understand. A little while later, after hanging up the phone, Zhang Zidong let out a slight sigh of relief. Yi Xiao. The boss said, the auction by my full representative agreed to buy, but... After a pause in the voice, Zhang Zidong continued, the acquisition needs to be at least 500 million, and this is already the auction's minimum valuation. 500 million? Listening to Zhang Zidong's words, Yi Xian nodded slightly, I'll take it. Tick. As the transfer was successful, Zhang Zidong was overwhelmed with emotion and his heart was a few minutes more in awe. That was 500 million ah. Just like this lightly to their own, eyelids do not bring blinking, but if you let it know that Yi Xian roll of 90 million I do not know what kind of reaction he will be. Yi Young, this is the acquisition contract. Zhang Zidong inhaled a breath, then said, after signing, Wanjin auction is yours. Good. Acquisition ended, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction, it is not worth the trip. Yi Xiao, take your time. Visiting the auction a little, Zhang Zidong sent Yi Xian 2 people left, until disappeared at the end of the field of vision before breathing a sigh of relief, really just a scene like a dream. A few minutes later, Zhang Zidong returned to the auction. Creak. As he pushed open the door of a box, there was already a young man waiting in the box for a long time. Jiang Shao. Zhang Zidong bent respectfully, while the youth nodded slightly. Uncle Zhang, that Yi Xian has left. Mr. Zhang Zidong returned, and his attitude was not daring. Zhang Zidong returned, his attitude did not dare to overstep the bounds by the slightest bit, and he was very respectful to the youth. Just now, what you said is true. Zhang Budian looked out of the window and narrowed his eyes as he asked. I'm sure it's true. Zhang Zidong took a deep breath. Being able to make that good friend of mine submit would have said everything. Moreover, according to my good friend, that Yi Xian is very strong second-rate expert, he is not a one-trick pony. After a pause in the voice, Zhang Zidong continued, this Yi Xian strength at least the peak of second-rate experts, and even first-rate experts. Oh. In his early 20s, he has this kind of strength. Zhang Budian's eyes were certain, then said, if this person can be befriended, he might be a great help in the future. Meanwhile, on the other side. Ding dong. Lin Zichu received a message on his cell phone at a certain moment. Dear CCB user, your account with tail number 4286 arrived at 300,000,000 RMB on September 28, 2024. Please pay attention to checking. Construction Bank. Looking at the received text message, Lin Zichu froze. Yi Xiao, you are. Obviously, he saw that the person who made the payment was none other than Yi Xian. This 300 million, for the operation of the Imperial Hao Group. This is Yi Xiao. Looking at the huge capital in his hands, Lin Zichu was overwhelmed with emotion. The previous acquisition of the Wanjin auction was already $500 million, and now it was $300 million, plus $500 million for the Wenkeo village land before. Yi Xiao is actually what kind of god? To know. This kind of handwriting, far from ordinary people can do, and from the beginning to the end of the leaf-less eyelids are not with a blink. Phew. Until after saying goodbye and watching the supercar leave, Lin Zichu took a deep breath and his gaze became certain. Yi Xiao, Zichu will live up to your expectations. In the supercar, Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Skills, divine cooking, divine music, martial arts grandmaster, divine drinking, divine car skills, divine bone massage, divine perspective, divine medicine. Wealth, 8999993869981112 Huaxia coins. Strengthening points, 23. Looking at the attribute panel, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth arced. System, redeem skill. Ultra running sprint, hierarchical summoning system to open a new ability. Ding. Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the Sentinel Beast ability to the divine level, consuming 5 reinforcement points. Note, this ability allows all beasts to have an unprecedented affinity towards the host, and at the same time, it can also dominate all beasts. Oh. Hearing the system voice ringing in his ears, Yi Xian couldn't help but be a bit confused. God-level imperial beasts seem to be very hanging-like? Chapter 42, Baby Wife, Jealous? Buzz. Unconsciously, the imperial beast ability swept away with Yi Xian as the center, and a magical scene occurred on both sides of the road under the invisible fluctuation. Thousands of rats as well as snakes and insects appeared on the road. The king is summoned. Quickly, I want to see the king. The king's breath, that's right. Deep in the jungle, there were tigers, brown bears, and other animals rioting, and from the air you could see the dust rolling up in the distant sky, like a wave of animals approaching. Squeak. However, I do not know far away from the busy road, the road directly congestion paralyzed. Ah, that's. My God, what's happening? Animal riots, the end is coming. I want to go home, it's horrible. Everyone must look around in horror, countless waves of animals surging in one direction at a terrifying speed, and everyone could clearly detect the excitement and fervor of these animals. Woof woof. In a car full of pet dogs, all of them were restive and rebellious, especially Ara, at a certain moment, finally broke free from the cage, and all of them ran towards the distance. Quickly. The king wants to summon. Dog's crazy Mercedes-Benz, directly to the freight driver whole confused, Noah, don't go. On the side, not far away. The pool of fish being transported, also boiled as much as they could, and even many of them jumped out of the car to the ground, jumping in the direction of where the king's breath was. Images such as these happened at every corner of this stretch of road. Crouch. Crouch. Crap. All the people who came down from the traffic jam were all confused and dumbfounded. Damn it, what the hell? What the hell is going on here? All the animals rioted, how? However, soon as the king's breath convergence disappeared, the animals into a frenzy that one after another to return, a bizarre scene really. Look at the crowd's heart jumping. Gulp. Road swallowing saliva sound from the throat, the scene in front of them is too abnormal. However, this curtain Yi Xian does not know, if let it know I do not know what will be the reaction. As night approached, Yi Xian returned to Wang Chao village. Squeak! As the car stopped, he pushed the door and got out. Woof woof! Xiao Bai ran over from the courtyard of the bamboo building, while Yi Xian strangely understood its words, "Master, you're back." This is. Perceiving that he actually understood Little White's words, Yi Xian's heart was shaken, worthy of being a divine-level imperial beast ability. Rubbing Little White's head, the corners of Yi Xian's mouth arced. The system is really becoming more and more interesting. Go and play. Yi Xian faintly smiled, while Little White was woofing and running away, spreading joy around Yi Xian a few times before running away. Papai is back. Xiao who heard Xiao Bai's call, Didi took a step and ran out. His face was full of happiness as if he hadn't seen him for a long time. This guy. When Meng Yan saw someone, she couldn't help but give him an angry glance. Just now she was playing with her daughter. When she heard that a certain guy came back, he directly abandoned himself without conscience. Undoubtedly, at this moment, Meng Yan could be said to be full of jealousy. Hee, POA hurry to coax Mama to go. She made a face at Mama and hid behind Papa with a smile. Yi Xian heard this and looked over. When Yi Xian heard this, he looked over and saw that his arrogant wife was sulking, and he could smell the smell of vinegar from a long distance away. Meng Yan baby, come and give me a hug. Do not wait for Meng Yan to speak, so a big hug to hold a good person. However, this seemed to see ye father ye mother froze. Meng Yan is the face of the red to the root of the ear. What are you doing? Glaring at someone, ye father ye mother dry cough. So what, you guys continue. After saying that, the old couple was walking towards the main building, leaving the space in the field for the young couple. Look at you. Seeing his father and mother leave, Meng Yan couldn't wait to find a crack in the ground. Is this guy crazy? What did he do? In fact, that instant, Meng Yan hated to tear this guy into pieces, too angry. How? The good people in the arms of the slender waist, Yi Xian said with a smile, baby wife, jealous? Put. Who is jealous? I am not. Meng Yan jealousy with visible speed dissipation, replaced by the silk so sweet, that feeling then the honey is also sweet. He. Right at this moment, an untimely laughter came from the side. Following this sound, he looked. But found that she was covering her eyes and looking at Papa Mama's show of love through her finger cracks. Tug. Seeing that the little guy was still there, Meng Yan's cheeks instantly turned a little redder. Papa Ma, you guys continue, just pretend I don't exist. She was still looking at it, but Meng Yan glared at her, go. What are you talking about? In fact, at this moment, how can she still get tired with a certain guy? Hurry up, don't let go of me. Really by a certain guy's boldness angry, that bastard in front of the little one this really good. Ringing. Putty a little bit, a cell phone ringing interrupted the atmosphere, which let Meng Yan as if on the verge of amnesty. Hello, Xiao Li. Answer the phone, Meng Yan only then breathed a sigh of relief. Miss, something big has happened. Opposite Xiao Li then passed on a heavy news, Song Tianming is dead. What? The words out, Meng Yan froze and then full of unbelievable, how could it be? To know. Song Tianming is the only seat of the Song family in Jiangcheng, and now has begun to control the Song group. How can it be killed at this critical time? The first thing I want to say is that I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. Xiao Li took a deep breath and said, pondering for a moment, it is said to be because of a vendetta. Vengeance? Meng Yan frowned, then nodded, okay, I know. Learning this news, Meng Yan's heart couldn't help but feel relieved. After all, she knew Song Tianming's nature too well. Now that he had been killed, it meant that Yi Xian was no longer in danger. Song Tianming, if the springs have knowledge, I do not know if he will crawl out to confront him face to face. Special meow, old me was killed by Yi Xian. Of course, this scene would never happen. After hanging up the phone, Meng Yan took a deep breath, her entire mood quite relaxed. What's wrong? Seeing Meng Yan's reaction, Yi Xian questioned. Yi Xian, there is good news. Meng Yan pondered for a moment, Song Tianming is dead. Is that so? Yi Xian smiled faintly, he naturally knew this only too well, dare to steal a woman from me, that scum deserves to die. Put. What are you talking about? Meng Yan heard and glared at a certain big asshole, the dead are great don't know it, but this guy is not surprised at all? Chapter 43. I'm responsible for supporting both kidneys. You're responsible for earning money to support your family. The next day, early morning. In front of the exquisite bamboo house, it's time to go back after traveling for a few days. Grandparents, goodbye. Xiaoxi waved her little hand to say goodbye, and then drove towards the direction of the airport with a kick of the gas pedal, ending her trip to Wenkeo village. Phew! Xi Mengyan breathed a deep sigh of relief. Finally leaving, this met that guy's parents, and at the same time they broke through the last step. I don't know, should she be happy or sad? Papa, this place is so much fun. Xiaoxi looked at the scenery outside the window, twittering with reluctance, let's come back next time, okay? While speaking, Xiaoxi lovingly stroked Xiaobai. Woof woof. Xiaobai called out for help, twisting his body to break free from Xiaoxi's clutches. Master, help! Yi Xian heard Xiaobai's cries for help, but he turned a deaf ear to it. After all, his daughter was the biggest in the sky and the earth. Yi Xian, what are the future plans? Looking at the beauty of the inverted fly, this trip is seen like a movie in front of the eyes flashed. No doubt this is her best memories. Yi Xian, what are your plans for the future? Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then said, I am responsible for supporting both kidneys. You are responsible for earning money to support the family. Listening to some guy's words, Xi Mengyan couldn't help but look at some guy in dismay. You, what are you talking about? In fact, Xi Mengyan was stunned by this guy's words, and her face couldn't help but turn red, spreading to her neck. What's that? Nurture your kidneys and earn money to support your family. Luckily, this guy thought of it, but his head couldn't help but float to the image of that guy's two kidneys. That scene can't be imagined. This guy's kidneys still need to raise? In this regard, she has the most right to say, besides, the person who needs to be raised is also his own right. Speaking seriously. Viciously blanking someone, Xi Mengyan asked, after all, this was about the direction of her focus for the next period of time. Yi Xian thought for a moment and looked at the stunning beauty, spending money. Okay. Listening to someone's words, Xi Mengyan helplessly shook her head and thought that Yi Xian was talking about jokes. Just how did she know Yi Xian's worries? The man who owns $90 billion, too much money is also a mind. In the afternoon, in front of the Imperial Dragon Villa. Oh, I'm finally back. Parking the car and looking at the familiar scenery, Xiaoxi voiced out. Entering the living room. However, she saw a familiar figure. Uncle Dagger. Seeing the person, Hoshi's face showed a happy color. Woof woof. Yet at that moment, the little white dog was barking at Little Knife. Hee hee. Xiaoxi picked up the little white, rubbing, not fierce oh, this is Uncle. Woof. Being rubbed by Xiaoxi, the little white dog immediately issued a whimpering sound. Pitiful eyes fell to Yi Xian, apparently in the plea for help want to break free in this way. The brat, how do you this? Xi Mengyan's younger brother, cannot help but is stunned, really some surprise. Hey, that what I'm not thinking about brother-in-law oh no. Words to half, hastily changed the mouth. I am not thinking of old sister Yuet, thinking of exchanging feelings. Che. Glanced at the unscrupulous brother, just words but completely exposed his intentions, believe you only strange. I don't want to care about you. Blankly eyed Shi Xiaodao, then looked at the little white dog, Xiaoxi, let's go. Let's go give little white a bath. Oh yeah. Xiaoxi, who was playing with Xiaobai, heard this and her face was filled with excitement. Xiaobai, we're going to take a bath. Woof woof. When Little White heard this, his eyes widened and he shouted urgently. Yi Xian looked at Xiaobai, that is, he heard its meaning, Master Xiaobai don't want to take a bath. However, obviously, its resistance had no effect. Brother-in-law, that puppy is so cute. Shi Xiaodao looked at Xiaobai also like it, but the great niece hugged and did not have the good sense to compete for favor. It is. Yi Xian smiled faintly, thinking about this trip to Wenkeo village. Ding. Congratulations to the host for exchanging and upgrading the game ability to God level, consuming 5 reinforcement points. Note, this ability host game level, enough to be comparable to God, comes with a black hang. Another skill exchange, but this time it's a gaming ability? What the hell? In fact, this ability is a little ribbed, how on the game, difficult not to let yourself become a game live. Sister-in-law. At this time, the voice of Shi Xiaodao came from the side, you will play the game? That is, the hottest chicken game now. When Yi Xian heard it, he couldn't help but stare, good guy. Sure enough. The system will not activate this kind of skill to himself for no reason. Brother-in-law chicken eating game? I know a little bit. Yi Xian modestly said. She Xiaodao heard a joy. Really? Great, brother-in-law. Then let's have a game. Can't wait for Shi Xiaodai to log in the chicken game, then skillfully operate to brother-in-law also download and register an account. Brother-in-law, follow me closely. After landing in a room, Shi Xiaodao patiently explained. Soon, Yi Xian's hand is already left-handed M416, right-handed AK, even with high-precision snipers and grenades, certainly fully armed. Quickly! Brother-in-law, be careful, there are people squatting behind the trees in the distance. Boom! At this moment, a bullet Yi Xian shot out, accurately killed the squatting hunter behind the tree. Oh! When Shi Xiaodian saw the enemy being killed, he looked at Yi Xian incredulously. Brother-in-law, good luck. Coming up and getting a first kill. As they spoke, the two of them walked out of the room to an open space. In front of them, there were three groups of teammates, surrounding Yi Xian's side. Shot, shot, shot. The three bullets were crisp and clean. The gun shot the head to take out the three enemies. Xiao Xiaodao just reacted to see the three enemies were taken out. I'm going to go. Shi Xiaodao incredulously looked at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, you're sure this will be a little? You Xiaodao. This level is too high, absolutely great god level, gunshot what concept, and reaction is too fast, he completely cannot keep up. Just like this. Yi Xian took off with his brother-in-law in the chicken game pretending to take off. Unsurprisingly, easily achieved the game victory, but Shi Xiaodao was full of shock, just followed behind brother-in-law's screen scene after scene appeared in front of his eyes. Strong. Brother-in-law strong invincible. Quietly, Shi Xiaodao look at brother-in-law's eyes have changed, like discovering a new continent face red with excitement. Brother-in-law, too handsome. If I were a woman, I would marry you. Roll. Yi Xian glanced at his brother-in-law. Go ask your sister if she agrees. Hey, I'm not kidding. The small knife he touched the back of the head, and then thought of something. Test, ahem, that what brother-in-law? Lend me some money. Borrow money? Hearing the words of his brother-in-law, Yi Xian looked toward the game screen and laughed profoundly. Why, you fell in love. The words out, Shi Xiaodao heart thumped. I knocked brother-in-law how to know. Chapter 44 My sister if you dare to break up with you, I cut off relations with her. Which has. Xiao Xiaodao full of red face, this is his biggest secret, brother-in-law, don't talk nonsense. Nervous to see the surrounding, no old sister figure this is a sigh of relief. Is it? Seeing the brother-in-law dead duck mouth hard, Yi Xian hit the nail on the head looking at the screen teammates. Look, is this corner meets love little girl it? Put. Suddenly revealed the bottom, really hit Shi Xiaodian caught off guard, really was shocked, remember that they did not speak the whole game, for fear of brother-in-law found. I thought I was well hidden, but I didn't think I could escape my brother-in-law's eyes. Ahem brother-in-law, how did you find out? At this moment, Shi Xiaodao no longer have the previous bottom, whispered. I am not blind. Yi Xian blankly eyed his brother-in-law, then said, you meet you at an intersection, a corner meets love, it's too obvious. Any fool would know. After hearing this, Xiao Xiaodian was speechless for a while. It shouldn't be they have been hacking for a long time and have never been found out, with brother-in-law's meaning that there are too many fools. Hey, brother-in-law wise eyes. Shi Xiaodian not trace a horse's ass, and then said, however, please sister-in-law confidentiality. You kid. Yi Xian looked at his brother-in-law, this thing if let that girl know, a beating is not run. Yi Xian nodded his head. Yi Xian nodded, and then fiddled with the cell phone, and soon Shi Xiaodao received a message on his cell phone. Brother-in-law atmosphere. Shi Xiaodian finished, is to look at the cell phone, but when see the information in the cell phone cannot help but freeze to 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. 100,000. Gulp. Shi Xiaodao swallowed hard, brother-in-law, I love you to death. Go go go. Yi Xian pushed away the brother-in-law who wanted to pounce on him. Calm down, you can't lose the little girl. Aha! Shi Xiaodai small knife small chicken pecking rice nodded his head, to brother-in-law that call a grateful, the rest of his life happiness are in brother-in-law. Don't worry brother-in-law. Shi Xiaodao full of eyes sure, language not shocking death said, my sister if you dare to break up with you, I cut off relations with her. Oh, have you this sentence is not in vain I support you? Yi Xian smiled faintly, if this scene was known by Shi Mengyan, I do not know whether it will fight with Yi Xian 300 rounds. What are you talking about, so happy? Just at this moment, to the little white dog bath Shi Mengyan 2 mother returned, see the two people atmosphere happy appearance, cannot help but curiously asked. Swish. Shi Xiaodao saw his elder sister's sudden arrival, his face immediately alternated between red and white, he was really frightened. Just kidding. If his secret was known by his elder sister, it would be absolutely devastating for him. Nothing. Shi Xiaodao pressed down his apprehension and coughed dryly. So what, old sister? You don't know, brother-in-law is too handsome. Thinking of his brother-in-law's operation just now, Shi Xiaodao couldn't stop his excitement. His brother-in-law is super good at playing games, even better than those big gods. Playing games? Hearing the words of Shi Xiaodao, Shi Mengyan knit her eyebrows. She knows that she plays games every day. And you don't do your job. Cannot help but mutter, Brat's learning is the family's biggest headache. Now this guy does not help even if, but also the brat to the fire pit. Thud. Shi Mengyan did not have time to continue the output. Directly by Yi Xian rewarded a melon crash. Neezy, bold fat ah. The business is not done, okay? Subsequently, looked up and down the delicate figure. In that case, then the night will be a good sparring. You. Hearing the words of a certain guy, Shi Mengyan is stagnation. A time is actually no words to refute. Really, that guy is too shameless. Who cares? Subsequently, Shi Mengyan did the open step glaring at a certain guy to leave. Glaring is already her last insistence. Sister-in-law, great. Shi Xiaodian looked at the old sister was pinned to death. To brother-in-law is to give a thumbs up, old sister that is his nightmare existence. Now have brother-in-law in the future good days to come. Damn. Listening to his younger brother spit, Shi Mengyan hated his teeth, feeling that his various statuses are plummeting. That guy. Obviously, Shi Mengyan knew that all of this was because of Yi Xian's appearance, and now it was like this, she didn't even dare to imagine the future scene. Ringing. Right at this moment, a cell phone rang. Seeing the caller ID, Shi Mengyan's heart lifted up. Hello, Mom. Answering the phone, Shi Mengyan sheepishly looked toward the two people in the living room as well as Xiao Shi and the little white dog playing not far away. Mother, she answered, then laughed. Mengyan, I heard that you have a boyfriend. Ah. Hearing her mother's words, Shi Mengyan's face turned red. What? Mom, you know all about it. Humph. The whole group knows. What do you think? Shi mother rolled her eyes and said, while Shi Mengyan's face reddened even more. Mom, it's not what you think. Listen to my sophistry, oh no explanation. However, mother, she clearly didn't give her this time. Well, I don't care about your young people's business, right? After a pause in her voice, Shi mother continued, in a few days, your father and I will return to Jiangcheng, then bring home to meet. This mom, in fact. Do. Not waiting for Shi Mengyan to finish, Shi mother is hanging up the phone, which makes Shi Mengyan froze in place. What with what? How can this be good? We're going to meet in a few days. Thinking of this, Shi Mengyan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated. At the same time, a hotel in Magic City. Are you sure? Shi's father asked with concern. After all, it is about his daughter's life. The father asked with concern. After all, it is about his daughter's life. Mother, she nodded, and then said, I understand, that boy actually in the group before the daughter smoked Song Tianming. I think it should be good for the daughter. Daughter-in-law nodded and said, then Ding Dong has received a message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, Jiangcheng University graduates, under the name of the Royal Dragon 6 sets of villas, supercars, dozens of cars, in addition to the music of the sky, the essence of aristocratic school, Rongqing Wanjin auction and other industrial boss. Looking at the information in the cell phone, Shi Lingfeng froze. Good boy. Indeed, so many identities added up, the value of the body is not the slightest bit weaker than the Shi group. What's wrong? Mother, she saw her father's reaction and looked over suspiciously. However, eyebrows then knit up. This is that boyfriend of our daughter's, a fresh graduate. So many identities, awesome. Mother, she couldn't help but be staggered, followed by some doubts. However, this name seems to have been heard somewhere. Chapter 45. Come on, hubby, help you massage to relax and unwind. After dinner, in the room. Phew. After taking a bath, Shi Mengyan was wearing a thin as cicada wings black silk nightgown, which perfectly revealed her slender figure. Tired after a long day. Looking at the charming beauty under the warm yellow light, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Come on, my husband will help you massage and relax. You. Feeling a certain guy massage force, Shi Mengyan angrily at a glance. Count you a little conscience. Originally she wanted to refuse, but the massage technique is very comfortable. Right. Massage a little, Shi Mengyan leaned in a guy's arms. Daytime my mom called. Said in a few days we'll return to Jiangcheng, they want to meet you. Speaking, Shi Mengyan couldn't help but blush for a minute. After all, it was too sudden, she was completely unprepared. Oh? Yi Xian heard, wrapped in the arms of the unmanageable a grip slender waist, mother-in-law to come back. See, just see. Look at a guy cloudlight. Shi Mengyan hate to bite hard on a bite, that is the first time to see parents, this guy is not nervous at all. I'm not afraid that my parents won't like it. Aren't you afraid that my parents won't like you? Resisting the urge to stab someone, Shi Mengyan glanced at him and said. Yi Xian rubbed his head favorably and said, I don't know. Yi Xian favored and rubbed Shi Mengyan's head tenderly. Your family man is not out of hand. The first thing I want to say is that I'm not going to be able to do anything about it. With my husband's charisma, it's not easy for him to get rid of his father-in-law and mother-in-law. Listening to the words of a certain guy, Shi Mengyan really froze. Bah! Big soul, you're so self-absorbed. As she spoke, Shi Mengyan gave someone a hard blank stare, a charm that can't be put to rest? That guy. How can he say that? Narcissistic? Hearing this, Yi Xian, instantly unhappy, raised his hand and hooked up the white chin. Dream Yan wife, your man is the strength of the goodit. However, now the baby wife is more and more bold. Come on, let the husband to teach some good. Just like this, after an unknown period of time, the war drums stopped. As for the arms, Shi Mengyan has been beautiful sleep, no accident will be a warm dream. Ringing. But at this time, a cell phone ringing, see the caller ID froze. Hello, Zitian. Obviously, the caller is no one else but Lin Zitian. Yi Xiao. The opposite side paused for a moment, before speaking out. So late, did not disturb you and young lady rest right? Yi Xian looked at the woman beside him. Yi Xian looked at the beautiful beauty beside him. If it is early to come more than 10 minutes afraid of really disturbed, of course, he did not pick up on the not necessarily. There is something wrong? This point in time, if there are no special circumstances, Lin Zitian certainly will not call, and now it's call, obviously there is something he cannot deal with or cannot get the idea. I'm not sure what to do. Lin Zitian breathed a sigh of relief, then explained, just now we caught a suspicious person, do not know how to deal with. Oh. Hearing Lin Zitian's words, under Yi Xian's penetrating eye, he saw a man with an extraordinary brow, this person, a little interesting. After saying a couple sentences and hanging up the phone, Yi Xian left the villa. A few minutes later. Swish. Yi Xian's silhouette appeared in the middle of the field. That kind of speed would be astonished if outsiders saw it. Yi Xiao. When Lin Zitian saw him, he greeted him respectfully, and so did his men on the side. This is the man. As he spoke, Lin Zitian looked at the man with an extraordinary temperament, and naturally, he was not an extraordinary person. What is your name? The man looked towards Yi Xian and pondered for a moment. Fangjin. I said, my sister is in danger, I'm going to save her. Fangjin's eyes were full of anxiety. Just a few minutes ago his sister's colleague called him and said that she had encountered a gangster harassment, worrying that something had happened, which was why he was preparing to go from the bamboo house in the forest. Unexpectedly, encountered Lin Zitian line. Yi Xiao, this son's pace is calm and steady is by no means ordinary. Lin Zitian vigilantly looked at Fangjin, otherwise he would not have given Yi Xian a request. Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at Fangjin with interest. The tendons and veins are broken, and you still have the average physique of a normal person. However, in your state, are you sure you can save your sister? What? At these words, Lin Zitian's swish gaze landed on Fangjin. Young Yi, what are you saying? This person's tendons and veins are broken, how is that possible? Indeed, Lin Zitian was shocked to know, it's good to be alive with a severed tendon, how can it be like a normal person? You. Fangjin heard the face changed greatly, to know that this is his biggest secret, if the identity is exposed in their siblings will be a disaster. What kind of person is it? When that, he is the king of mercenaries, make countries scared, but unfortunately a mission offended the Underworld Temple, resulting in the Underworld Temple organization masters to arrive will be seriously injured, and survived so far. And he, the only thing he can't let go of is his sister. And if not worried about his sister, I'm afraid he would have chosen to kill himself. It seems that your sister is very important to you. Yi Xian looked at Fangjin with a smile, then said, I can save your sister, but in the future your life is mine. How? Quietly looking at Fangjin in front of him, Lin Zitian was surprised to look at the person in front of him. Yi Xiao, this is to accept this person. This. Hearing Yi Xian's words, Fang Zhen fell silent. His own situation, it's very clear, with his ability to save his sister is simply impossible. Even nowadays, he doesn't have the slightest idea about his sister's situation. Good. On balance, Fang Zhen's eyes became certain. As long as you save my sister, my life is yours. Very well. Hearing Fang Zhen's decision, Yi Xian revealed an arc of deep meaning. In the future, you will be glad that you made the decision today. Now, I give you a gift. As his voice fell, a dozen golden needles transformed into golden auras and precisely entered each of Fang Zhen's major acupoints, followed by a magical scene. Immediately afterward, a miraculous scene appeared. Only to see that vitality surged from Fang Zhen's body. Then, repairing his broken tendons and veins, while feeling the changes in his body, Fang Zhen's eyes widened. This is my tendons and veins recovering? How is it possible? Indeed, the scene that happened in front of him was too unbelievable. At a certain moment, Yi Xian withdrew the golden needles, while Fang Zhen felt his body in an unprecedented state. Although he didn't have the slightest strength, he felt that recovery was but a matter of time. Puff! Thinking of this, the king of mercenaries, Fang Zhen directly knelt on the ground with both knees. He understood that the person in front of him was the noble person of his life. Your kindness, Fang Zhen will never forget it. Get up. Yi Xian smiled faintly and then said, now that the tendons have been restored, if the strength is to return, it will need to be supplemented with medicinal prescriptions. At most half a year, you will be able to return to the peak. What? The moment these words came out, Lin Zitian's eyes widened, incomparably dismayed as he looked towards Fang Zhen. Yi Xiao actually cured the broken tendons and veins. Such a medical skill was too divine. Chapter 46, Curing a Broken Tendon, Taking in the King of Mercenaries. This. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they all looked at Yi Xian in shock. Good guy. Cured broken tendons and veins. Too awesome. Yi Xiao's medical skill is already high to this kind of point. Grandma drop. In the future, follow this kind of god person. Why worry about not fly into the sky? For a while, they all felt honored to be under Yi Xian. The first time, they were all honored to be under Yi Xian's command, and to be back at the top. Hearing this, Fang Zhen was extremely excited. No one knew how he had spent these years. On the one hand, he didn't want his sister to run around for her. On the other hand, he had to watch out for the people of the Underworld Palace, and he was even more like an invalid, unable to protect his sister in the slightest. It was Yi Xian. He gave him a new life, gave him dignity, not only saved him, but also gave his sister protection, heavenly grace he can only spend the rest of his life to repay. I'm sorry, my lord. Fang Zhen took a deep breath, bowed solemnly, and Yi Xian's position in his heart had already climbed to a height that no one could surpass. In the future, anyone who targets His Excellency will be his enemy. Yi Xian slightly waved his hand. Yi Xian waved his hand slightly, then said, in the future, just like them, call me Yi Xiao. Yes. Fang Zhen respectfully replied, if he said that he was forced to do so by his sister earlier, but now he was convinced. Yi Xian said, I'll call you Yi Xiao in the future. Afterwards, Yi Xian looked into the distance. Next, go save your sister. Thank you, Mr. Yi. Fang Zhen took a deep breath and thanked again. With Yi Xiao's help, his sister will definitely be safe. Phew. Lin Zitian saw Yi Xiao's action, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately he called Yi Xiao, otherwise it could be a big deal. Ahem, brother Fang. Just embarrassed. Dry cough. Lin Zitian slightly embarrassed. After all, now they are considered their own people. It's okay. Fang Zhen naturally does not care, then grateful. If not brother Lin, I would not know Yi Xiao. Speaking of which, brother Lin also counts as half of my benefactor. For a moment, this statement made Lin Zitian embarrassed. Brother Fang is joking. You have to know. Fang Zhen's veins are broken and he's still like a normal person. Can you imagine how strong he was at his peak? That's right. Brother Fang, what's your sister's name? Lin Zitian looked at Fang Zhen and asked suspiciously. Fang Shirhan. Fang Zhen breathed a sigh of relief and said the name with a smile on his face. If it wasn't for Shirhan, I'm afraid I would have died a long time ago. I'm afraid I'd be dead already. Everything is in the past. Following Yi Xiao in the future will definitely be better and better. Seeing Fang Zhen's depressed mood, Lin Zitian said in relief. Mr. Lin Zitian said in relief. Fang Zhen nodded his head heavily. He also had this feeling. After all, the previous godlike medical skills already said everything. Kaiyue Huagong Clubhouse, lobby. TSK, what a watery beauty. A yellow hair eye surveyed the watery girl in front of him. The blaze in his eyes is not hidden at all. and it is precisely the gangster in Fang Zhen's mouth. There are also 5 or 6 henchmen in the surrounding area. No one dares to go forward, because yellow hair is the cover of this club, even if the manager can only sigh. Yellow hair brother, sorry, Shirhan is not on purpose. The manager can only sigh. Not waiting for that colleague to finish, directly by the yellow hair slap knocked over on the ground, and then grabbed the female colleague's hair, dragged it to the side to throw out. Grass. What kind of thing are you, dare to disturb the old man and the little beauty to make out? After yellow hair finished, his gaze once again fell on Fang Shirhan, looking up and down at the perfect body. Shirhan, right? What a good name. It should not be open yet, right? Hearing this, Fang Shirhan's pretty face turned white. What are you doing? However, when Huang Mao saw Fang Shirhan's frightened and pitiful appearance, the heat in his eyes became 1 point thicker. Don't worry. Later, brother will let you know how happy you are. After saying that, Huang Mao is a pull Fang Shirhan to go forward to the box. The intention is very obvious. Stop. At the critical moment, the door of the clubhouse was kicked open, and a group of people appeared. You're ruining my day, you son of a bitch. Splat. Before he finished speaking, Yi Xian slapped him, sending him flying several meters away. A mouthful of blood sprayed out, and his face turned pale. Wow. The surrounding field was immediately in chaos. Many guests scattered, fearing that the fish in the pond. Yellow hair brother. You guys, looking for death. Boom 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 boom. Before they could say anything, Lin Zitian's men had already killed Yellow Hair's little brother. After all, they were all serious third-rate experts. Shirhan, are you okay? Fang Zhen hurriedly came to his sister's side, asking with concern in his eyes. Brother, why are you here? Fang Shirhan saw her brother, her face changed greatly. You quickly go, the boss behind Hyatt Regency Palace is not something we can mess with. Don't worry. Lin Zitian saw the charming Fang Shirhan and froze. Good guy, this Fang Zhen's sister is too beautiful. Shirhan's sister, no one can bully you today. Martyr. The yellow-haired brother who was jerked around, struggled to get up and looked at Yi Xian with hatred. Kid, do you know who my big brother is? You dare to touch me. In fact, his yellow hair across the Kaiyue Huagong several years, however, received such treatment. Splat. Yellow hair just finished. Yi Xian, a mouth pumped up, is it? Calling to shake people. Yellow hair's eyes widened in disbelief, but did not wait for him to think about it. Hit. A reprimand, almost did not yellow hair to scare urine, gulp swallow saliva, know that today ran into a ruthless person. Kid, you wait. Then, yellow hair dialed the phone. Yi Xian moved a chair and sat in the center of the hall, crossing his legs to see what kind of bulls and snakes are behind this Hyatt Regency. Hiss. Fang Shirhan looked at the handsome and overbearing Yi Xian. Her heart couldn't help but jump. Brother, who is he? Yi Xiao. Fang Zhen looked at his sister and then said, he is the biggest benefactor of our siblings' lives. Oh. Hearing the words of his elder brother, Fang Shirhan looked at Yi Xian and nodded his head. Yellow hair looked at Yi Xian, eyes full of cold smile. His big brother is a Jiangcheng hegemon. People send nickname to master, when he was his own power to destroy the opponent's full door, is to have this title. Absolutely full of ruthless people, at least for the yellow hair stream is so. How dare you? Not long after, a voice came from outside the clubhouse, dare to spread wild in the chassis of Master 2. Then, outside the clubhouse, Master 2 brought hundreds of people to the clubhouse grounds, and his eyes fell on Yi Xian. Let Master 2 see what you are capable of. As his voice fell, Master 2 already transformed into a black aura and slammed his fist towards Yi Xian. I'm sorry. The first time I saw him in front of Yi Xian, and I saw him in front of me, 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 and I saw him in front of me. What? Such a scene stayed behind the master of too many men, our eyes wide, impossible master of 2 actually in the wind. Chapter 47. One Finger defeated Master 2? Good stance. Master 2's gaze fell on Lin Zitian, secretly shocked, while Lin Zitian glanced at Master 2. If it was before, he might have been scornful, but now that he was not far from being a second-rate expert, he naturally would not place Master 2 in front of him. Yi Xiao, how to dispose of this person? Looking at Master 2, Lin Zitian looked to his own Yi Xiao. I'm not sure what to do with him, but I'm not sure what to do with him. Yi Xian gazed at Master 2, give you 2 ways, either submit or die. Speaking of which, it is time for Jiang Cheng to start laying out. What? At these words, yellow hair was filled with confusion and looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. Is that kid crazy? He actually wanted to make Master Tu submit. Is that so? Master Tu narrowed his eyes and glanced at Lin Zetian. To make the old man submit, this person is not enough. Snort. As the voice fell, Master Tu's face reddened as he stored up his strength for a quick strike. Yi Young, careful. Lin Zetian's face changed greatly, obviously did not expect Master Tu would suddenly strike, although he understood that this Master Tu could not possibly hurt Yi Xiao in the slightest. Looking at Master Tu's rapidly attacking strike, Yi Xian probed out a finger to meet it. Crazy person. Yellowhair's face was filled with ridicule when he saw Yi Xian's move. That kid was finished. To no. Master Tu went crazy. His combat power was comparable to a second-rate expert. That kid actually dared to use a finger to resist, and so did the hundreds of subordinates around him. Yi Xian's face was filled with ridicule. He's really still young. He is still young, and still wants to submit to their Master Tu. Are you kidding me? I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Master Tu naturally saw Yi Xian's action, not only grinned. Kid, you rampant. Let you see the power of Master Tu. As he spoke, Master Tu's hand force was 1 point greater, smashing towards Yi Xian. This. Fang Jinxi here are a little shocked that two master hand barely already comparable to second-rate experts, peak period, although he can kill in seconds, but absolutely cannot do today a finger blocked. Boom. As expected, Fang Jin smashed a fist on, followed by a big change in color. After the dull sound, the next moment it's directly with a faster speed backward flying out, puff a mouthful of blood spray, face more pale as paper. Sudden scene really stunned everyone. What? Yellowhair was full of dismay, a pair of eyes wide, staring straight at the field. That kid, how is it possible? A finger defeated Master Tu. In fact, the scene in front of him was too great an impact. Who is Master Tu? The hegemony of this land, even those third-rate families were all courteous to Master Tu's existence. But now, in front of that kid, he was so weak. Think about it. Yellowhair is completely afraid. The rich not good surged to the heart. Pft, cough. Master Tu's heart shock is beyond words, horrified to look at the opposite side of Yi Xian. How is it possible? Following that, its eyes changed as it once again looked at Yi Xian. Moreover, just now, if he hadn't stayed his hand, now he was afraid that he would have died. Strong. That person is too strong. Strong let him despair, this feeling it's never had. I've never felt this way before. Master Tu's men are all gulping and swallowing saliva. The horse, even Master Tu is not that guy a finger opponent. If they go up for fear of how to die, do not know. Grandma, how can there be such a powerful person in the world? They do not say see, is not even heard of. Wow. When Fang Shirhan saw her benefactor defeat the boss behind Hyatt Regency Palace with a single finger, her eyes were full of admiration. Brother, benefactor is so powerful. Yes, he is. Fang Jin was also overwhelmed with emotion at this moment. One finger really defeated someone who was comparable to a second-rate expert, and if not for Yi Xiao's hand at the last moment, that person would have been either dead or crippled. This kind of strength seems to be compared to the underworld palace are not the slightest bit weak. Perhaps one day in the future, one's great revenge could be avenged. Thinking of this, Fang Jin looked towards Yi Xian and strengthened his thoughts of following him. Phew. Contemplating for a little while, Master Tu's eyes flickered. Although he was a hegemon in Jiangcheng, but in front of the real bigwigs as well as those clans, he was just a piece of shit. Moreover, Hyatt Regency Palace all these years the surface bright and shiny, in fact, is in those big brother and the family in the cracks to survive, the pain in the middle of it, he is too clear. If he is able to get in touch with this lord, he will be able to get in touch with Jiangcheng. In the future, even if Jiangcheng, there is also a place for him. After all, this adult's hands he has only seen in his life, that is, those big men also do not see this kind of powerful people. Thinking of this, Master Tu's gaze then became certain. Dang. Under the attention of everyone, Master Tu kneeled down on one knee. I would like to submit to the Lord, for the Lord's service. When this scene came out, the room was filled with clamor. When Lin Zetian saw this, his eyes narrowed, secretly saying that Yi Xiao's tactics were too bullish, and the Jiangcheng hegemon, Master Tu, submitted like this. Not good. When Yellowhair saw this, his heart went cold, and the feeling of badness intensified by 1 point. Aha! Yi Xian nodded slightly, satisfied with Master Tu's decision. Why don't you kneel down and meet your lord? Immediately after that, Master Tu passed with a look, and at that moment, hundreds of his men knelt on the ground in unison. We have seen the Lord. The sound was overwhelming and momentary. Get up. Yi Xian faintly smiled. Now the layout is considered successful. Thank you, my lord. Master Tu breathed a sigh of relief. The heart hanging in the air was relieved, with hundreds of men this time to get up. Come on, people. Go to the yellow hair to me waste, thrown out of the clubhouse. Afterwards, Master Tu ordered his men. He is naturally a decisive person, and now he has already submitted to Yi Xiao. The district of a yellow hair is insignificant. Master Tu, don't. I wouldn't dare. Ka Ching. Not waiting for him to finish, directly wasted limbs, and then Thunk was thrown out of the clubhouse. As for its future situation, no one knows, but must be incomparably miserable. Humph. Fang Zhen saw this cold snort. If not for the presence of Yi Xiao, he would have killed that yellow hair by 1,000 cuts. He understood very well. If he hadn't arrived in time, his sister would be in an unimaginable situation. Ahem, this brother is sorry. Master Tu scratched the back of his head in embarrassment and then said, I am not in control, I hope to forgive you. No need. Fang Zhen looked at Master Tu. Naturally know that in the future they are their own people. It is not good to make too much of a deadlock. Of course, the most important thing is to look at the face of Yi Xiao. Sister, I'm sorry. Afterwards, Fang Zhen's very good eyes fell on Fang Shirhan. Nothing more to say. In the future you are my Master Tu's sister. Whoever dares to bully you, Master Tu, I will destroy his entire family. Watching such a scene, Fang Zhen's anger also dissipated a lot. Lin Zitian looked at Master Tu, mouth curved. The future is really exciting. Chapter 48 Shallow Snow, you know that, Lord? The crowd dispersed and the scene was silent. Just now. Master Tu coughed dryly. Thank you for your mercy, my lord. Thumb. However, at a certain moment, Yi Xian's dozens of golden needles disappeared into Master Tu's body, followed by a subtle maneuver to catalyze it. This is. I'm not sure if you're a good doctor, but I'm a good doctor. Feeling the changes in his body, Master Tu's body trembled around him, and then he became excited. Because he realized that his perennial dark disease had actually disappeared. Buzz. After about a few minutes, Master Tu was this strong and promoted to a second-rate expert, which made Fang Zhen's heart stagger. What a powerful technique. This kind of technique, he had never even heard of it, not to mention seeing it. Puff. The removal of the dark disease and the elevation of the realm made Master Tu submit and kneel on the ground. Tu Fu thanked Yi Xiao for his great kindness. Hm. Yi Xian raised his hand to let him up, then said, This is what you deserve. But in the future, if you dare to betray me. Click. Yi Xian slightly gripped the seat. The next moment the top-grade mahogany seat just like this turned into powder and scattered on the ground. This seat is the end. Under a deterrent, Master Tu's pupils suddenly shrunk and his eyes widened. My subordinate does not dare. Voodoo. Viciously swallowed a mouthful of saliva, was really shocked by the scene in front of him. I drop a mother. What did he see? Under the slightest force, the hard mahogany seat even became powder, which if it fell on him, it would not become slag. Yi Xiao, this. Lin Zitian saw this, really also surprised. Good strong. In fact, this scene makes its own. Yi Xiao's strength has a new cognition, afraid of first-class experts cannot do it. Brother, is this Yi Xiao doing magic? Fang Shirhan's beautiful eyes were wide open, curiously surveying the powdered wood shavings in the field, which completely exceeded her cognition. Cough cough sort of. Fang Zhen dryly coughed and said, honestly he was also stunned. To know. At his peak, he was the peak of a first-class expert. Even the underworld palace experts who struck out at him couldn't do so. It's hard to believe that. Yi Xiao is the legendary martial arts master. Magic? Master Tu and others heard this mouth corner twitching. Special meow, seen such a bullish magic. This is clearly a sign of strength to the limit. Such a scene they will never forget. Until the near future they realized that Yi Xiao is much more powerful than they thought. Of course, this is all an afterthought. After doing everything, Yi Xian's gaze fell on the girl whose face was online. You are Shirhan, right? Seeing her benefactor's gaze fall on her, Fang Shirhan's heart tightened and her face couldn't help but blush a point. Shirhan, don't thank Yi Xiao for saving your life. Fang Zhen reminded at the side, after all, if not for Yi Xiao, their brother and sister situation is unimaginable. Thank you Yi Xiao, the grace of saving lives. Fang Shirhan slightly halo face said, heartbeat cannot help but accelerate, said the grace of life-saving whether to body to promise it, thought of here its face more red points Sue. The person, do not need to see outside. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled, then thought of something, if there is no place to go, why don't you help me take care of the villa? Ah, this. Hearing Yi Xiao's words, Fang Shirhan was stunned, obviously not expecting her benefactor to mention this request. Sure, Han. After hearing this, Fang Zhen's heart was shaken. Don't thank Yi Xiao. To know. The place where Yi Xiao resides is undoubtedly the safest place, and his sister will be in Yi Xiao's villa in the future and he will have no more worries. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Although Fang Shihan did not know what this meant, but still agreed. After all, she knew that her brother would not harm her. Aha! Yi Xian smiled faintly, then said, It's getting late today, let's go to the villa tomorrow. Yes, Yi Xiao. Fang Shihan took a deep breath of relief. She naturally knew that Xiaoyi had done a great favor to their siblings, so she would also do her best to help Xiaoyi manage the villa. Master Tu and Lin Zitian looked at Fang Shihan with eyes full of envy. After all, the kind of location of Yi Xiao's villa was the closest distance to Yi Xiao. Undoubtedly, that would also be the person that Yi Xiao trusted the most. Butcher. Yi Xian looked at the opulent Kaihuahua palace, then looked at Master Tu. Subordinate in. Master Tu respectfully bent over, not daring to slack off. After all, this is Yi Xiao's first order. Here are 300 million. Yi Xian then took out a black card and then said, Your task is to make the force bigger in the shortest time possible. Zitian and Fangjin will cooperate with you. Yes, Yi Xiao. Master Tu took a deep breath, looked at Lin Zitian and Fangjin who were on the side, and solemnly answered. His heart was incomparably excited. Lin Zitian, needless to say, than the previous him is still powerful 1 point. As for that Fangjin, although it did not make a move, but vaguely its body but exudes let it all palpitating feeling. Although it is very weak, but it does exist. So, this Fangjin must be extremely uncomplicated. When Lin Zitian heard this, his heart was overjoyed, knowing that Yi Xiao's layout of Jiangcheng nowadays also means that in the future, the Imperial Hao group will definitely be smoother in killing back to Jiangcheng. And at that time, the day of their revenge will not be far away. With a few words of instruction, Yi Xian left the Hyatt Regency Palace with Butcher nodding his head. Yi Xiao, goodbye. Butcher's face was full of smiles, even almost flattering. After all, this is the backbone of his future unification of the underground forces in Jiangcheng, with Yi Xiao in the sky is not afraid of him. Until the supercar disappeared from view, only then did the Butcher breathe a deep sigh of relief, eyes full of excitement. Ha! But at the same time, it just so happened that Su Shanyue came out of the hospital and saw the scene. That is Master Tu of the Kaihuahua Palace. Su Shanyue's face was filled with incredulity because she saw the person that Master Tu respectfully bent over to address Yi Xiao was no one else but Yi Xian, who had pumped her into the hospital in the first place. It was him. Sure enough. It's not simple. Su Shanyue took a deep breath, at the same time incomparably glad that Yi Xian didn't kill that day, otherwise at this moment, she was afraid that she would have already been dead for a long time. Su Qianxue, do you know that lord? Su Jinlong looked to the near distance. He naturally also saw Yi Xian. After all, can let the two masters so solemn treatment of people, he is still the first time to see. If his daughter knew that kind of big shot, their Su family would take off because of it. How could that be? Su Qianxue heart tightened, then said, Just had a one-sided relationship, he did not see me. Moreover, with my identity that big man will not have interactions. Oh. When Su Jinlong heard this, he couldn't help but sigh and say it's a pity. If that big man can become their Su family's son-in-law, then their Jiangcheng Su family will rise as a result. Dad, that big man must not be messed with. Su Shanyue said sheepishly, then thought of something, especially my brother, must look after him. Speaking of this, Su Shanyue thought of her elder brother who returned from abroad in a while, hoping that her elder brother would not offend this lord by pursuing Shi Mangyan, or else the Su family would certainly be in great trouble. Chapter 49. Don't think that you are the only one who can take advantage of the situation, this young lady will also. The next day, early morning. The first rays of sunlight passed through the gauzy curtains and gently sprinkled on the beautiful woman's face. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly, like a butterfly gently awakened by the sunlight. The sunlight traced a perfect arc on the bridge of her nose, making her features more three-dimensional. The sunlight illuminated her face, making her look as beautiful as a fairy coming out of a painting. When she opened her eyes, she was surprised to see a handsome boy dotingly and quietly looking at her. Tug. Can't help but Shi Mengyan face is rising a halo red, pouted and looked at someone. What are you looking at? Nope. Yi Xian spoiled a smile, will slightly messy hair to the ear, dream Yen wife is too beautiful, husband did not hold back to look dumb. Cut. Listening to a certain guy's words, Shi Mengyan's face blushed, that guy didn't know how long he had been watching. And he didn't make a fool of himself when he slept, right? If that was the case, he would have been humiliated to death. He just knows how to talk nonsense. But on the mouth so say, Xi Mengyan heart is sweet, especially that guy's body smell and warm embrace, let her completely no resistance. How could it be? Hubby said are true, by the way just your man did not hold back your family kiss to mouth no problem. Yi Xian thought of something and said in a serious manner. Ah. Xi Mengyan heard, beautiful eyes wide, surprised look and the golden sunlight reflection looks particularly charming, especially immediately after the emergence of a slight blush. Yi Xian, you actually still kiss me. Humph. After saying that, Xi Mengyan instantly hated it, that guy is crazy, actually took advantage of the situation. Cough. The dong of favor knocked down the door of Xi Mengyan's head, dry cough, baby wife, what kind of words are you saying? This can blame me, who let you so beautiful? Me. Xi Mengyan heard a stagnation, a time actually speechless, what is it, can blame yourself. That guy. Too hateful, how can he be like this, why can't I say him, big souls like this bullying themselves really good. I can't. This is not fair to me. Xiao Mengyan haughty inch to say, Yi Xian see the good person appearance of froze, then you say, how fair. Then, you close your eyes. Xi Mengyan glared at some guy, viciously. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yi Xian closed his eyes, but with penetrating eyes obviously with no eyes closed no different. Just. Not waiting for Yi Xian to think about it, Xi Mengyan's red face kissed the lips of a certain big asshole, only to be released like an electric shock, and her heartbeat couldn't help but accelerate suddenly. Good, good. Deeply relieved, Xi Mengyan did not dare to look at someone, now it's fair. Ah. Hearing this, Yi Xian somewhat froze to the ground, incredulously looking at Xi Mengyan. Mengyan wife, you're so good at playing now? Humph. Xi Mengyan blanks someone, arrogantly, don't think that only you will take advantage, this young lady will also. My dreamy wife is really good. Yi Xian gave it a thumbs up and nodded, but then again being taken advantage of by this niece is pretty good, at least he shouldn't be at a disadvantage. Flirting, under a wave of dog food. Xi Mengyan thought of something at a certain moment and tilted her swan-like neck up to look at a certain guy. Right, there is a charity banquet today, why don't you go with me? Charity banquet? Hearing this Yi Xian froze, then slightly narrowed his eyes, this is the perfect place to spend money, naturally there is no reason not to go. But well. Cannot be so easy to agree to, there is no benefit to go is not possible. The first thing you need to do is to get a good deal of money. Yi Xian paused and then said, it is not impossible, that precious wife first give some benefits no problem. For example, French kiss. Listening to someone's words, Xi Mengyan's face red as xia, damn it, this guy and take advantage of the fire. But. This charity dinner has a lot of big names present, I am really a little nervous, not just a hot kiss, it's not like I haven't done it before. Yi Xian hadn't come back to his senses yet, and he was kissed by a beautiful woman on her own initiative. French kissing is like this, quietly online. Yi Xian was not yet able to come back to his senses. After a few moments, Xi Mengyan glared at someone who hadn't finished yet, now it's good. Yi Xian recalled the feeling he had just had. Yi Xian recalled the feeling just now, thanks to the fact that he asked for some favors, otherwise where is this treatment? Charity banquet only, husband went. After a pause in the voice, continued, rest assured that there is a husband in, dare to bully my home dream face baby husband unified suppression. Look at you can. Xiao Mengyan is wide-eye someone, but the heart is a lot of stability, also cannot help but breathe a sigh of relief. By the way, wife. Yi Xian thought for a moment, said in a serious manner, in the future, there are still this kind of task although come, husband favorite. Put. I don't want it. Xi Mengyan rolled her eyes, then looked at the time, hurry up, or the charity banquet will be late. Oh. Come on, dream face wife husband help you dress. Yi Xian spoke, already started to move. No, I'll do it myself. Cluck cluck cluck. Not waiting for Xi Mengyan to finish, between the fuss glared at a certain guy, can only let it help her to wear clothes, and this feeling she is not averse to. After the delicious breakfast, in the elongated supercar. Brother-in-law, where are we going? She Xiao Dao curiously looked at her older sister and brother-in-law who were formally dressed and asked. Yes, poop. She was wearing a princess dress at this time and cocked her head. Going to a charity dinner. Yi Xian smiled faintly and then said, eating a big meal there today. Really? Long live Papa. The two guys, Shi Xiaodao and Xiao Shi, were excited. However, on the side of Shi Mengyan, the corners of her mouth were slightly twitching. What the hell? It was clearly herself who was attending the charity banquet. Okay. What does it have to do with this guy? Shouldn't it be long live mama? Eh? Forget it, don't bother with them. Brother-in-law, there should be a lot of people attending the charity banquet. I guess I'll meet a love rival. Shi Xiaodao. Hearing the words of the unscrupulous younger brother, Shi Mengyan glared fiercely at him and gave him a death stare, which made Shi Xiaodian gulp and swallow his saliva. Yi Xian, the younger brother's words, the younger brother's words. Yi Xian waved his hand unconcernedly. 3 or 2 kittens, your brother-in-law, I can whip them to death with a single hair. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands dirty. Xiao Shi clapped and applauded excitedly, although she still didn't know what Papa meant by that. Oh, brother-in-law is domineering. Shi Xiaodao listened to her brother-in-law's words, and the image of her brother-in-law's sweaty hair smacking his enemies to death came to mind, not to mention it's quite something to look forward to, he. Chapter 50 Ruoshu's sister, you call my brother-in-law boss? Che. Shi Mengyan glanced at a certain guy, this is not strange, already accustomed to its behavior. Just can blow it. However, naturally, cannot spoil this guy bragging, so continue in the future will not go to heaven. Thud. Before Shi Mengyan could continue to spit, she was directly knocked up by Yi Xian's head. I don't believe it, right? Inverted heavenly dipper you are going to. Looking at the stunning girl beside him, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up in an arc. Why don't you have your husband perform with you at the charity banquet? You dare. Hearing this, Shi Mengyan is really afraid, but she knows that guy is not do not come out. If so, how can she live with herself? Then she wouldn't even have a chance to find a hole in the ground. That's good to know. Seeing the weak Shi Mengyan, Yi Xian laughed. Don't always provoke your man, be careful to teach you a lesson later. Papa is so handsome. Xiao Shi's face smiled like a crescent moon as she watched Papa Mama bickering. This was her favorite picture. Sister, can you avoid showing love to your brother-in-law? There are still people here. Shi Xiaodao said in a shocking manner, which made Shi Mengyan's face turn red and her murderous gaze fell on her. Show you a big head of ghosts. Shi Mengyan glanced at her own brother. Which eye did you see the show of love? I have 2 eyes. Feeling his sister's death stare, Shi Xiaodao shrunk his neck. Cough, so what's this I'm wrong? Humph. Hearing her unscrupulous brother's words, Shi Mengyan then hummed in satisfaction, followed by Shi Xiaodao making a face at her old sister. Damn it, old sister is too strong. Turning back, I must let my brother-in-law be well trained, this can't go on like this. For a while, Shi Xiaodao's whole body rebelled at the thought. If you let Shi Mengyan know, I don't know whether it will hang up and beat Shi Xiaodao. Soon, the Kunpeng Hotel arrived in a pleasant atmosphere. This was the place where the charity banquet was held. Squeak. The brakes sounded, and the group entered the Kunpeng Hotel like this. Mr. Yi. Just as they entered the lobby of the Kunpeng Hotel, they heard a familiar voice, and then Chen Bingkuan walked over. You are also here to attend the charity banquet. This person. This is Ms. Mengyan, right? Long time no see. Chen Bingkuan is the head of Kunpeng Hotel, naturally know a lot of people, in the past with Shi Mengyan is also met a few times. Aha! Shi Mengyan faint smile, which makes Chen Bingkuan heart a movement. Good guy, this Yi Xiao good thick fortune. Sister, why don't you hold brother-in-law's arm? Want you to talk more. Shi Mengyan glared at her brother, but still put her slender hand on Yi Xian's arm, so it was also considered to publicize the relationship between the two. After all, previously, she had never been like this to any man. What? Feeling Shi Mengyan's a little nervous, Yi Xian a hand to grasp its unbearable surplus a grip slender waist, baby wife, but also nervous. This is not like the group boss. Humph. You need to control. Shi Mengyan angrily eyed a certain guy. Too bad, don't be so direct. However, that guy wrapped himself around his waist. Is it really good to appear in public like this? Mengyan. After coming to the field, Mu Ruoxue greeted. Xiao Shi also came. Hey, meet the boss. After greeting, Mu Ruoxue landed on Yi Xian and owed her body. Shi Xiaodao heard, could not help but froze. Ruoxue's sister, you call my brother-in-law boss? Yes. Mu Ruoxue smiled faintly, then said, you still don't know it, heavenly music has been acquired by your brother-in-law. Hiss. The moment he said this, Shi Xiaodao sucked in a breath of cold air. Of course he knew about heavenly music, that is the biggest dark horse of the music platform now, the wind is strong. Brother-in-law, you've acquired the essence of China Noble School, but heavenly melody is also yours. It's not bad. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, but Mu Ruoxue was shaken. Elite Noble School, the boss acquired it. Xiao Dao, you said that your brother-in-law. After some understanding, Mu Ruoxue was also clear, but incredulously looked at her own boss and best friend husband. Go to participate in the knife called parents, directly smoked people class teacher, but also the acquisition of the school so that the class teacher to apologize, this operation? Indeed, listening to Mu Ruoxue froze. Although not at the scene, but can also imagine how explosive at that time. Well. Mu Ruoxue slowed down for a while before digesting this information. The boss's happiness was really not something she could understand. Right. Mu Ruoxue thought of something and said to her best friend, Meng Yan, just now I saw that bitch Su Shangyue. Su Shangyue. Xiao Dao froze when she heard it, it's that bad woman. Yi Xian, on the other hand, furrowed his brows, so fast that Su Shangyue is good, not bad for a big family. No need to ignore her. Meng Yan shook her head and had long ago not put Su Shangyue in her heart. Ha! But at this time, Yi Xian perceived a killing intent surging not far from the darkness, and it was very dense. Under the penetrating eye, he found the source of the killing intent. It was a middle-aged man, and his appearance had a slight resemblance. This person, somewhat familiar. Yi Xian pondered for a little while, but he couldn't think of where he had seen him before. However, it should be known soon. After eating some snacks, Yi Xian looked towards Meng Yan, I'll go to the toilet first. Yi Xian, I'll go to the restroom first. Meng Yan glared at someone. After all, her best friend was still beside her, even though her best friend was that guy's subordinate. Brother-in-law, then you hurry back. We'll be waiting for you, Pupa. The two little ones, you said one thing and I said another, not realizing that their brother-in-law Poop was going to do something big. Just like that, a few minutes later. The hotel's open field. After following for a long time, come out. A flat voice rang out, then dozens of people came from everywhere, cutting off all Yi Xian's retreat. The leader was no other than Song Tianming's father, Song Guofeng. The first one is Song Tianming's father, Song Guofeng. Song Guofeng looked at Yi Xian coldly, I know I'm coming, but I still dare to lead you here alone. Yi Xian. It's not easy to find a chance to kill you. Song Guofeng's eyes were filled with killing aura, the thought of his son's tragic death, but this kid was so bored with the girl his son was pursuing, he was filled with killing intent. Especially. He found out that this kid was most likely his son's murderer, although he had no direct evidence. Kid, does Tianming's death have anything to do with you? Song Guofeng narrowed his eyes and landed on Yi Xian. This was important to him. Song Tianming? Yi Xian then thought of someone, and then looked at Song Guofeng in realization. So, that stupid fool is your son. What is this, you want to take revenge? Sure enough, it's you. Song Guofeng heard Yi Xian's near-admission words, his eyes reddened, kill him for me, I'm going to leave him in pieces. Chapter 51, Meng Yan, it seems you're getting lower and lower in the pecking order. Avenge the killing of a son, not to be shared. Kid, die. Dozens of people swarmed up, Song Guofeng full of fierce eyes, the only way to solve his heart hate is to thwart his bones. How dare you? Just as the frontmost person was about to attack, a figure appeared in a flash. Boom! Under one punch, that third-rate expert was blown away on the spot before he could regain his senses, and then a person appeared in front of Yi Xian, who was none other than the owner of the Kaihuahua Palace, Master Tu. Master Tu. Song Guofeng saw the person, naturally recognized that it is the Jiangcheng underground forces of a hegemonic Master Tu, face grim, bastard, this kid and my son's murder avenge. Are you sure that you want to be the enemy of my Song family? Song Guofeng is full of gloomy face. Tu Fu is a ruthless character, not as a last resort he does not want to be the enemy of such a madman. Whoever touches Yi Jr. will die. Master Butcher's gaze was firm, however, Song Guofeng's killing aura was even thicker. Good. In that case, then you die together. Kill. With a command, dozens of killers from the Song family headed towards Yi Xian and Master Tu. Kid, today you will die. Today, you will die. Even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to save you. Yi Xian looked at the dozens of people running towards him and remained as normal. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Butcher's mouth-cold smile, but Jiangcheng unusual third-rate family also dared to show off. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that, but I'm going to be able to do it, he said. Narrowed his eyes, this is the first time for Yi Young shot, Master 2 naturally do not dare to slacken the slightest. So, he wants to end the fight as fast as possible. Swish! More than 10 figures swept in from everywhere, each aura was a third-rate expert and the battle strength was far beyond the realm. A massacre was quietly online like this. To know. In order to protect Yi Xiao, he had brought his most elite men. Death. At this moment, the Song family's peak third-rate expert with extreme speed stabbed at Yi Xian's heart. This strike if hit definitely have no life. Poof. However, not waiting for him to get close, this peak third-rate expert has already been cut between the neck, crimson blood sprayed out. The person who struck was Master 2. Ho ho you, how is it possible for a butcher? Song family third stream peak expert eyes wide, incredibly looking at the guy who killed him in seconds. Your strength. Second stream expert. You actually stepped into the second stream expert. Before he died, the man realized why he was killed without even having time to react. What? Song Guofeng's face was filled with shock as he looked at Master 2 with horror. Tu Fu has stepped into a second-rate expert. Not good. The strongest person in the Song family had been killed, and it was clear that defeat was assured. However, before he could react, with a poof sound, one of Master 2's believers pierced through Song Guofeng's heart from the back, and before he died, he could clearly see the hot blood on the tip of the knife. He couldn't figure out why that butcher had clearly been a second-rate expert succumb to that kid. Puff. As Song Guofeng turned into a corpse and smashed into the ground, everyone in the Song family on this trip was dead, and the field was overflowing with a strong smell of blood. The smell of blood is overflowing in the field. Seeing the field, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Butcher was flattered and smiled all over his face. Yi shall go first, I'll take care of the aftermath. A few moments later, in the banquet hall. Papa, why are you just coming back? See poop back, Xiao Shi beeping little mouth, a baby unhappy cute look is very cute. That's right, brother-in-law, you're not here, it's not fun at all. The side of the Shi Xiaodao is also putty, such a scene to see Shi Mengyan speechless. Take these two little ancestors really cannot help. Pust. Mu Ruoxue looked at the two little guys, couldn't help but laugh, some sympathy to look at the girlfriend. Dreamyan, it seems that your status is getting lower and lower. Go go go. What are you talking nonsense about? Shi Mengyan did not have a good temper and blankly looked at her best friend, but in her heart, jealousy rose. That guy does not just spoil people a little bit by what right. Look, the auction is about to start. Mu Ruoxue at a certain moment to look not far away, out of the voice said. Welcome to the busy schedule to participate in this charity dinner. The auction proceeds will be donated to charitable organizations. Words do not say much. The following for the first auction. On the auction stage, Chen Bingkuan personally presided over the auction. It can be seen that the specifications of this auction is not small. Next, the first lot. The voice fell, the auction stage background large screen lit up. Hurricane appeared the auction item introduction. Eternal Heart Blue Diamond Pendant. As soon as the first lot came out, the room was immediately filled with clamor. Wow! Xiao Shi saw the beautiful blue diamond pendant and her eyes were full of glitter. POA, that pendant is as beautiful as Mama. Brother-in-law, my sister will be super pretty wearing it. Shi Xiaodao was assisting from the side, which made Shi Mengyan glared at her unscrupulous brother. Does this brat know how expensive that pendant is? Good guy. Mu Ruoxue was also shocked. It's actually the Eternal Heart. Rumor has it that it's a symbol of true love. Is it? Yi Xian smiled faintly, while Shi Mengyan's heart tightened. Yi Xian, this thing can be very expensive. You don't really want to shoot it, right? Naturally. Yi Xian faint smile. The field Chen Bingkuan has continued to voice. I believe that everyone on it's already have some understanding that the next directly into the auction session, this pendant auction reserve price of 50 million, each increase of not less than 5 million. Goo do. Shi Xiaodao heard the offer, really the whole person silly. Cough cough so expensive. Yi Xian heard this price then narrowed his eyes. It seems that today did not come in vain. Naturally the more money spent the better. 50 million. 55 million. The field frequently bidding. After all, this Eternal Heart Blue Diamond pendant is worth much more than this price. Soon the price soared to 200 million. At this point, all parties were quiet. After all, 200 million has been almost this Eternal Heart Blue Diamond pendant limit. 300 million. Just at this moment, the flat voice resounded in the field. The road eyes fell on Yi Xian, immediately exploded over the field. Crap! Shi Xiaodao swallowed hard saliva, shocked look at the offer. Brother-in-law, you this crazy? Good guy? The surrounding parties were also confused, and then their gazes fell on Xi Mengyan, filled with envy. This gentleman bid 300 million, is there any higher? When Chen Bingquan saw that it was Yi Xian who bid, his heart couldn't help but be shocked. Sure enough, this Mr. Yi is not simple, and the auction process has been sped up quite a bit. Since this. Slightly relieved, directly hammer, congratulations to this gentleman, 300 million auction eternal heart blue diamond pendant. Hiss. Not far away, Su Shangyue see her eyes wildly jump. 300 million said shot on the shoot even without blinking. This Yi Xian in the end, what people? Xi Mengyan, really enviable. Su Shangyue sighed. She only realized at this moment how bad she lost. She couldn't help but feel bitter at the corners of her mouth. Had her brain been squeezed by the door earlier, she even offended such a big shot. Chapter 52, Hee, Puppy Mama is spreading dog food again. You ah. Xi Mengyan felt the gazes cast around her, and couldn't help but sigh, just know to make a splash. Is that so? Yi Xian took the blue diamond pendant in his hand and then handed it to Xi Mengyan. Look, this is for you. Ooh. When Mu Ruoxue heard this, she looked at her best friend in shock. The boss is generous enough. Ah. Xi Mengyan also froze. Unbelievable, look to someone. Yi Xian, you this to me, this is 300 million. Obviously, Xi Mengyan also did not expect. Of course. Yi Xian favored pinched the beautiful face, smiled, as long as you are happy, by the whole world is not a problem. This guy. Listening to the almost confessional words, Xi Mengyan's face reddened and spread to her neck. Papa Mama is spreading dog food again. Xiaoxi's face curved into a crescent moon with a smile when she saw Papa Mama's loving appearance. Sister-in-law, bullish. Shi Xiaodao watched his sister being held to death. His heart's admiration for his brother-in-law was like a torrential river stretching endlessly, and like the Yellow River flooding out of control. Hiccup. Mu Ruoxue see here, cannot help but secretly hiccup. The distance from the nearest her dog food impact is obviously also the strongest. Girlfriend in the year, exactly, find a how powerful husband. This is a proper wife spoiler. I'm afraid there is no girl who does not like this kind of man, right? That Xi Mengyan, too happy, pointed. Su Shangyue looked at the field, especially the envious gazes of the girls, and already understood how explosive the scene in the field was. Ding dong. Su Jinlong, who was lamenting on the side, then received a message on his cell phone and clicked in to take a look. What? Seeing the message from his men, Su Jinlong's face changed greatly. Dad, what's wrong? Seeing her father's reaction, Su Shangyue asked curiously. She had never seen her father so grave. Shallow snow, something big has happened. Taking a deep breath, Su Jinlong's mind could no longer fall on the auction. The Song family's head, Song Guofeng, died in Kunping Hotel just now. Boom. At these words, Su Shanyue's face was filled with disbelief. Dad, what are you saying? Song Guofeng is dead, how is that possible? Indeed, this piece of information was too great of an impact on her, even greater than Song Tianming's death earlier, and subconsciously looked towards Yi Xian. 1,000 times true. Su Jinlong nodded his head gruffly and continued, the person who saw it was one of my beloved, there is absolutely no mistake. And... Speaking here, Su Jinlong paused his voice. Song Guofeng brought all of the Song family's experts this time, including that peak third-order powerhouse who all died, suspected to be avenging Song Tianming. Sure enough. Although there was no evidence, with Su Shanyue's understanding of Yi Xian, there was 9 times out of 10 that this matter was his doing. Right. Yi Xian seemed to have left the banquet hall some time before the auction started. That was the time. I've been thinking about it for a long time. Su Shanyue's eyelids were jumping wildly, between the flip of the hand to destroy the third-rate family in Jiangcheng, and now can still be light-hearted, so the city is unimaginable. Dad, then what do you want to do next? Su Shanyue asked tentatively, fearing that one of Su's father's decisions would allow the Su family to follow in the footsteps of the dust. What can be done? Taking a deep breath, Su Jinlong naturally knows the seriousness of this matter. It's a good thing that the news was blocked at the first time. During this period of time, our Su family has to keep a low profile. How low-key can be more low-key? Pausing his voice, Su Jinlong sighed. Intuition tells me that Jiangcheng is afraid to be in chaos next. Phew. Hearing his father's words, Su Shanyue breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing his father did not go overboard to find a way back for the Song family, or else angering Yi Xian could be bad. Time quickly, the auction came to the finale time. Next, the auction is the first finale item. Pause sound, auction stage. Chen Bingquan pull open the red silk cloth, mysterious rusty sword. You may not know, this rusty sword is indestructible. Many tests are unable to detect its material, and do not know who cast. Oh? The audience was stunned by this statement. The research value of this item is incalculable. Next, the bottomless auction began. Seeing the reaction of all parties, Chen Bingquan mouth arched, the next no need for him to say anything. 100 million. Soon, a voice rang out, certainly Jiangqing party big shot. Joking? Ordinary people, who would spend so much money to buy a rusty sword whose future is unknown, unless the brain was kicked by a donkey. 200 million. Another place is also someone bidding, obviously can be placed in the finale auction, the value has already said everything. The value of the auction already speaks for itself. All parties bidding. Yi Xian smiled slightly, then his eyes fell on the auction table, and his penetrating eye was activated. This is a good sword. Yi Xian's eyes flashed brightly with interest. Could it be that this is made of heavenly Shin iron? If such a sharp weapon is not auctioned off, would it not be a sorry trip here? 500 million. Weighing between, the auction price has soared to 500 million, and the people who made a bid are not second-rate forces, but the bidding is also very few. Obviously, this is the limit of what they can afford. Is it over? The corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up, his eyes fell to the stage, 1 billion. Once again, a price was quoted, and at that moment, the eyes of everyone in the arena landed on Yi Xian, and it was Chen Bingquan on the auction stage who froze. 1 billion. Even, the first time Chen Bingquan thought he was hallucinating. To know. This price had far exceeded the mysterious rusty sword itself, at least in his opinion. You are crazy. Shi Mengyan was also shocked when she heard the bidding of the guy beside her, 1 billion for a rusty sword, although it had potential value, but it was certain that she could reap 1 billion. Voodoo. Shi Xiaodian heard his brother-in-law's words and couldn't stop swallowing saliva. My God, just how much money does brother-in-law have? It's so crazy, it feels like a dream. This. When Su Shanyue heard this, her brows knit up. Can't it be that this sword is not simple? Ahem, who knows? Su Jinglong coughed dryly, also coming back to his senses from the shock of the previous news. However, this Yi Xian is far more mysterious than we thought. In any case, in the future, this person cannot be crossed. Otherwise. Speaking here, Su Jinglong's face was full of gravity. What awaits the Su family will be an extinction disaster. Chapter 53, Baby Wife, Husband will do a magic for you. Time flew by and the charity banquet ended. Auntie Ruoxue goodbye. Xiaoxi waved her hand to say goodbye to Mu Ruoxue, until it disappeared from view. Mu Ruoxue only came back to her senses. This girlfriend and boss is really enviable. A little bit of emotion. Mu Ruoxue looked into the distance. In the future, if her boyfriend can be half as good as her boss, she can wake up laughing in her dreams. Sister-in-law. In the supercar, Shi Xiaodao's excited gaze fell on his own brother-in-law, too handsome today. Super luxurious. The scene of the charity banquet was like a movie in front of his eyes, consuming billions of dollars at every turn, which was enough for him to brag for half a year. That of course. Xiaoxi looked at Uncle Xiaodao, arrogant, also do not look at who poop. HM. Or my brother-in-law. Shi Xiaodao looked at his great niece and said, such a scene heard Shi Mengyan sighed, it is true that that guy is out of the limelight again. However. Spend so much money, it's not at all heartache? They do not know, now see just the tip of the iceberg, if they know this time Yi Xian to Jiangqing Song family to destroy I do not know what kind of reaction will be. He. Xiaoxi and Small Knife Uncle a few words, blinking crescent moon-like eyes curious, Papa, where do we go next? The flower sea in the suburbs. Favored rubbed down the little guy head, a wave of dog food to eat. The Shi Mengyan rolled her eyes, this father and daughter moving to the wave of dog food is really enough, do not think about their feelings. The sea of flowers? After hearing this, Shi Xiaodian's eyes were bright, long live brother-in-law. Hearing this, Shi Xiaodian first thought of the corner met love little girlfriend, if you can bring the goddess to this must be particularly happy. Brat, what are you laughing at? At this time, Shi Mengyan suspiciously looked at the unscrupulous brother who was giggling at the side and asked. Hearing his elder sister's words, Shi Xiaodao had a jolt, and even his little face went white for a minute. Cough, no, nothing. My brother-in-law is so powerful, of course I'm happy. For a while, the weak-minded Shi Xiaodao changed the topic, but this trick was obviously very successful. Go. What are you talking about? Shi Mengyan glared at him, which made Shi Xiaodao breathe a sigh of relief. Damn it, almost revealed himself. This kid. Seeing his brother-in-law relieved, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth curved up in an intriguing arc. From his expression Yi Xian had already guessed a few points. At the same time, Kunping Hotel. Li was in charge. A line of uninvited guests came to Chen Bingkuan's office and saw the visitor. Chen Bingkuan rose to meet. Mr. Xiaoben, how are you? Aha! That mysterious rusty sword can still be. Mr. Mitsui is not going to participate in the charity banquet. Eight-bearded Hinata Komodo said, accompanied by several samurai. This. Chen Bingkuan heard this and coughed dryly. Mr. Komodo is sorry, the charity auction has ended. The mysterious rusty sword has been auctioned off. What? At these words, Hyuga Komodo looked unsightly. Can you tell me who auctioned it off? And I, the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, would like to take it back at the same price. To know. Just now, the exact news learned that the mysterious rusty sword has an extraordinary origin. It is very likely that it is made of extra heavenly metaphysical iron, and its value is not at all weaker than their Fusan divine weapon, the heavenly crowning cloud sword. And this is also the reason why Chairman Mitsui is so anxious. The value of such a material weapon cannot be measured in terms of money at all. Sorry. Chen Bingkuan saw the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce is not good, slightly narrowed his eyes. Mr. Xiaoben, the identity information of the auctioneer our hotel is not good to make an exception to the public. Is that so? Hyuga Komodo narrowed his eyes. Thank you, Li, for being in charge. Go! At that instant, Hyuga Komodo wanted to knife the man in front of him, but he knew that the forces behind the Kunping Hotel were not simple, so he didn't do it. Just now, that is killing intent? Chen Bingkuan looked at the direction in which Hyuga Komodo left, worried. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce seems to have suffered a big loss. Mysterious rusty sword, Mr. Yi seems to be unique. Contemplating for a moment, Chen Bingkuan sent a message out. All he can do is this, as for what will happen next is not something he can sway. Wow. Looking around, thousands of flowers exuded a fascinating luster under the sunlight. The colorful flowers competed with each other, like the most gorgeous clouds in the sky, making people unable to stop and admire them. The sea of flowers undulated like waves as the breeze brushed by, emitting a burst of refreshing aroma that was refreshing. Xiaoxi took a whiff of the rich floral fragrance, her eyes filled with fondness. He. Pupa, this place is so beautiful. The tender and pleasant voice resounded amidst the sea of flowers with a sense of healing. Hey, it's so beautiful. Shi Xiaodao heatedly smiled, his head floating in the picture of holding hands with his little girlfriend. Thinking about it was exciting. Of course. If this thought were to let Shi Mengyan know, he would definitely beat him to the point of not recognizing himself. Baby wife, how about it like it? Looking at the two happy little ones, Yi Xian smoothly wrapped his hand around its slender waist. What are you doing, crazy ah? Shi Mengyan perceived a certain guy's big hand, the face could not help but halo red 1 point, angrily someone did not see that there are people in it. Relax. Not Shi Mengyan a melon crash. What do you think of a girl? Your man is so hungry to eat it. Poof. Covering her head, Shi Mengyan hummed. Of course she knew what that guy meant by hungry. However, something seemed to be missing. Contemplating for a moment, Yi Xian looked at the sea of refreshing flowers around him. Right. It's vigor. Yi Xian smiled faintly, then looked at the beautiful person beside him. Baby wife, husband give you a magic trick. A magic? Hearing someone's words, Shi Mengyan froze, for its name has long been strange. After all, she resisted also useless also let it call. It's not a bad idea. Snapped. Then, Yi Xian snapped his fingers, and immediately after that, the divine great imperial beast ability swung open, and a thought was sent out. Following that, a magical scene appeared, only to see countless colorful butterflies pouring in from all directions, each one very beautiful. Your Majesty! His Majesty the King is summoning. Hurry up and pay your respects to the king. No less than thousands of butterflies appeared in the field like this, and then danced around the two Yi Xian in a pilgrimage. Ah, this. When Shi Mengyan saw this scene, her entire body was unsettled. How is this possible? My God. Not far away, Shi Xiaodao looked at the thousands of butterflies surrounding his brother-in-law and elder sister, and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. What's happening? This guy. Shi Mengyan looked at the surrounding butterflies, the whole person's heart was greatly shaken. Color embryo, how did you do this? Chapter 54 The dragon has reverse scales, touch it will die. The sea of flowers flicked, butterflies fluttered. Want to know? Yi Xian faintly smiled, this divine great imperial beast is really powerful, flipping his hand will invite no less than thousands of butterflies. And this. Still, he did not let more butterflies to come here, if all come for fear that it will become a butterfly storm. Aha! Shi Mengyan naturally do not know someone's mind, nodded. Then you kiss your husband. The moment these words came out, Shi Mingyan's face turned red like the sun. Pfft. Kiss your ass, I don't want to know yet. She glared fiercely at someone, and at this time, she shouted out and the little one came near. Wu Sai. Puppy, did you make this? Xiaoxi looked adoringly at his poop, obviously subconsciously put Mama aside. After all, Mama is not so powerful. Of course. Favored rubbed the little one's head. Go play. Hey, brother-in-law idol. You Xiao Dao worshipped, though he didn't know how his brother-in-law did it. Humph. Let's go, let's ignore him. Shi Mengyan glared at someone, then pulled Xiaoxi and chased after the butterflies to play. Ding dong. Just then, Yi Xian received a message from none other than Shen Dingquan. Mr. Yi, the Sanjing Chamber of Commerce intends to recover the mysterious rusty sword, although I did not say your information, but the Sanjing Chamber of Commerce must have already known. I hope to be careful. Looking at the message sent by Chen Dingquan, Yi Xian froze. Oh? Listening to the three people playing not far away, Yi Xian frowned slightly. The Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, what is that thing? Whatever. Yi Xian shook his head slightly, then summoned the system. System, exchange skills for me. With the idea, soon the system responded, to which Yi Xian had long been familiar. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging and upgrading the weapon smithing ability to the divine level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, under this ability, the host's weapon refining level has reached its peak, comparable to that of a god. What the hell? Divine level weapon smithing? The newly acquired ability made Yi Xian freeze. It was hard to believe that mysterious rusty sword? He then looked at the attribute panel. In the hypercar, Yi Xian looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23 years old. Skills, Divine Cooking, Divine Music, Martial Arts Master, Divine Drinking, Divine Car Skills, Divine Orthopedic Massage, Divine Perspective, Divine Healing, Divine Beast Royalty, Divine Gaming, Divine Weaponsmithing. Wealth, 8999992269981112 Huaxia coins. Strengthening points, 24. So annoying. Looking at a long string of wealth value, Yi Xian sighed, and did not know when he would be able to spend it all. More money when it really hurts a lot. What's more, Yi Xian is also a kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder OCD. Yi Xian still has the kind of obsessive-compulsive disorder. I'm not sure when I'll be able to spend it, Lu Butan Pa share. I don't know when I'll be able to spend it. Thinking about this, Yi Xian also no longer obsessed with spending money, but more in favor of enjoying the moment. Yi Xian is also not obsessed with spending money, but rather prefers to enjoy the moment. In the middle of Yi Xian's contemplation, not far from his insight, he stopped a commercial vehicle. This place is very sparsely populated. Fusong people? Yi Xian frowned when his penetrating eyes saw the line of people coming down. Could it be the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce? Soon, a person came to the field. Your Excellency Yi Xian. The Fusionese man bowed slightly to Yi Xian. Mr. Komodo would like to ask you to move in for a chat. Oh. Seeing this person, Yi Xian nodded slightly. After all, there was still Xiaoxi and the others in the field. A little while later, a dense forest not far from the Sea of Flowers. Mr. Yi Xian, please return the rusty sword to the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce. Hinata Komodo didn't have much nonsense, straight to the point. For this, we are willing to pay 1 billion RMB. Yes? Seeing the Fusang man in front of him, Yi Xian smiled slightly. I am curious. What if I don't agree? HM. Hyuga Komodo narrowed his eyes, the bottom of his eyes flooded with killing aura. Mr. Yi Xian. I don't know if you have heard of an old Chinese saying. After a pause in his voice, Hyuga Komodo continued, it's called the one who knows what's right is the one who knows what's wrong. Moreover, you don't want anything bad to happen to them, right? As he spoke, Hyuga Komodo's gaze fell towards the three of them, and the threatening implication was obvious. Oh, the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce is really overbearing. Yi Xian smiled faintly and then said, however, have you heard of another old saying? The dragon has reverse scales, touching it will lead to death. Baka. When Hyuga Komodo heard this, his eyes were filled with icy coldness. Toast to the death, kill him. Seeing that Yi Xian is so uncooperative, Hyuga Komodo didn't bother to pretend and directly ordered his men to do it. Yes, Mr. Komodo. 5 or 6 katana-wielding ninjas, their eyes glowing sternly. Kid, die. Thumbs up. Immediately after, 5 or 6 people holding katanas slashed towards Yi Xian. A brat also dared to violate the majesty of their great Fusan. A kid dares to violate the authority of their great Fusan. Looking at the 5 or 6 people, Yi Xian lifted up the corner of his mouth. Poor people will have a hateful place, kill it. A flat voice rang out, the next moment. The next moment, the blade flashed. I don't know when, Yi Xian body has already appeared beside a figure. Immediately after 5 or 6 warriors died on the spot, all fell to the ground into a corpse. The first thing I want to do is to get out of the way. When Hyuga Komodo saw all of his men dead, he immediately became furious, suffered death. Peak third-rate strength emerged, with a rush to kill Fangjin, who suddenly appeared, but Fangjin glanced at Hyuga Komodo. The figure of a flash, poof sound followed by Hyuga Komodo hands over the neck, still cannot stop the hot blood gushing, eyes wide, incredulous staring at Fangjin. You? How is it possible that you are only a third-rate expert? Puff. With a dull sound, Hyuga Komodo's body fell to the ground. As for Fangjin did not even look at it, because even if it is a peak third-rate expert, but in his view is still like a mole cricket. Yi Xiao. After killing the man, Fangjin bowed and saluted. Yi Xian slightly changed his mind as he looked at Fangjin in front of him. Looking at Fangjin in front of him, Yi Xian faintly smiled. Third-rate expert, seems to have recovered well. Not bad at all. Fangjin gratefully and respectfully said, it's all due to Yi Xiao's kindness. Nowadays, killing early second-stage experts is not a problem. Yi Xian then took out the mysterious rusty sword. And then held the hilt in Fangjin's shocked gaze, and then under the divine refining weapon, the internal force surged in. Buzz. As the sword trembled, the next moment the rust rustled down, and then revealed the true appearance of the cold. Above the sword body was printed with the word Dragon Spring. It was the Dragon Spring sword. Good sword. Fangjin's eyes lit up when he saw the Dragon Spring sword. No wonder the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce wanted to take it back even at the cost of $1 billion. Aha! Yi Xian nodded his head in satisfaction, then threw it across the room. Fangjin, in the future, this sword is yours. What? The sudden scene, heard Fangjin froze. Yi Xiao, this sword you give me. This is too valuable. Gulp. Viciously swallowed saliva. This sword is extraordinary, but also Yi Xiao spent $1 billion to auction. He Fangjin how can? Take it. Yi Xian waved his hand carelessly, then looked into the distance. With it, can better work for me. Then. Okay. Tightly gripping the hilt of the sword, Fangjin remembered this favor in his heart and secretly swore that in the future, whoever dares to be unfavorable to Yi Xiao, he will kill them with a sword. Chapter 55. Mama, you're going to have a lot more love rivals. In the Sea of Flowers. LOL. Xiaoxi made a happy sound. Uncle Xiaodao, quickly catch that butterfly. Good Lu. Xiaodao looked at the butterfly not far away. A swoop grabbed up. The atmosphere is not cozy. Good, and the small white dog is not in, otherwise it will be more noisy. Where did you just go? See someone back? Shi Mengyan looked at a certain guy asked. See a friend, have to contact with me. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, while Shi Mengyan gave him a blank look. Seeing a friend in this place, what the hell? He. The little Shi who was playing on the side ran over. Poop, here you go. Isn't the wreath pretty? A cute voice rang out, which made Yi Xian favorably took the garland. Thank you, Xiaoxi. Xiaoxi, there is still me. The side of the Shi Xiaodao begged to say. Shi Xiaoxi to the Shi Xiaodao made a face. Wait ha. Just like that, soon. Xiaoxi gave one to Uncle Dagger, and then took another garland. Mama, this is you de. HM. Seeing the garland in his hand, Shi Mengyan nodded slightly. Count you a little conscience. Scatter. Yi Xian slightly smiled, the next moment fluttering thousands of butterflies circled a few times and left. Oh. Shi Xiaodao looked blankly. Brother-in-law, this magic is too powerful. If only I could do it myself and bring my little girlfriend here, it would be so great. Brother-in-law, can you teach me? Looking at her elder sister who was pulling Xiaoxi ahead, Shi Xiaodao took a deep breath and looked forward to it. Of course. Yi Xian naturally will not be petty, and then gestured in his brother-in-law's hand. You can just meditate when you need butterflies, but you can only use it 3 times. Thank you, brother-in-law. Although I do not know the principle, but that does not matter, as long as the romance is not enough, the second half of life happiness depends on brother-in-law. Time flies, night falls. Z. The supercar stopped in front of the villa, and it was clear that Fang Shirhan was waiting with 8 white-skinned and beautiful girls. Young master, young lady. Sweet voices rang out, and every one of them had a face value online, which made Shi Xiaodao's eyes widen. So many beautiful sisters. What is this? Yi Xian was a bit confused and couldn't help but look at Fang Shirhan. Young master, this is the maid that Sher Han specially selected for the villa. If young master young lady is not satisfied, I can let them go back. Seeing Yi Xiao's reaction, Fang Sherhan said apprehensively. Mama, you're going to have a lot of enemies. At this moment, Xiaoxi said in a shocking way. Dang. Shi Mengyan knocked down Xiaoxi's brain melon crash, her face flushed red. What are you talking about? Since hired, then stay. Glancing at someone, although these girls are beautiful, but they are not a threat to her, after all, this point of confidence is still there. After saying a few words, Shi Mengyan blankly glanced at someone and entered the villa. Sister-in-law, powerful ah. Shi Xiaodao gulped down his saliva. Each one of these beautiful sisters was just like what he imagined when his little girlfriend grew up. Young master is so handsome, so like. Not really, blessed in the future. The 8 maids were chattering away, and soon after arriving at the villa, Shi Mengyan received a phone call. Hello, Mom. What? You're back in Jiangcheng. Tomorrow is the family banquet. After hanging up the phone, Shi Mengyan's face couldn't help but turn red. What's wrong? Seeing the stunned beauty, Yi Xian glanced at the maids who cleaned up the villa, jealous, or my husband dismissed them. What are you talking about? Shi Mengyan glared at a certain guy. She is not so small. Ahem, that what? After a pause, Shi Mengyan continued, my parents return to Jiangcheng tonight, they want to see you tomorrow. So I thought my precious wife was jealous of the maid. Yi Xian smiled and said, which left Shi Mengyan speechless to retort for a moment, and could only express her dissatisfaction with a delicate hum. Put vinegar your ass. Shi Mengyan glanced at a certain guy. The two of them flirting looked at the maids with envy. Yi Xiao did not expect to have such a side. Fang Sherhan looked at the Yi Xiao in front of her. It was hard to connect with the domineering Yi Xiao from yesterday. Yi Xian smiled unconcernedly. Yi Xian smiled carelessly, and before Shi Mengyan could speak, the voice of his brother-in-law came out from the side. Brother-in-law, take me to play a few games, okay? Shi Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law with pitiful anticipation. He was now at a critical stage of advancement. This brat. See, that guy does not care about his own appearance. Shi Mengyan's silver teeth clenched, cannot wait to go up to bite. That guy is not worried at all. At the same time, the other side. Ka Ching. Inside the splendid office, a Fusionese man's face was gloomy, and the goblet in his hand shattered with a sound. What did you say? Unbelievable voice came out from Mitsui Murakami's mouth. His eyes fell on the trembling heartthrob in front of him, and this heartthrob was clearly a peak third-rate expert. How is it possible that all of Komodo's party has been lost? Murakami Mitsui's eyes narrowed as he gazed in the direction of the outskirts of Jiangcheng. At the last news, Komodo went to negotiate with the owner of the mysterious rusty sword that he had auctioned off. Has there been a change of heart? Get me to find out, the owner of the auction rusty sword. Murakami Mitsui's face is gloomy. Hyuga Komodo is his beloved, and now he can't be calm when he dies for no reason. Ding dong. Soon, beside the beloved received a message. Yi Xian, 23 years old, Jiangcheng University graduates, under the name of the Imperial Dragon 6 villas, supercars, dozens of cars, in addition to the celestial music, essence of noble school, Rongqing 10,000 gold auction and other industrial bosses, suspected of subjugating Jiangcheng a hegemonic butcher. Looking at the information in the cell phone, Mitsui Murakami narrowed his eyes. Taking in the butcher. As the president of the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, he had naturally heard of the butcher's name. It seems that the kid is rather uncomplicated. However, the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce has been rooted in Jiangcheng for a long time, so it is not advisable to be too ostentatious. Contemplating for a moment, Murakami Mitsui thought of something. Earlier, whether the Han family in Jiangcheng was interested in cooperating with the Mitsui consortium. Not bad. After hearing that, the Heartlander narrowed his eyes. Chairman, you mean to let the Han family as cannon fodder to test the waters? Mr. Murakami nodded his head. Mitsui Murakami nodded and then said, the snipers and the muscles are fighting, so let the Han family test their depths. Once we are sure, little Ben's death is related to Yi Xian. Speaking of this, Murakami's eyes flared up with a murderous aura. Kill him at all costs. Yes, Chairman. The eyes of that believer were full of stern aura. Quietly a conspiracy against Yi Xian thus began. Chapter 56, Gutsy don't think I dare not beat you up if you have your brother-in-law to protect you. The next day, early morning. Ding dong. Between breakfast, the doorbell came from outside the villa. The door pushed open and a figure appeared. Sher Han. The one who appeared in the scene was no one else. It was the owner of Hyatt Hua Palace, Master Tu. The reason why he personally came in order to send a carefully selected gift to Yi Xiao. Ha! Fang Shirhan returned to the villa carrying 2 gifts. Shi Xiaodao curiously asked, Shirhan's sister, what is this? Young Master Dagger. Fang Shirhan knew that Shi Xiaodao was Yi Xiao's brother-in-law, so naturally she didn't dare to be arrogant. This is the gift that young master asked to prepare. Gift? Shi Xiaodao was stunned, not knowing where this gift was going. After a brief understanding, Shi Xiaodao looked at Shi Mengyan in disbelief. Sister, mom and dad are back? How come I didn't know? As if discovering a new continent, Shi Xiaodao said so, while Shi Mengyan looked at her unscrupulous younger brother with a blank stare. Did you read the message that mom and dad sent you? Hearing his sister's words, Shi Xiaodao turned over his cell phone and saw a dry cough. That's what, playing games yesterday is too tired. Hey. Packaging is quite good, this inside. The phone is not a good one, but it is a good one. Not waiting for its hands, will be Shi Mengyan knocked off. What to do? Brother-in-law, look at my sister. Shi Xiaodian was not happy, and looked at his brother-in-law. Wait for the turn, pack her well. Shi Xiaodao. Hearing the brat's words, Shi Mengyan's murderous gaze looked over, which made Shi Xiaodao's back spine cold, bold and fat. Don't think that I wouldn't dare to beat you up if you have your brother-in-law to protect you. Brother-in-law, killing people. Help. Watching the siblings chase, Yi Xian smiled faintly. Xiaoxi ate the melon and watched with great interest from the sidelines. Young master, young madam, goodbye. Fang Shirhan brought the maids to the front of the villa, waved his hand and said goodbye to Yi Xiao. Looking at his own young master to meet the parents really will be the envy of the maids. Mama, we are going to grandma's house? Xiaoxi blinking crescent eyes, smiling. Aha! Favored to scrape down the little guy's nose, looked at the sight of someone said, see when mom and dad know that this guy is 4 years ago that guy how he said, At one time, Shi Mengyan so thought, at that time this guy must be embarrassed. Yes. Xiaoxi naturally do not know the mind of hemp, or certainly will protect the poop. Hey, brother-in-law, this is going to go to our house. Shi Xiaodao is also looking forward to it. After meeting mom and dad, it will completely become his own brother-in-law, right? Finding a brother-in-law is one of the most correct things that the old sister has done. Of course. This idea if let Shi Mengyan know, hanging a beating is not escape. This brat. Seeing the appearance of the unscrupulous brother, Shi Mengyan sighed, really this brat more and more bold, it seems to find the opportunity to pack a good meal. Voodoo. Feel the old sister meaningful gaze, Shi Xiaodao heart-shocked, cannot help but gulp a mouth of saliva. Old sister, that is what eyes, they should not say the wrong thing, right? Between the pleasant atmosphere, Shi family villa quietly approaching. Miss Good. Come to the villa. On both sides came Shi family experts' greetings. Shi Mengyan him a line of people is to enter the villa, this has been accustomed to. Master, Miss is back. Hearing the voice, Uncle Quan's voice resounded in the living room. Uncle Quan is good. After arriving at the living room, Shi Mengyan's nice voice rang out. When she was a child, Uncle Quan loved her the most. Oh, Mengyan is back. I'm back. After all, this time, she had brought Yi Xian with her. Yi Xian, this is Uncle Quan. Uncle Quan, how are you? Yi Xian nodded slightly, while Uncle Quan was also enthusiastic back, obviously having heard about this prospective auntie for a long time. Mom and Dad. When Shi Xiaodao saw Shi's father and mother, he hurriedly ran over. You brat. Father Shi thumped Shi Xiaodao on the head, while Mother Shi's gaze fell on Yi Xian. You are little Yi, right? Looking at the handsome face of Yi Xian, Mother Shi's eyes were full of satisfaction. Mom, you don't know, my brother-in-law is the man who was born in the same year. Before Shi Xiaodao could finish his sentence, he realized the death stare cast by his elder sister. Shi Xiaodao. Mr. 11 Xiaodao. Father and mother looked at each other. Could it be that back then? This kid was the person that his daughter had been hiding for 4 years. However, this guy was just a favor to the group. The old couple sighed. After all, if it wasn't for Yi Xian earlier, the Shi clan group was afraid that something would go terribly wrong. Mom and Dad, you guys listen to my sophistry. Oh no, say. Shi mother did not pay attention to her daughter, but enthusiastically, Xiaoya, all the way hard to come to sit. Mengyan, take out my best tea leaves and brew a pot. Father Shi nodded at Yi Xian and ordered his daughter. This kind of reaction, heard Shi Mengyan froze, what? For a moment. She thought she had heard wrong, this reaction of mom and dad was not right, how could it be like this? Shouldn't it be, mom and dad giving that guy a hard time and making a fool out of him? The script wasn't right. Poop is so awesome. Xiaoxi's eyes were full of smiles when she saw her grandparents' enthusiastic appearance. Right. She's father and mother's enthusiasm. Yixian was also stunned, then said, Aunt and uncle, this is a gift for you too. Oh. Little Yi has the heart. Mother, she saw the exquisitely wrapped gift. The son-in-law is more satisfied, but what's the point of wasting that money? After all, not long after you and Meng Yan still have to get married. Pooh cough cough. Brewing tea back to the Shi Meng Yan, heard the words of the mother almost did not be choked by their own spittle. What? Marriage, crazy, they do not go over to make tea kung fu. What happened? This is. Uncle Quan took out a gift on the side. Master, this is the billionaire vodka. It is said to be worth $30 million per bottle. Ha! When Shi Xiaodao heard this, his whole body was confused, shocked and looking at the bottle inlaid with diamonds. Ahem, Uncle Quan, you said that this bottle is worth $30 million. Really? Indeed, this price was not a small shock to Shi Xiaodao. Brother-in-law, this is too luxurious. Naturally, it's true. Uncle Quan surveyed the bottle, then said, this wine bottle is inlaid with more than 3,000 diamonds, known as liquid diamonds. Moreover, the production process of this wine is very tedious and luxurious. This. Looking at the cool and luxurious bottle, Shi Meng Yan froze. One bottle of $30 million, then 4 bottles here is $120 million. Speaking of which, Shi Meng Yan couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. Looking at someone's eyes have changed. A family banquet is just such an expensive gift. Excessive it. Chapter 57 Study Room Secret Talk, shocked the old man. 120 million. Looking at the 4 bottles of billionaires, spare the father of the sunset are frozen for a moment. This cheap son-in-law is generous enough. Quick. Shi Xiaodao saw this and narrowed his eyes. That brocade box of Uncle Quan, it must be for my mom. Open it and take a look. The impatient Shi Xiaodian said so, while the side of the Shi Meng Yan glared at it. This brat can die without talking. Are you kidding? Although I do not know what is in that box, but with the gift to Dad, I'm afraid that the gift in the box is definitely not simple. Damn. I'm letting that guy take the limelight again. Oh, good. Uncle Quan smiled faintly and was also quite curious to open another gift. As for Yixian, he was equally unclear about what the butcher had prepared. As he spoke, the brocade box opened. Ring of Heaven Emerald Jade Bracelet. Shi Lingfeng saw the gift in the brocade box and couldn't help but froze. This is that lot from the Magic City auction? Dad, this is very expensive. Seeing his dad's stunned appearance, Shi Xiaodao asked curiously, not just a bracelet. It's not just expensive. Shi Lingfeng looked at the jasper translucent jade bracelet. Some time ago in Magic City, I attended an auction with your mom. This bracelet was shot to 100 million days, did not expect to end up in the hands of Xiaoye. After hearing this, Shi Xiaodao's eyes changed as he looked at the brocade box jade bracelet. What, Dad, you said this bracelet is worth 100 million? Hiss. After saying that, Shi Xiaodao couldn't help but suck in a mouthful of cool air. Good guy brother-in-law is also crazy. That butcher. Listening to the words of Shi's father, Yixian also did not expect the gift prepared by the butcher to be so expensive, but the effect was not bad. Right. Seeing the 2 gifts, Yixian thought of something and then took out a card. Aunts and uncles, there are 2 billion in this card. Take advantage of this opportunity, is considered to be the year to the Shi family owes. Said here, then looked at the side of the lost and fought Shi Meng Yan, at the same time, also when it is for Meng Yan to propose marriage. Tug. Hearing this, the sudden words directly confused Shi Meng Yan, and her face immediately turned as red as a haze. Yixian, what are you doing? What? Just proposing marriage. Indeed, this hand caught her off guard. Where could she have thought that this guy would propose marriage the first time he met his parents? Where was this? However, that is the average person. Yixian is obviously not. After all, it's sitting on 90 million billion is not just talk. Brother-in-law, bull. Shi Xiaodao gave his brother-in-law a thumbs up. This operation is too bullish. Hee, mama shy. Xiao Shi saw the blushing mama and scrupulous smile. This let Shi Meng Yan hate to find a crack in the ground. This little guy crazy. Ahem, Xiao Ya. Father Shi dryly coughed and looked at the 2 big gifts on the table. These 2 gifts, we will accept them. But $2 billion, even if you have this heart, we are very happy. After a pause in his voice, he continued, previously, if you did not make a move, Shi's group is now in an unimaginable situation. So, this 2 billion, I intend to put in the group, and then Xiaoye you hold 30% of the shares. How? When these words came out, Shi Meng Yan was not calm. Dad, you. Before Shi Mengyan finished speaking, she was pulled back by Mother Shi's divine assistance. Don't get involved in this matter. In this scene, Shi Mengyan really wanted to cry. What she is not involved in, this is her life's major event. Uncle, this is not good. Yi Xian froze, obviously did not expect the old man will be so. Oh, it's settled. Shi Lingfeng suddenly in a good mood. This prospective son-in-law can see that there are no words for his daughter, he can also a mind. After all, nowadays, the situation in Jiangcheng is treacherous, it may be when it will affect the Shi family. Shi Mengyan heard, immediately not happy. Dad, what just settled? It's too hasty, I think it can be discussed again. Shi Mengyan said, so if it is true, it also means that the parents agreed to marry them. Sister, you just from it. Shi Xiaodian he smiled, he cannot wait for brother-in-law and sister to get married, so he can be free from the clutches of the old sister as soon as possible. Shut up. A death stare passed by, which made Shi Xiaodao shrink his neck, to which Shi's father and mother had already seen nothing strange. Little Yi, you come with me to the study for a moment. Shi Lingfeng looked toward Yi Xian, pondered for a moment and said. Yi Xian nodded slightly. Always feeling that this old man had something to hide from him. A few moments. To the study, the back of Uncle Quan closed the door, immediately after is a violent cough, face are therefore white 1 point, slowed down for a while before recovering. Xiao Yi, Uncle knows that your identity is not simple. Father Shi took a deep breath, looking at the young man in front of him, making him imperceptible. I can also see that you are very good to Meng Yan and Xiao Shi. So, I want to trouble you to take care of them, and during this period of time, Xiao Dao will also live at your place. Contemplating for a moment, Shi Lingfeng continued, although Shi's group is famous, but after all, in Jiangcheng can only be considered a third-rate family. The trip to the Magic City, your aunt and I encountered a killer. If not for your Uncle Quan's desperate protection, the consequences are unimaginable today. Shi's father said here, his face appeared bitter, he struggled for half a lifetime cannot withstand the bottom of the Jiangcheng family, their energy and connections beyond his imagination. The first thing that I want to do is to get rid of all the people who are in my life. Hearing the old father-in-law's words, Yi Xian froze, obviously did not expect the old father-in-law's family to be in such a situation. Uncle, rest assured. Yi Xian nodded his head solemnly and then said, with me here, no one can bully Meng Yan and the others. Right. Yi Xian's gaze then fell on Uncle Quan. Perhaps, I can help Uncle. For example, curing the poison that Uncle Quan is suffering from. Auntie is joking. Uncle Quan smiled bitterly, the poison that I have been hit by has already attacked my 5 organs and 6 bowels incorrectly. Auntie, how do you know that I am poisoned? Halfway through the sentence, Uncle Quan's incredulous gaze fell on Yi Xian, to know that the matter of his poisoning is only known to him and the old master, and even the Shi mother does not know. Little Yi, you. Shi Lingfeng's heart was shaken. The reason why he entrusted his daughter to Yi Xian, one is because he is Xiao Shi's biological father, and the other is his ability. Uncle, don't worry. With me here, it will be hard for Uncle Quan not to be cured. As his voice fell, Yi Xian already flipped his right hand and dozens of golden needles appeared in his hand, and then under the shock of the old man, he accurately inserted them into the various acupoints of Uncle Quan. Good needle technique. With dozens of gold needles into the body of Uncle Quan, not long, Uncle Quan's color returned to red, a certain moment. Put. A mouthful of black blood spurted out, followed by a splash on the ground. The solid tiles were corroded with pits, sending chills all over one's body, showing the strength of the toxin. Auntie, I'm this. Uncle Quan felt the comfortable breathing and body. Look at Yi Xian, eyes have changed, the poison, so solved. Chapter 58, Auntie's medical skills. The most important thing to remember is that it's not easy to understand what's going on in the world. The first time I saw him, I was so happy to see that he was so happy. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Uncle Quan moved his muscles and bones, incredible emotion. I feel this state than before the injury is even better. Oh, by the way, to help Uncle Quan get rid of the accumulation of dark diseases for many years. The first time I heard this, my pupils suddenly shrunk, and my face was solemn. Your kindness is like the gift of a new life. Yi Xian waved his hand and smiled. So he was just doing it in passing. There is no need for us to be formal. I'm sorry. Look at Uncle Quan, poison was solved. Shi Lingfeng deep sigh of relief, the pressure in the heart of the boulder which was put down. Xiao Ye, you this? In fact, the scene in front of us is also far beyond Shi Lingfeng's cognition. Uncle, do not need to be surprised. Yi Xian had already thought of a good speech, and then said, "In the early years, I had learned medical skills from a hidden master, and now it is also considered a small success." I see. Hearing Yi Xian's explanation, Shi Lingfeng also realized. That's right, Yi Xian said. Yi Xian looked at Shi Lingfeng. I see that uncle's mind is severely depleted. I'm afraid it's due to too much worry. In addition, there are also a lot of dark diseases on his body. Today, by the way, I will also help you repair your mind and get rid of the dark diseases. In the meantime, Yi Xian also applied needles to his old husband again. Buzz. A little while later, Shi Lingfeng felt that his entire body was in a surprisingly good state, and even his aura had improved significantly. Master, you this? Uncle Quan looked at Father Shi in disbelief. Peak third-rate expert. Auntie's medical skills. It's unbelievable. Subsequently, Uncle Quan looked at Yi Xian with even more respect in his eyes. It turned out that his aunt was much more powerful than they had imagined. In this way, they will also have more chances of success in dealing with the next changes in Jiangchang. Little Yi, such a favor. Eh? Shi Lingfeng wanted to say something, but finally sighed. A great favor, uncle will remember it in his heart. You're welcome, uncle. Successfully took down the old man. Yi Xian mouth corner curved up. If let the baby wife know, I do not know what kind of reaction will be. Right. Thinking of something, Yi Xian casually wrote down 2 prescriptions and handed them to Uncle Quan and the old man respectively. Uncle, these 2 prescriptions can cure your dark diseases. After a pause in his voice, he continued, in addition, this prescription can also be given to the trusting men to take, can also enhance the physique, enhance the strength. Good. Zhang took the prescription. Shi Lingfeng and Uncle Quan looked at each other, are seen in the eyes of the other party's shock. Such a prescription, if the auction will be auctioned out, unimaginable price. At the very least, it will cost $1 billion. Xiao Yi, thank you very much. Shi Lingfeng does not want to owe such a big favor, but this prescription is too important, he cannot refuse. To know. With these 2 prescriptions, it will definitely allow the strength of the Shi family to increase in the shortest possible time. A little bit, leaving the study. Seeing the 2 people who were talking and laughing, Shi Mengyan froze. From the atmosphere it seemed that the talk was good. What are you talking about, for such a long time? Mother shows suspicious look at son-in-law. 2 people, the feeling to follow into the study room before there is obviously not the same. Nothing. Shi Lingfeng waved his hand and smiled, just talk about family life. Is it? Mother Shi obviously some disbelief, and then thought of what, time is almost, open dinner. Good. Shi's father is in a good mood, looking at his son-in-law more and more satisfied. Xiaoya, later we drink a couple of cups. Ah Quan, open 2 bottles of billionaire. Yes, master. Hearing this, Uncle Quan nodded heavily, and his heart was also grateful to his aunt. Oh. When Xiao Dian heard his dad's words, his face was full of incredulity. 2 bottles of billionaires, that's worth $60 million, it's too much of a waste. Brother-in-law, my dad is a great drinker. As a love-funding grant, Xiao Dao mercilessly betrayed his own dad. You kid. Shi Lingfeng heard his son's words, looked at him, obviously perceived that the prospective son-in-law and knife relationship is also good, otherwise it would not be so defended. Come on, dry. When people are happy, Shi's father drank with his son-in-law. Old Shi, take it easy. Shi mother at the side of the persuasion. As for Shi Mengyan is oddly looking at the 2 people drinking, really the picture in front of her eyes is somewhat beyond her imagination. Originally she was planning to watch a good show, but never thought that the good show did not come to fruition, but instead let someone out of the limelight. Mama, are you not happy? Xiao Shi saw Mama's reaction, curiously asked. Aha. The mother of Shi and other people heard all looked over. Shi Mengyan face reddened. No, how could? Even. Don't dare to look at a certain guy, if you let him know his mind is not good. After 3 rounds of wine, finally, the father of Shi was drunk on the table. After all, billionaires, that is not to say, the afterburner unprecedentedly large, did not drink, the people simply cannot appreciate. Mengyan, Xiaoya's drinking capacity can be Shi mother saw Shi father was drunk down, surprised to see their son-in-law, to know can drink, and the amount of alcohol over Shi father is not much, after all, half a lifetime of climbing, how the amount of alcohol can be imagined. Not bad. Shi Mengyan looked at the drunken someone, did not have the good taste to say, obviously did not expect its drinking capacity is so good, just that she did not realize that nowadays Yi Xian is completely pretending. After all, the god-level drinking ability had already made Yi Xian invincible. Mengyan, help little Yi back to his room to rest. Mother Shi glanced at Father Shi. When she woke up tomorrow she would be embarrassed. I'll take care of it. Then, Shi Mengyan helped Yi Xian back to his room, while Xiaoxi played with Shi Xiaodao in the living room. This guy, you drank too much wine, hurry up and put on your clothes. Before Shi Mengyan finished speaking, there was a French kiss, which made Shi Mengyan's face red to the root of her ears, especially the strong smell of alcohol permeated the air. After a long time, Shi Mengyan, who had been fighting for a long time, fell asleep in someone's arms. As for Yi Xian, the remaining trace of alcohol dissipated. Old husband, really not the usual enthusiasm. Looking at the sleeping beauty in his arms, the corner of Yi Xian's mouth hooked up. Now he should be considered to have taken down his old husband and mother-in-law. Yi Xian's mouth was hooked, now it should be considered to take the old husband and mother-in-law. But at this time, Yi Xian clearly perceived that there was a killing intent approaching in the distance, and the speed was not slow. Under the penetrating eye, he discovered the presence of a second-rate expert at the head of the group. This is the Jiang Chenghan family? Under the god's perspective, learning the identity of this line of people, Yi Xian froze. Since you're here, then stay. Subsequently sent a message to Fangjin, and it was this message that decided the fate of the cannon fodder of the Han family's trip. A massacre was destined to be inevitable. Chapter 59, Royal Beast Ability to show the power, Jiang Chenghan family tragically extinguished. Shi family villa, unknown far deep alley. Swish. Road figures appeared in the field. The first person is the young master of the Han family, Han Xiaotian. In its surroundings there are dozens of people, of which the weakest are the middle stage of the third stream experts. In addition, there is a middle-aged man beside him, whose body exudes the air of a second stream expert. Second uncle, ahead is the Shi family. Han Xiaotian spoke to the second master of the Han family, looking towards the Shi family villa with a stern aura under his eyes. Mr. Han Xiaotian said to the second master of the Han family. The second master of the Han family looked at a short distance away. The goal of this time, just assassinate that Yi Xian. Remember not to make trouble. Don't worry, second uncle. Han Xiaotian smiled, and then his eyes blazed. However, by the way, we'll let Shi Mengyan take away no problem, right? A woman, as you wish. The second master of the Han family looked at Han Xiaotian. He naturally knows that it has been looking at those Shi Mengyan for some time, that year, if not Shi Mengyan unmarried first pregnancy, now most likely to become their Han family daughter-in-law. Thank you, uncle. Han Xiaotian grinned, but not to be. They continue to act as a number of figures appeared not far away. Who is it? As the movement came, the second master of the Han family narrowed his eyes and looked at the opposite side of the not too far away vigilantly. You are. Ha! The second master of the Han family saw the person who came, full of disbelief. Lin Zitian, how could 8 years ago you did not die? What? Han Xiaotian's face was full of dismay when he heard it, and he looked across the street in shock. Second uncle, you said he was the second youngest member of the Jiang Chenglin family who was exterminated 8 years ago. Not bad. Taking a deep breath, the Han family's second master was filled with gravity. Back then, the Su family, by virtue of the forces behind it, wiped out the Lin family in one fell swoop. As a result, the Su family is now half a foot into the first-class family. Jiang Chenghan family? Lin Zitian also frowned when he saw the visitor. Hanifeng, since he made a move, then stay here. Oh, I didn't expect you to submit to that kid. Hanifeng wasn't stupid and quickly guessed the relationship. Kill, don't leave a single one behind. Lin Zitian didn't have that much to say and directly ordered his men to strike. Humph. When Hanifeng saw this, he snorted coldly. I want to see how you, a remnant of an extinguished family, can stop me. Boom. The two fists clashed. Hanifeng's attack was blocked while Lin Zitian retreated a few steps. A peak third-rate expert. Under one blow, Hanifeng felt Lin Zitian's strength and was a bit incredulous. Good boy. Less than 30 years old, his strength was already comparable to that of a second-rate expert. How is it possible? Han Xiaotian looked across at Lin Zitian in shock. That guy was already comparable to his second uncle at less than 30. However, that's all. Hanifeng took out his dagger and attacked Lin Zitian with great speed, wanting to kill him in one blow. Not good. Lin Zitian's face changed greatly, obviously underestimated Hanifeng's strength. Oh, now no afraid. Hanifeng narrowed his eyes. It's a pity that such a genius died in his hands. Today, no one can save you. Cold smile, Hanifeng mouth already hooked up ironic arc. Han Xiaotian is full of excitement. Genius, so what is still not by the second uncle killed? Is it? But at this time, somewhere in the dark swish of an attack fell on the dagger of Hanifeng came at great speed. Clang. The sound of weapons collision sounded. The next moment Han Yifeng will be huge power to fly out. Lin Zitian in front of a person appeared precisely Fang Jin. The middle stage of the third stream? Feeling the strength of the opposite person, Han Yifeng face full of disbelief. How is it possible? In fact, Han Yifeng couldn't believe that a second-rate expert was actually injured by a third-rate mid-range kid in such a sorry state. The person who strikes at Yi Xiao, die. The voice fell. Fang Jin had already disappeared in place. The speed of Lin Zitian all gurgled and swallowed saliva. This guy is really not simple. Snort. Han Yifeng has not yet come back to his senses. His neck was flashed by the blade, snorting blood gushed out. Until before he died he did not dare to believe that guy actually strength far beyond his imagination. The first time I saw him was when he was in the hospital, and he was in the hospital. Fang Jin glanced at the surrounding crowd, then Lin Zitan led his men to devastate the slaughter mode, but it is the road eyes to Fang Jin's eyes completely changed. A few moments. All the people belonging to the Han family were killed. Phew. Looking at the alley full of dead bodies, Lin Zitian took a deep breath. Old Fang, you're so powerful. Not bad. Fang Jin smiled faintly, which made the corners of Lin Zitian's mouth twitch. Motherfucker. Third-rate mid-stage strength, will be second-rate experts killed. This is called okay, so that this point of his strength is not the same as the waist. Cough, withdraw. Lin Zitian coughed dryly, led his men to leave. As for the Han family line of corpses he was also too lazy to deal with. In the villa room. Not bad. Yi Shengod's perspective looked at the scene that was happening in the field. Jiangcheng Han family, although the person who made the move has been killed, but keeping it is ultimately a hidden danger. How about trying the Imperial Beast ability? At a certain moment, Yi Xian thought of something and looked deeply in the direction of the Jiangcheng Han family. I hope that this big gift will be liked by the Han family. Buzz. When he thought about this, Yi Xian spread out his divine great Imperial Beast ability, and then sent an order down. Just like this. An unprecedented riot unfolded from this moment, with the Jiangcheng Han family as the center. At the same time, the jungle at the back of the Han family in Jiangcheng. Hiss. Thousands of poisonous snakes came out from their nests, and there were many pythons that were nearly 10 meters in size. Run. The king has ordered us to kill everyone in the villa. Kill everyone in the villa. Vipers flooded the Han family villa from all directions with a destructive force. Such a scene would scare the piss out of an outsider if they saw it. Soon, the end of the Han family is near. Ah. Suddenly sneak attack on the spot will let the secret 5 or 6 Han family experts drink hate. Immediately after the poisonous snake army will be a few people drowned. Not good. How could there be so many poisonous snakes? Han family secret experts have appeared in front of the villa, looking at the vast endless poisonous snakes, directly see their scalp numb. No. How can this be? Accompanied by miserable screams, Han family experts were drowned by poisonous snakes, even with a weak strength, but the number of poisonous snakes is too much. Poof. Poof. In this way, about a quarter of an hour later, the entire Han family inside and outside had been densely occupied by poisonous snakes, and as for the Han family, all of them were killed by poisonous snakes, and without exception, all of them were dead. Hiss. At this time, one of the nearly 10-meter python, squinting up the pupil of the snake as if it were a king scanning the surrounding area, as if it was looking for people alive in the Han family. Finish the mission. Retreat quickly and don't cause trouble for the king. Feeling the king's order, the dense army of vipers well trained in all directions scattered, soon disappeared villa as if everything had not happened. Only the Han family villa rushing blood and snake corpses show that this place has just experienced a fierce battle. So far, the Han family, which has been running the Jiangcheng city for more than 10 years, has been brutally exterminated like this, and the initiator of the murderer is Yi Xian. Chapter 60 Brother-in-law. This piano playing is also too good. 10 minutes later. Swish. Dao Dao figure appeared in the field, and the leader of a person dressed in Fusan clothing, surrounded by surging the peak of the third stream of breath. This person is precisely Sanjing Murakami beloved. Wild kill lord, Jiangcheng Han family no life survived. At these words, Watanabe Wild Killer looked at the field of thick blood, viper extermination, so strange. Unfortunately, a chess piece is so wasted. Looking at the immediate, Watanabe Wild Kill slightly frowned between the eyebrows. Really waste, it seems to test that kids still need to think long and hard. Retreat. Under an order, Watanabe Wild Kill line disappeared in the original place. Really this place let it feel uneasy. To know. Jiangcheng Han family, even if not by the Sanjing Chamber of Commerce in the eyes, but it is also a second-rate family. there are no less than a number of second-rate experts in town. Under this, were destroyed, if those vipers return to him will be a disaster. This matter, it seems that we need to report to the head of the council immediately. The next day, the Shi family villa. Aha! Open the bleary eyes, into the eye suddenly saw a beautiful girl face, feel the arms of the slender waist Yi Xian corner of the mouth hooked up arc. This girl, exhausted it. Thinking about yesterday's tossing, Yi Xian smiled, but this is also the cause of its acupuncture to help Shi Mengyan enhance the physique, otherwise it cannot support that long. Overall, the effect was not bad. System, exchange skills. Between cozying up, Yi Xian sent out a thought. Soon after, the system then reacted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging and upgrading his piano ability to the divine level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, the host's piano attainment has reached its peak and has reached the state of perfection. Piano divine level? Between the murmurs, Yi Xian's mind subtly gained more piano-related experience as well as skills, and all the famous songs were at his fingertips. Yi Xian. At this moment, a voice interrupted his thoughts, and after returning to his senses, Shi Mengyan woke up at some point. What are you thinking about, so absorbed? Shi Mengyan oddly looked at someone, previously called several times. This guy did not respond. There is? The good person in his arms, Yi Xian hooked up the curvature, of course, is thinking of my home Mengyan baby, let my husband to see wife want me or not. Put. Who misses you, I don't. Listening to a certain guy to provoke words, Shi Mengyan faced Ting's halo red 1 point, angry eyes a certain guy. After a while, the two of them came out of the room. Sister-in-law, good morning. Shi Xiaodao saw her brother-in-law and elder sister come out and greeted them enthusiastically, directly ignoring her elder sister without any trace of operation. Papa Mama, you guys are up. Xiao Shi's face was full of joy when she saw Papa Mama. Yi Xian favorably rubbed his face and said, I'm sorry. Yi Xian favored rubbed the little one's head, and then Xiao Shi whispered to Shi Mengyan. Uncle, Auntie, good morning. Yi Xian smiled as he saw his father and mother. Ahem, little Yi has a good capacity for alcohol. Father Shi coughed dryly. Yesterday he had somehow managed to get back to his room, and that was one of the few times he had gotten drunk. Xiao Yi, let's have breakfast. Mother Shi greeted her son-in-law to be and beckoned to the maids, try Auntie's handiwork. Good. Yi Xian nodded slightly and ate a cozy breakfast like this. Papa, where are we going? Watching Grandpa and Mama go to the group, Xiao Shi curiously looked towards Papa. This. Yi Xian heard this contemplation for a moment. A side of the Shi mother thought of something, right Xiao Ye? Xiao Shi said earlier that she likes to play the piano. Today there happens to be an exhibition, why don't you go and take a look? Hearing the words of the mother-in-law, Yi Xian surprised to look at the little one. Really the system to give the ability will not be empty, together in this waiting. Also good. Seeing Xiao Shi's look of anticipation, Yi Xian favored and rubbed his little head, drove the extended version of the supercar and drove to the piano exhibition. Little Yi. In the supercar, Mother Shi took out a book. Look. This is the account book. When there is time, dream face, you guys will get the license. The mother-in-law, a wave of God's help, directly to the account book to the son-in-law, which if let Shi Mengyan know I do not know how to think, what on the license after she agreed to it. In the pleasant atmosphere, the exhibition is already approaching. Wow. Entering the exhibition, there is a wide range of high-grade pianos in various fashionable shapes, which makes Xiao Shi very excited. Puppy, that crystal piano is so beautiful. And this one. The little guy looked around happily, his beautiful voice sounded like a lark, extremely healing. By the way, Xiao Ye. Mother Shi looked at her handsome son-in-law beside her and asked curiously, how's your piano? General. Yi Xian smiled and said, the side of the Shi Xiaodao suspiciously looked at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law said general to others can be very powerful. Poop, you can piano When Xiao Shi heard this, she looked at Papa with excitement, as if she had heard the happiest thing. Excuse me, everyone. Just then, the person in charge of the exhibition apologized. The piano master Mr. Vic, who was scheduled to be invited, had a temporary problem and couldn't come to play for all of you, so I would like to express my apologies. What? At these words, the people around them were stunned, and then loss surged in their eyes, but many of them had come here for Mr. Vic. However, the person in charge smiled apologetically. Any of the ladies and gentlemen present who want to play, can they all give it a try? In order to enliven the atmosphere, the person in charge could only make a hard round. Poop, why don't you give it a try? Just at this time, a voice from a short distance away, then the eyes of the crowd all fell to Yi Xian, and the person in charge of seeing Yi Xian eyes light up, that young man's face value is handsome enough. If there is its beginning, even if the talk is not very good, it will not hurt. Brother-in-law, cheer up. Shi Xiaodao raised her fist at her brother-in-law to encourage him, while Mother Shi smiled, naturally happy to watch her son-in-law play the piano. This, well. Yi Xian is also a little itchy, and then came to the piano in front of under the lights, which let the surrounding girls thumping heart. From their point of view, Yi Xian super handsome. From their point of view, Yi Xian was super handsome. He perfectly matched all the expectations they had for their other half. At a certain moment, the piano sounded. The noisy venue became silent for a moment. Immediately afterward, the notes were like strings of pearls, gently jumping in the air, each one flickering with a gentle light. The sound of the piano seemed to come from a distant dream, carrying a hazy beauty that made people feel as if they were in a dreamlike world. This piece of music was clearly the previous life's famous piano song Dream Wedding, which was also the youthful longing of countless people. Oh! Shi Xiaodao's eyes widened when she heard her brother-in-law playing the piano. Brother-in-law's piano playing is too good. Poop is great. Xiaoxi looks at the handsome Papa who is playing the piano. Her eyes are full of love. She knows Papa is superb. Chapter 61. Xiaoye has done our family a great favor, you must repay him well. The music ended, and the crowd was silent. It lasted for about 10 seconds before the crowd gradually came back to their senses. Clapping, clapping, clapping. Loud applause immediately followed in the hall, and the person in charge of the exhibition fixed his eyes on the stage, as if time had frozen at that moment. Amazing! This young man's piano level is higher than the piano masters they invited. Xiaoya, I didn't expect your piano level to be so high. Shimu looked at her son-in-law and was very satisfied. To be honest, if they had known that their son-in-law was so amazing, they would have never objected. Meng Yan, that girl, I don't know what she was thinking. Let's go. Yi Xian petted Xiaoxi's head affectionately. Wow! After walking for a while, Xiaoxi was attracted to a piano. Look, Daddy, it's so beautiful. Looking around, he suddenly saw a luxury piano placed not far away, which was worth a lot just by looking at it. Do you like it? Yi Xian asked with a smile, seeing the little guy's happy face. Cici nodded his head like a little chicken pecking at rice. At this time, Shi Dao's gaze fell on the price, and he couldn't help but be stunned. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. Bought. Yi Xian smiled slightly and looked at the staff displaying the piano. How much is this? Ahem. The staff member coughed dryly, obviously not expecting to be asked. Sir, this piano is a limited edition called the Swiston Diamond Piano. It is inlaid with 11,608 pure black and pure white diamonds on the top. The lid is made of 32 kilograms of white gold, and the speakers even use 22-karat white diamonds. Ha! Listening to the staff's introduction, Yi Mu took a cold breath. Indeed, the configuration of the piano was beyond her imagination. The materials alone already showed that this piano was absolutely priceless. 210 million. Before the staff finished speaking, an incredulous voice came from Yi Xiaodao, followed by a stream of glances. That's right. The staff member nodded emphatically. Sir, this piano is indeed 210 million renminbi, but it is definitely worth the price, and it was designed by an internationally renowned piano designer over a period of 3 years. Swipe your card. Looking at the diamond piano in front of him, Yi Xian handed the staff member a black card. This. Okay, sir. The staff member took a deep breath, and then his heart leapt with joy. He knew that he would be able to get a large commission just from the commission alone. Xiao Yi, this is too valuable. Yi Mu looked at the extravagant diamond piano. Is it a bit too much to spend 210 million on a piano? Meanwhile, at the Ishii Group. Sir. Xiaoli came to the office, holding a contract in her hands. The contract for the transfer of equity has been drafted. Su Lingfeng glanced at it a few times, then nodded. Go. Okay. After seeing Xiaoli leave, Su Lingfeng handed the contract to his daughter. Give it to Yi Xiaobai later. That's fine. After a moment of contemplation, Su Mengyan took the contract with a rather complicated mood. Ding dong dong. But at this time, Su's father's phone rang. Hello. What did you say? Upon learning the message from the other side, Su's father suddenly stood up from his seat. The Jiang Chenghan family was wiped out? Okay, I got it. After a while, after hanging up the phone, Su Lingfeng's heart could no longer remain calm. What's wrong? Seeing her father's face turn pale, Shi Mengyan was puzzled. It was the first time she had seen her father react like that. Something big has happened. Taking a deep breath, Shi's father looked in the direction of the Han family in Jiangcheng. The Han family in Jiangcheng was wiped out by poisonous snakes, and no one survived. What? Upon hearing this, Shi Mengyan was full of disbelief. How could the Han family be wiped out by poisonous snakes? Indeed, this situation is a bit unbelievable. It is understandable for ordinary people to be killed by poisonous snakes, but the Han family is a second-rate family in Jiangcheng. That is true. After a pause, Shi Lingfeng continued, according to the information obtained, there was a poisonous snake uprising around the Han family yesterday. An endless number of poisonous snakes poured into the Han family, which caused the tragic massacre. Having said that, he couldn't help but sigh. First the Song family, and now the Han family. Jiangcheng is afraid that the sky is about to change. However, their family is fortunate to have a capable son-in-law, who can protect them a little more in the face of the upcoming changes in Jiangcheng. However, if he knew that the Song and Han families were both destroyed by his good son-in-law, I wonder how Zai Lingfeng would react. Hearing his father's words, Zai Menjian was a little stunned. Dad, what did you say? The Song family was also destroyed? Indeed, these days Zai Menjian has not paid attention to many things. That's right. Shi's father nodded. It happened some time ago, and the news was well blocked and not made public. I see. Looking at his daughter beside him, Shi's father thought of something. Right, Mengyan? What is it? Hearing her father call her, Shi Mengyan glanced over. Well. Shi's father nodded and continued, Xiao Ye has done us a great favor, and you must repay him. Dad, what are you talking about? Upon hearing her father's words, Yu Mengyan couldn't help but glare at her own father. Her face flushed a little, and she couldn't help but wonder how she could repay that guy. What else could she say? Yu Mengyan's father looked at his daughter. Xiao Ye is so outstanding, and there will definitely be many people who will pursue him in the future. You have to pay attention. It would be best to have another son after the new year. Upon hearing her father's words, Yuman's face fell. What was all this about? What did he mean by having a son? Wasn't he talking about the situation in Jiangcheng? Why did he suddenly change the subject? Cough cough. Dad, I have to go, I'm busy. Yuman coughed dryly, really afraid of staying any longer, for fear that her father would say something unexpected. This child. Father Shi, who wanted to give some last words of advice, couldn't help but shake his head when he saw that his daughter was no longer in the room. Forget it, let the young people handle it themselves. A little later, Father Shi left the group by car. He drove into an unfrequented road. Bang! Without warning, a bullet came speeding from afar, instantly exploding the front tire of the car. The car then lost balance and squealed to a halt in the middle of the field. Do it! Not far away, a dozen assassins appeared out of nowhere. Sir, it's not good. Uncle Quan felt the tension in the air as he surveyed the crowd. These are the same assassins from last time. Chapter 62 Shoutao, you're saying that this was bought by your brother-in-law. Kill. Arriving in the field, a dozen assassins with cold faces swarmed over. Boom. With a single blow, the man in charge flashed his blade and attacked Zai Lingfeng. The speed was so fast that he was a second-rate master, but he was stopped by Uncle Quan. The leader of the assassins had his attack blocked and then retreated a few steps. The leader of the assassins narrowed his eyes in surprise and looked at Uncle Quan. Your poison has actually been cured. Indeed, this scene was a bit beyond his expectations. After all, the poison came from a top assassin of the Underworld Palace, and its toxicity was so strong that not even a second-rate top assassin could withstand it. But this person in front of him not only had the poison cured, but his strength was even a bit stronger than last time, and he was already barely able to contend with him. Humph. So what? Today, you both must die. The leader of the Underworld Killer sneered, his eyes flashing with a fierce light. Die. Squeak. But at this moment, several cars stopped not far away, surrounding everyone in the field. Ha! The leader of the Underworld Killer frowned, and then dozens of people surrounded the field. Who are you? The leader of the assassins felt a sense of unease rising in his heart. Naturally, Zai Lingfeng and the others recognized the people immediately as Jiangcheng's overlord, Master Tu. I'm warning you. The leader of the assassins narrowed his eyes. We are from the underworld. Have you considered the consequences of interfering in the affairs of the underworld? Ah, really? Master Tu gave a slight smile, naturally not taking the underworld, which he had never heard of, seriously. No matter what kind of palace it is, if you dare to lay a hand on the young mistress's family, you will die. Kill. During this period of time, under the prescription given by Yi Xian, Master Tu's subordinates have greatly improved their strength and are ready to fight. Now, how can they miss such a good opportunity? How dare you? Pop. Before the leader of the assassins could finish speaking, Master Tu had already acted, slapping him with a single blow. The leader of the assassins was completely unable to react to this sudden scene. When he came to his senses, he had already been slapped and sent flying. Ha! Master Tu looked at his palm. Yi Xiao's medicine worked so well that not only had his strength increased by a large margin, but his speed had also increased by an unknown amount. Although he was only an early second-tier master, his strength was comparable to a mid-second-tier master. You can't be. The second-tier killer from the underworld was full of disbelief. He couldn't believe that the guy, who was of the same strength as him, was actually so much stronger than him. Nothing is impossible. Master Tu was very excited, his strength had increased greatly, and now he had the great merit of protecting Yi Xiaoyu as father-in-law. Come, let Master Tu show you how powerful your underworld palace is. As he finished speaking, the next moment Master Tu had already slammed a punch into the killer leader's abdomen. A crackling sound of bone breaking could be heard, and countless ribs had been broken. His internal organs had also been seriously injured, and he was seriously injured on the spot. Pah! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and the leader of the assassins turned pale as paper. As for the dozen or so subordinates, they had long since turned into corpses and lay sprawled on the ground. The assassins of the underworld are nothing. Master Tu sneered, the blade in his hand flashing. Then blood oozed from the neck of the leader of the assassins, and his eyes widened before he died. You dare to kill me, you're dead. Plop. After he finished speaking, the leader of the assassins fell to the ground as an icy corpse, and there was dead silence in the field. It was true. Until the moment of his death, the leader of the assassins could not believe that the man had actually wanted to take action against them in the underworld without even thinking about it. The underworld. That is the supreme being, the uncrowned king of the North American Assassin Organization. Bullshit. Master Tu glanced at the killer leader, his eyes full of undisguised contempt and mockery. What kind of thing is the underworld palace? I've never heard of it. Oh, Master Shi, long time no see. Then, Master Tu greeted with a smile on his face. This person in front of him is Yi Xiao's father-in-law, and he dare not neglect him in the slightest. Thank you for your help. Xiling Fang was also afraid to be presumptuous when he saw Master Tuesday. After all, the butcher's power in Jiangcheng was enough to make even third-rate families wary, naturally including the Xixia. What's more, he had just come to the rescue. You are welcome, Master Xixia. The butcher hurriedly bowed, his attitude respectful. You are Elder Yi Xiao, and it is my duty to protect you. After hearing this, Uncle Quan looked suspiciously at Master Tu. Yi Xiao, could it be Yi Xian? That's right. Master Tu laughed and said, and when he saw him admit it, Xiling Fang and Uncle Quan exchanged glances, both of them seeing the other's shock. You have to know. Butcher is a ruthless character, and few people dare to make enemies with him. The fact that he was able to subdue someone like this shows just how powerful he is. I see. Xiling Fang's father let out a sigh of relief. He didn't expect his son-in-law to be much more mysterious than he had imagined. These people. Xiling Fang looked at the killer in the field. Although he did not say anything, his meaning was already very clear. After all, he is also a public figure. If this matter were to get out, it would definitely have a bad impact on the group. This is easy. The butcher glanced at the field and laughed. You go first, I'll handle it. Time passed quickly, and night fell. Sosi heard the sound of a supercar stopping, and hurriedly ran out of the villa, followed by Xiao Bai barking behind her. Did you miss me? Hugging the little guy, Xu Yu's face beamed with a beautiful smile. This scene made Feng Shihan and the others envious. To be honest, as girls, they couldn't help but like it. Indeed, the young lady's appearance is too beautiful. The little chicken pecked its head, and the two of them were smitten for a while. After a while, a truck came from afar and eventually stopped in front of the villa. Immediately afterwards, the car door opened. A piano inlaid with diamonds appeared. When Xiao Dao walked out of the villa and saw it, his eyes lit up. Wow, my brother-in-law's piano has arrived. Piano? Everyone looked around, and when Xi Mengyan saw it, she couldn't help but be stunned. This is definitely a piano, not a work of art. Xiao Dao, you're saying that this was bought by your brother-in-law? Indeed, Xi Mengyan was a little stunned. After all, just from the appearance, this piano is definitely a sky-high price. Of course. This was bought by my brother-in-law for Xiaoxi. Xiao Dao looked at her great niece with envy and sourly said, Sister, you don't know that this piano cost 210 million yuan. What? Fang Shihan and the maids all looked at the diamond piano with changed expressions when they heard the price. 210 million? Are you serious? It's just a piano. That's too expensive. That guy. Listened to his brother's words, and Yu Mengjian's face turned black. This is going to spoil the little guy to the skies. Is he crazy? Chapter 63 Brother-in-law, the million gold auction is yours? A little, the villa balcony. At the moment, the two looked at the little Xi playing in the brightly lit living room, as well as the extremely eye-catching diamond piano. You really spoil little Xi. Although it is right to cultivate children, this investment is a bit too much. Really? Yi Xian didn't care about this, too spoiled? I don't think it's enough. Someone's words drew a white eye from Yu Mengjian. Does this guy know what he's talking about? A sky-high price of 210 million for a piano is not enough. This is crazy. She originally felt that she had spoiled Xiaoxi a bit, but she never imagined that she was nothing compared to this guy. I don't want to deal with you. It felt like she could never communicate with this guy, so Yu Mengjian gave up on the idea. Since he wants to spoil his daughter like crazy, let him go. What? Embracing her slender waist, he said softly, Is my wife Mengyan jealous? Spit. What are you talking about? Who's jealous? A certain guy's sudden words caused Xi Mengyan's face to flush a little, and this guy is being inappropriate again. That's right. At a certain moment, Xi Mengyan thought of something and took out a contract from the side. Nod. This is something my father told me to give to you. Su Mengyan handed the contract to Yi Xian, who looked at it suspiciously. From my father-in-law? This is an equity transfer contract. Seeing it, Yi Xian was stunned. He didn't expect his father-in-law to be so quick. Satisfied. Glaring at someone, this guy directly owns 30% of the shares of the Su Group, which is much more than her. How is that possible? She casually threw the contract aside and then pinched the face of the beautiful woman. I'm not interested in the contract. My husband is interested in Mengyan baby. Humph. Hearing what a certain guy said, Yu Mengyan felt a sweet feeling in her heart for some reason. The guy was talking nonsense again, but why did she feel so sweet? I don't care about you. Feeling the gaze of a certain guy, Yu Mengyan really didn't dare to stay any longer, for fear that the guy would lose control and eat her up to the last scrap. Moreover, there were so many people watching, which was a bit scary. Just like that. She took a step forward, rolled her eyes, and was about to play with the two little ones when her gaze fell on the diamond piano. She couldn't help but sigh. Did she really not envy it at all? That guy really has no bottom line when it comes to spoiling his daughter. Ding dong ding dong. Just then, Yi Xian's phone rang. Hello, Zidong. The caller was Zhang Zidong, the person in charge of the Rongqing Wanjin auction. Yi Xiao. After a pause, Zhang Zidong coughed, I hope I'm not disturbing your rest. What is it? Yi Xian smiled as he watched the warm scene in the living room. It's like this. After a moment of contemplation, Zhang Zidong continued, I've recently acquired quite a few antiques, and I'm planning to hold an auction in Jiangcheng tomorrow. Do you have time to attend? An auction in Jiangcheng? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes upon hearing this. This was a good idea, and it was just about time for some things to come to light. For example, the prescriptions and the weapons that had been refined. The next day, early in the morning, the first golden rays of the sun poured into the room, dispelling the last vestiges of darkness, and against the morning light was revealed a stunning face. Gulping. At the sight of this face, Yi Xian couldn't help but swallow, unable to resist taking a small sip. It feels pretty good. Seeing the beauty in his arms move slightly and change to a more comfortable position to fall asleep again, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. With nothing to do, he tried to redeem a skill. Soon, the system responded under his will. Ding! Congratulations to the host for redeeming and upgrading the ability to appraise treasures to the God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, under this ability, no one in the world can match its power in appraising treasures. Then he looked at the attribute panel. Name, Yi Xian. Age, 23. Skills, God level cooking, God level music, martial arts master, God level drinking, God level driving, God level massage, God level x-ray vision, God level medical skills, God level animal control, God level gaming, God level alchemy, God level piano, God level treasure appraisal. Wealth, 8999990269981112 Huaxia currency. Strengthening points, 34. Not bad. Looking at the wealth value in the attribute panel, Yi Xian's mouth curled up in a smile. He really didn't know when he could spend all that wealth. No exaggeration. Spending all that wealth, he was afraid that he would become a man who owned the world. What are you thinking, you pervert? Just then, a voice sounded from beside them, and the owner of the voice was Zai Yuanyan. Of course I'm thinking about my precious wife. Yi Xian smiled slightly, teasingly prodding the chin of the beautiful woman. Go. Nonsense. Zai Yuanyan looked at someone with a pout. This guy is not serious in a few words, she has become somewhat accustomed to it, and she doesn't know why she likes this guy. After breakfast, Yi Xian drove the family away from the villa. Brother-in-law, where are we going? Su Xiaodao looked suspiciously at the direction of travel and asked curiously. Yes, Dad. Cici looked out the window at the scenery flying by and agreed. I'll take you to the auction today. Auction? After hearing this, Su Mengyan couldn't help but look at Yi Xian for a moment, not sure what the guy was up to. Suddenly, she wanted to go to that kind of place. However, let me be clear. Thinking about past conventions, Eumenian reminded him, you are not allowed to steal the limelight at auctions. Don't worry. Yi Xian gave a slight smile, and naturally he would not bid on anything at this auction. As they spoke, the Wanjin auction house was close at hand. Squeak. As the car stopped, Zhang Zidong, along with the auction house executives, had been waiting for a long time. Boss, you're here. After getting out of the car, Zhang Zidong led the auction house group in a warm welcome, not daring to be careless in the slightest. Brother-in-law, they called you boss? Shi Xiaodao curiously surveyed the Wanjin auction house, and then looked suspiciously at his brother-in-law. Of course. Zhang Zidong patiently explained, Wanjin auction house belongs to Yi Xiao, so of course you have to call him boss. What? Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaodao's eyes widened in disbelief, and he looked at Yi Xian with incredulous eyes. Brother-in-law, I didn't hear it wrong, did I? This Wanjin auction is yours. Indeed, the sudden information had a significant impact on him. Even Shi Mengyan was surprised to see this luxuriously decorated auction house was actually the property of this guy. Is he crazy? But when did this happen, and why didn't she know anything about it? Chapter 64, Damn, why am I the boss's wife? Boss, this is the boss's wife, right? Zhang Zidong had long since figured out the identity of his boss, and said with discerning eyes. HM. Yi Xian nodded as usual, while beside him, Shi Mengyan blushed. Hello, boss's wife. Zhang Zidong's godly assistance was very effective, while Shi Mengyan unobtrusively rolled her eyes at someone. Hello. That guy is really something, blindly admitting and agreeing to everything, and he's the boss's wife. But still, she responded as if possessed. After all, it's rude not to respond to greetings. If that doesn't work, I'll explain later. You go to the private room first, I'll be there in a minute. Yi Xian petted the little guy's head and said to Su Mengyan. Su Mengyan nodded obediently. She couldn't wait to get out of the arena. Su Xiaodao's mouth curved up at the corner as he watched the scene. Brother-in-law is amazing, sister is completely at his mercy. Daddy, you have to hurry then. Cici waved at her father to remind him, and Yi Xian gave a loving smile. Yi Xiao, what can I do for you? Zhang Zidong trembled and bowed, not daring to be presumptuous in the slightest. There is nothing to command. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and then took out a prescription and several weapons. This is? Zhang Zidong was stunned, looking at a prescription and several weapons that exuded a cold radiance. A lucky charm added to the auction. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued. This prescription, if taken over a long period of time, can improve the physique and speed of the body, and can also increase the speed of martial arts cultivation. What? Upon hearing this, Zhang Zidong's pupils dilated, and he looked at the prescription in disbelief. Yi Xiao, is this for real? Of course. Then Yi Xian's gaze fell on the several weapons. These long swords can cut through iron like mud, and are incredibly sharp. I think the various auctioneers will be very satisfied. Ha! No one else knows, but Zhang Zidong knows that his Yi Xiao has an extraordinary identity. Since this object is said by him to have such an effect, it must not be bad. That's great. Zhang Zidong took a deep breath, his eyes filled with excitement. I was worried that the auction would not attract the right people, but now it's fine. With a few of Yi Xiao's items, the auction will definitely become famous. After a few words, Zhang Zidong escorted Yi Xian to the auction area, while he arranged a few auction items. Click. The door to the private room opened, and Yi Xian entered. Brother-in-law, what took you so long? Shi Xiaodao looked around the box listlessly, and looked at the auction hall. Brother-in-law, when did you have an auction? It was acquired a few days ago, not long ago. Yi Xian waved his hand and said with a heroic air, if you like something, just bid. After all, the auction is ours. Heir? Shi Mengyan couldn't help rolling her eyes when she heard someone's words. This guy is so fearless that he doesn't care if he gets killed. Dear guests, welcome to the first Wanjin auction. After a short while, Zhang Zidong appeared on the auction platform, warming up the crowd. However, the many surrounding boxes had various expressions. After all, this Wanjin auction was considered an outside force in Jiangchang. Now that they are new here, many people are here with a tentative mind. Without further ado, after a few words to warm up the crowd, Zhang Zidong looked at the box where Yi Xiao was sitting and took a deep breath. Next, the first lot will be auctioned off. A mysterious prescription. Then, a prescription suddenly appeared on the big screen, but only half of the ingredients were there. Zhang Zidong did this on purpose. This prescription was commissioned by a high-level person to be auctioned off at the auction, and this prescription has countless uses. Long-term consumption can improve physical fitness and even increase the speed of martial arts cultivation. In the meantime, half of the ingredients in the prescription can be verified by contacting people you know. Yi Xiao has full confidence in Zhang Zidong, and this also allows everyone to relax. After all, with the power behind them, it is easy to verify. Soon, the floating atmosphere from the various boxes already said it all. Mitsui Trading Company. Is this prescription real? Watanabe Yoshu looked at the auction platform and took a deep breath. The chairman ordered that this prescription must be purchased. Lord Watanabe, is this prescription really that miraculous? Well. Watanabe Yoshu's sharp eyes fell on one of his subordinates. Are you doubting the decision of the chairman? I wouldn't dare. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate almost didn't pee himself, as he couldn't bear the blame. Poof. Watanabe Yoshu snorted, feeling the eager bidding around him. It seems that there are quite a few people interested in the prescription. This auction is quite interesting. 100 million. 200 million. Soon, bidders from all sides started bidding, and the whole scene was bustling with activity. 1 billion. At a certain moment, Watanabe Yoshu coldly announced a price. What the Mitsui Trading Company, lack the most is money. Everyone, give the Mitsui Trading Company face. Immediately afterwards, Watanabe Yoshu's voice came out, and all the boxes that were originally going to bid were silenced. After all, outsiders may not know the strength of the Mitsui Trading Company, but those of them present know full well that it is backed by the Fuso Mitsui Zaibatsu, which has been entrenched in Jiangcheng for many years and wields considerable power. Although they are Jiangcheng's ruling family, they still have a long way to go before they can match the Mitsui Trading Company. Who? After hearing the Mitsui Trading Company's bid of 1 billion, Zhang Zidong took a deep breath. Congratulations to the Mitsui Trading Company on acquiring the mysterious prescription. Next, we will start the second lot. In this way, the auction proceeded extremely smoothly, and those who wanted to stir up trouble also calmed down. Until the finale, where several swords that could cut through iron were auctioned off. This once again stirred up a storm of excitement in the audience, and the various boxes were getting restless. However, soon, this time Watanabe Yoshiro and the others returned in disgrace. After all, the previous prescription had already been considered to be giving Mitsui Trading face, and now these swords that can cut through iron like mud are not used to it, and Watanabe Yoshu can't say anything about it. However, it is clear that they have other channels. Lord Yoshu, I found it. The subordinate beside Watanabe Yoshu narrowed his eyes. The auction items are all placed in the trading waiting area, and there is no expert guarding them. Very good. Watanabe Yoshi's eyes sparkled at this news. God is helping me, it seems that the Wanjin auction house is all show. Bring the men and let's loot Wanjin auction house together. Pausing for a moment, Watanabe Yoshi said with a sinister smile, later, I'll see how they'll end this. Your Excellency is wise. Watanabe Yoshi and his men all laughed heartily at the auction, oblivious to how stupid their actions were. Humph. No one in Jiangcheng dares to offend the Mitsui Trading Company. Watanabe Yoshi was supremely confident and said proudly, it seems that this time, we will return with a full load, especially those swords, which will definitely greatly increase the speed of our company's secret research. However, it was Watanabe Yoshi's actions that brought disaster to the Mitsui Trading Company, and that is a story for another time. Chapter 65, Watanabe Yoshi was eliminated, and he went to the Mitsui Trading Company alone. Time flies, and the auction is over. Brother-in-law, that was amazing. Su Xiaodao took a deep breath. Several items were auctioned off at sky-high prices today, especially the medicine recipe, which was auctioned off for 1 billion. That's a huge profit. Knowing that his brother-in-law is the owner of the auction house, Su Xiaodao couldn't help but get excited. It's okay. Yi Xian gave a faint smile, and then with his Xianjian transcendental eye, he saw the sneaky Watanabe Yosuke and gave a meaningful smile. Let's go. You. Su Mengyan looked at the scene, and today's auction, who knows how much money this guy has made. Although, I don't know what method this guy used to acquire such an auction. It's just that. This scumbag, how many secrets does he actually have that I don't know? It seems that I have to dig a bit tonight. Meanwhile, in the auction storage area. Swish. Figures appeared in the field, and the one leading them was Watanabe Yoshi. Beside him were more than 10 third-rate masters, each of them a master of their trade. Haha, not even an alarm? Watanabe Yoshi arrived in the field and looked at the many auction items, smiling sarcastically. Lord Yoshi, we got them all cheap this time. One of Watanabe Yoshi's subordinates said excitedly, but it would be best if we left as soon as possible. Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Watanabe Yoshi nodded, find something and then retreat. And then, take advantage of this to extort money. Really? But at this moment, a figure appeared in the arena, and the sudden scene scared Watanabe Yoshi. This person was Fangjin. Ha! When he saw the person coming, Watanabe Nozuka narrowed his eyes, mid-level third stream, looking for death. Lord Nozuka, I'll waste him. At this time, one of Watanabe Nozuka's subordinates volunteered, looking at Fangjin teasingly. He knew that he himself was also mid-level third stream, but his strength was more powerful than his realm. Be neat. Hey, don't worry. The subordinate grinned, and then his gaze fell on Fangjin, a mere mid-level third-rate. This auction is useless. Die. Scoffed. The next moment, without seeing Fangjin move, the mid-level third-rate Fusu master died on the spot, so fast that Watanabe Yoshiro didn't even notice how he had moved his hands. Leave no one behind. With Fangjin's order, Lin Zitian then led his men into the arena, and it was a massacre. In less than 10 seconds, the entire Watanabe Yosuke group was killed without a single survivor. Not even. From beginning to end, these people from the Mitsui Trading Company never had time to scream. Gulu. Zhang Zidong came to the scene and looked at the people arranged by Yi Xiao. He was dumbfounded. He didn't expect the Mitsui Trading Company to take direct action, and he didn't expect the entourage of Mitsui Masao's henchmen to be killed by Yi Xiao's men. This time, a deadly feud has been formed. The Mitsui Trading Company is no simple matter, and even Jiang Xiao behind him earlier did not dare to offend it lightly. Thank you very much, everyone, for your help. Zhang Zidong took a deep breath and solemnly thanked them. By the way, Fangjin thought of something and then said, Yi Xiao said that the Mitsui Trading Company will give the prescription they bought to the previous owner of the Wanjin auction. Air. Upon hearing this, Zhang Zidong's expression was complex, and then his face turned red. Zhang Zidong is undeserving of this. You, be careful. Fangjin glanced at Zhang Zidong, and then led Lin Zitian and the others to leave the arena, leaving Zhang Zidong alone in the air in a mess. Sure enough, Yi Xiaohui's eyes. After a while, Zhang Zidong arrived in a box. Jiang Xiaoshi. After arriving in the box, Zhang Zidong sighed and bowed. What's wrong? Zhang Bucheng looked at Zhang Zidong in front of him, puzzled. This prescription was given to me by Yi Xiao's subordinate. Moreover, after a pause, he continued, his subordinate told me to watch my back. This? Upon hearing this, Jiang Buqing's face visibly changed. It seems that my presence has made Yi Xian a little unhappy. That's right. I was rude. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Buqing continued, Zhang Zidong, in the future, you will assist Yi Xian well. After this prescription, our relationship will be over. Having said that, Jiang Buqing said, in the future, you and I don't need to contact each other. Yes, Jiang Shao. Zhang Zidong said in a serious voice, and naturally he also sensed the seriousness of the matter. Night fell, and in the villa. Ding ling ling. Ximenjian fell asleep not long after. Yi Xian's phone rang. Hello, butcher. After answering the phone, Yi Xian frowned slightly. After all, calling at this time of night was definitely no trivial matter. Young Master Yi. The butcher on the other end of the line ponders for a moment, then continues, I heard earlier that you had a conflict with the Mitsui Trading Company. There's something I think I should tell you. Oh? As the butcher speaks, Yi Xian is puzzled. What is it? Ahem, here it is. After a dry cough, the butcher continues, over the years, there have been several cases of people going missing in Jiangcheng every once in a while. I've heard that these disappearances are all related to the Mitsui Trading Company, and... Speaking of which, the butcher solemnly said, Mitsui Trading Company has existed in Jiangcheng for a long time. It is said that it secretly conducts some unknown research in secret, but no one knows what it is specifically. This matter is strange, so I think it is better to tell you. Really? Upon hearing this, Yi Xian's eyes flashed, I understand. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian then looked in the direction of Mitsui Trading Company. This Mitsui Trading Company is quite fated with myself. Undiscovered secret research? Never mind. Let's go take a look, maybe. Whispered, at which point Yi Xian's eyes were filled with interest. There was an unexpected discovery. Swish. Next, Yi Xian disappeared from the room, and then he arrived outside the villa, in the distance. Missing people, hundreds of missing cases. Mitsui Trading. After about a quarter of an hour, the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce was already close at hand. If the outside world knew, they would be shocked. After all, even if you drove a supercar here at full speed, it would still take half an hour. Stop. Who is here? Leave quickly. Two guards from the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce looked at the sneaky figure in the nightclothes. Pop. With a slap, the two guards in front of him were killed by a slap, and they didn't even have time to scream. Hearing the sound, several people quickly walked out from inside the Chamber of Commerce. With a sneer. The blade flashed, and the next moment, several people were killed with a single slash to the throat, clean and neat. In this way, the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce and its unknown secrets were revealed, and some information about some live body experiments was obtained, which made Yi Xian unable to help but feel a chill. In particular, seeing dozens of people dissected for live body experiments, Yi Xian was greatly shocked. Indeed, the Japanese are no good. Chapter 66, Is Ximenjian pregnant again? Beep beep. Immediately afterwards, a scarlet alert sounded throughout the Chamber of Commerce, and figures emerged from the depths. Bad, enemy attack. Soon, everyone discovered the bodies of several companions, their faces gloomy. Find them. We must find the intruders. Mitsui Masao's eyes filled with a fierce light as one of his henchmen said, once found, kill them on the spot. Yes, Lord Hida. Taking a deep breath, the crowd dispersed, and Okamura Hida was one of the few second-rate masters under Mitsui Masao's command, as well as his most trusted subordinate. At that moment, the Chamber of Commerce was turned upside down. On the other hand, Yi Xian had already arrived at the core area through many obstacles. Next, Yi Xian looked at the metal exoskeleton arm that looked similar to a crab claw he was studying, and with his alchemy ability, this technology was already 90% complete. If this continues, I'm afraid it won't be long before the technology is successful. In addition, there are other exoskeletons on display, but they are all highly finished failures. In that case, let's destroy them. Scoffing. Dozens of golden flashes flashed, and the next moment, numerous research results were exploded into pieces by golden needles, and the entire field was in a mess. The unusual sound also attracted the attention of the patrol not far away, and when the crowd arrived, their faces turned pale. What, all the research results have been destroyed? Damn it! You have to understand that this is the result of years of research for them, and now it's all been ruined, and all their hard work over the past few years will be for nothing. What's going on? Okamura Haiden came up close, and when he saw the scene in front of him, his lungs exploded with anger. Lord Haiden, something's happened. But at that moment, a staggering figure came into the field with sweat pouring from his head. The exoskeleton technology chip has been stolen. Boom! Upon hearing this, Okamura hit his mind went blank. What did you say? The exoskeleton technology chip has been stolen? Impossible. Indeed, this information made Okamura hit his face turn pale. The technology chip is the most important existence, and the consequences of its loss are unimaginable. Close all entrances. At the first opportunity, Okamura hit his face was full of gravity. Search for me, even if you have to dig up the ground to find that person. Outside the Mitsui Trading Company. Swish. A figure appeared not far away, looking at the chaotic chamber of commerce and raising the corners of his mouth. This should be considered a public service. As for what will happen next, it is not something he cares about. Half an hour later. Squeak. A screeching sound was heard as the black business car came to a halt. From the outside, it looked expensive. At this moment, Okamura Hayden was already waiting for a long time. Chairman. Taking a deep breath, Okamura Hayden was full of guilt. I have failed in my duties, and the exoskeleton technology chip has been stolen. Bastard. Mitsui Shinsuke slapped Okamura Haitana in the face, and at this moment, he wanted to kill him, a bunch of useless people. Did you check the surveillance? This, ahem. Okamura Haitana coughed dryly. I checked, but I didn't find anything unusual. That person avoided all the surveillance. Ha! Mitsui Shinsuke narrowed his eyes, avoiding all surveillance. Could there be a traitor? You have to know. Their Chamber of Commerce has a lot of secret surveillance, and it is impossible for non-core personnel to know. Swish. Then, several figures swept from afar and then came to the field. These figures would definitely be shocked if the outside world knew, because they were all first-class masters. With so many first-class masters, even Jiangqing can be swept away. How? Mitsui Masao frowned and asked several people. Young master, there is not a single suspicious person within 10 li in any direction. Taking a deep breath, one of the men in charge pondered for a moment. Unless that person is an ordinary person, or else their strength far surpasses ours. Impossible. Mitsui Shinizuke narrowed his eyes. How could there be a top-class master in this small town? Keep investigating. The next day, early in the morning. Slurp. The sun poured down, and Xiaoxi Nini took a mouthful of the soup noodles. Wow, it's delicious. Shi Xiao Dagger nodded approvingly as he watched, and his sister-in-law's cooking was really something. It's delicious, so you should eat more. Yi Xian gave a faint smile, but at that moment, Zai Yumenyan, who was eating the noodles, suddenly gagged and vomited. What? Cici saw her sister's expression and was curious. It's obviously delicious. What's wrong with her? Sister, are you okay? Su Xiaodao asked from the side, concerned. I'm fine. After a sigh of relief, she calmed down a bit, but then Su Mengyan tried to retch again but failed. Nizi, let me take a look. After saying that, Yi Xian placed his hand on Su Mengyan's pulse, and then his expression became strange. What's wrong? Seeing Yi Xian frown, Su Mengyan's heart suddenly felt uneasy. After all, this situation had been like this for several days, and she hadn't paid much attention to it before. Cough cough. Yi Xian coughed dryly, and Fang Shirhan and the maid on the side also looked over with searching eyes. Well, you might be pregnant. Upon hearing these words, Shi Mingyan's mind exploded, and Fang Shirhan and the others' eyes widened, their eyes filled with disbelief. What? The young mistress is pregnant? Oh my god. Does that mean the villa is going to have a new member? Ha! Su Mengyan was also stunned, her face immediately turning red like the setting sun, and then she looked at Yi Xian. Are you sure? Of course. Yi Xian knocked Su Mengyan. How could I be wrong about this, and it is not surprising to see the pulse pattern is still a boy. This. Su Mengyan's face immediately turned redder, and she knew too well how good the guy's medical skills were, and he would not joke about something like this. What should I do? Su Mengyan couldn't help but panic a little. You big idiot, it's all your fault. No wonder none of her relatives have come these days. It turns out she's won the lottery. Daddy, is Xiaoxi going to have a brother? Xiaoxi listened to her parents' conversation with a mixture of understanding and confusion, and asked with innocent, curious eyes. Of course. Yi Xian fondly rubbed the little one's head. Is Xiaoxi happy? Hee, of course she is. Daddy is so awesome. Upon hearing this, Xiaoxi couldn't help but excitedly clap her hands. The maidservants were so moved by this scene that they couldn't help but think, the young mistress is pregnant again. They were so envious, and they wondered, what if I were the one who got pregnant? When Shi Xiao Dagger heard this, it was as if she had heard the biggest secret in the world. Her eyes rolled around. Not bad for a brother-in-law, that's some operation. Hey, if mom and dad knew, they would be super happy. When she thought about it, certain images already came to mind, and she was quite looking forward to it. Chapter 67, At the birthday banquet for Grandpa Su, she found a priceless painting in an antique street dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. Ding dong ding. While she was feeling emotional, Su Mingyan's phone rang. She saw the display and her eyes widened, because the caller was her mother. Sister, why aren't you answering your mother's call? Xiao Dagger smiled at his sister, knowing that their mother was about to become a grandmother. Shut up. Su Mingyan blushed, and, already nervous, glared at her unscrupulous brother. Taking a deep breath, she finally answered the phone. Hello, Mum. Su Mingyan greeted her mother warmly when the call connected. Su Mingyan's mother's voice quickly came from the other end. Mingyan, what took you so long to answer the phone? Nothing. Su Mingyan's face flushed with guilt, fearing that her mother would find out about her pregnancy. It's just that I didn't have my phone with me. I see. Su's mother didn't think much of it and didn't care. I thought you were hiding something and deliberately not answering the phone. Listening to her mother's words, Su Mingyan's face flushed, spreading to her neck. How could that be? Mom, what are you thinking? She said with a stiff face, while beside her, Xixiadeo was laughing, as if he had caught her in something. That's right. After chatting for a while, her mother reminded her, don't forget your grandfather's birthday banquet tonight. Ah. Upon hearing her mother's reminder, Xi Mengjian couldn't help but freeze for a moment, almost forgetting that today was also her grandfather's birthday. Bring Xiaoye along and meet your grandfather. After saying that, her mother hung up the phone with great skill, not giving Eumenian any time to react. No, Mom. Hello. When Eumenian finally reacted, she found that the phone had already hung up. This made her brain a mass of black lines, and she wondered what she had discussed with her grandfather about seeing him. What's wrong? Yi Xian asked, puzzled by Eumenian's expression. My mother called to remind me that it's my grandfather's birthday banquet tonight. He paused for a moment, and couldn't help but cough. He also said that he would take you with him tonight. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Xian was taken aback. Your grandfather's birthday banquet tonight? Yes. Having said that, Shi Mengyan said with some embarrassment, I should have told you earlier, I've been so busy lately that I forgot. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, then thought of something, I heard that there have been a lot of treasures coming to the antique street recently, so why don't we go take a look, maybe we can come across something good. Xixiadeo was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, are we going to the antique street? Yes. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and Xiaoxi and Xixiadeo glanced at each other. Yesy. Long live daddy, finally we can go out and play again. For a while, Xiaoxi looked so cute and excited, which made the maids jealous. They really wanted to have such a cute daughter, but what could they do? Unfortunately. They can only watch, after all, they don't even have boyfriends let alone daughters. Goodbye, young master and young mistress. After breakfast, the maids in front of the villa said goodbye to the young master and his family. Watching this heartwarming scene, they couldn't help but sigh. If their future husbands were like the young master, that would be great. I'm so envious of the young mistress. Yes, the young master is spoiled. The sound of chatter came from the distance, and Fang Shihan's mouth curved up. The more she got to know Yi Xiao, the more charm she found in him. Before long, the antique street was already approaching. Oh. After getting off the car, Shi Xiaodao curiously surveyed the surroundings. This is the antique street, it's lively enough. This is my first time here. Looking around, he then took Xiaoxi's hand. Xiaoxi, let's go. Uncle will take you for a stroll. Hee, okay. In this way, the two little ones happily wandered around the various stalls. You guys slow down. Su Mengyan saw the excited look on the two of them and reminded them with concern. Just let them go, they can't get lost. Yi Xian said nonchalantly, after all, he has the ability to see through things, so there is no need to worry about safety. You really have a big heart. Dong. Su Mengyan had not yet had a chance to continue complaining when she was hit directly on the smooth, white forehead. Well. A brain cracker, which made Shi Mengyan cry out in pain. looking at someone resentfully, "Why did you hit me?" "Hit you? Who told you to talk nonsense?" Glancing at the girl next to him, he continued, "I can't see it." "Get rid of them. Does your man want to spend some time alone with you?" "Spit. The world, you big head ghost." Being provoked by some guy, Ji Shengyan really couldn't hold back a little. This guy really doesn't know how many little girls he's teased before. Before teasing, Yi Xian scanned the crowd. No surprise. They were all fakes. It can be seen that the possibility of finding a bargain on this antique street is almost zero. You have to know that even the treasure appraisal masters have suffered a lot on the antique street. Eh? At one point, Yi Xian noticed a glimmer of gold amidst the grey counterfeits, and he was the only one who could see it. It was the dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. Seeing the painting, Yi Xian couldn't help but gasp. And with his appraisal ability, Yi Xian knew that the painting was worth at least 1 billion yuan. Moreover, if it were put up for auction, the value would probably increase substantially due to the collectors bidding against each other. This was. Isn't it time for the birthday gift? While talking, Yi Xian walked towards the booth, where there was another antique of good quality. A tripod wine jar with string patterns. Yes. It is a wine jar, and it has been preserved quite well. It's interesting. Looks like I really picked up a big bargain today. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. It would be a pity if he didn't take such a sky-high priced item. You found something good? Su Mengyan glanced at someone, and she knew from the previous charity banquet that this guy had a good level of appraisal. Nodding slightly, without saying much, the two of them came to the booth. Boss, what would you like? When the booth owner saw Yi Xian, his eyes sparkled, knowing that business was coming in, and he was enthusiastic. Moreover, from the way Yi Xian and the other person were dressed, they must not be short of money, and these kinds of people with stupid money are what they vendors like the most. As for the reason, it's simple. First, they have money. Second, they are easy to fool. Yi Xian casually picked up the painting. How much is this? The stall owner glanced at the painting and then said, Boss, this painting is the treasure of the stall town. It is said to have been passed down from the hand of a famous artist. If you buy this painting, you will definitely get a good price. He bragged without blushing, and his acting skills were comparable to an actor. However, Yi Xian gave a slight smile in response, and as for him losing out, it would be the end of the world. I'll take it. Yi Xian didn't care about the bragging and just asked, how much? The stall owner's eyes lit up when he heard this, and his eyes were filled with joy. We've met, it's fate, and I won't lie to you. 100,000. For only 100,000, you can take this painting. When the surrounding vendors heard his words, their eyelids twitched wildly. Is this guy crazy? This is a ruthless rip-off, and no one would agree to it unless they were stupid. Chapter 68. Little friend, can you sell me this wine jar? 100,000? Yi Xian was stunned after hearing this. The appetite of this stall owner is quite big. After all, in his opinion, this painting is probably worthless, so he looked over to the dark-skinned wine jar on the side and took it over. In that case, I'll take this wine jar as well. How about a total of 100,000? A flat voice rang out, and Ximenjian, who was standing nearby, was stunned. What was this guy doing? A broken painting and a wine jar would cost 100,000? Of course it can. The stall owner was momentarily confused. He had originally thought of all kinds of excuses, such as good quality at a low price, no cheating the old or the young, and so on, but now he had no use for them. However, he was naturally happy to be able to sell for a higher price. Soon, the money and goods were settled. The stall owner narrowed his eyes. Boss, these two antiques are yours. I wish you, get rich. He said with a smile, but in his heart he was laughing to himself. This is not even close to getting rich, but that's not what he cares about. Anyway, he's making a profit. Ha. Sure enough, this kid is an amateur. There are so many people like him with stupid money. Old Chen, you're good. Just opened today and already you've got a fat lamb. The other stall owners laughed, but Old Chen gave them a shh sign. Don't let the kid hear you. Don't worry, I'll treat tonight. Old Chen said with a heroic air, and the others around him nodded in relief. It's not bad to get a free meal. Brother-in-law, you spent 100,000 on these two things? Zixi Adeo couldn't help but frown when he saw the two antiques in his brother-in-law's hands. He obviously couldn't see anything extraordinary about these two ugly things. Yi Xian nodded slightly, while Xiaoxi blinked with curious eyes. Are you sure they are worth the price? Zai Menjian saw the unruffled expression on a certain guy's face. Although he didn't know if these two antiques were real or not, there was definitely something fishy about this expression. Sure enough. Soon, his guess was confirmed. This young friend. He hadn't gone far when a voice came from not far away. The person who came was a surprising old man, but the middle-aged man next to him had an extremely powerful aura. Clearly, this old man was extraordinary. I wonder, can I borrow the wine jar in your hands for a look? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone around them looked over, and even the old Chen at the stall and the others cast their gazes over that wine jar. For some reason, when he saw the extraordinary-looking old man, Chen had a bad feeling. It can't be. As he thought about it, Chen then remembered Yi Xian's unruffled actions just now. It was really strange, as if he was eager to buy it. And, incidentally, the wine jar. It's true. The old man narrowed his eyes, then stared at the wine bottle with a gleam in his eyes. My friend, can you sell me this wine bottle? Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the old Chen's mind exploded. The old man was no ordinary person. Like this. The old man was afraid that Yi Xian would not agree, so he continued, 5 million, no. 80 million. The old man directly quoted a price far higher than the wine bottle, because he collected antiques and had a special fondness for wine bottles. What? Su Xiaodao's eyes widened, and the way he looked at his brother-in-law's wine bottle changed. 8 million. Sister, I hope I'm not dreaming. Indeed, this information had an unprecedented impact on him. Cough cough. I don't think so. Su Mengyan coughed dryly, then looked at someone with a very complex expression. This guy really isn't one to suffer losses. Every time he acts contrary to the norm, there must be something fishy going on. This guy, if you didn't know in advance, you wouldn't believe it. Holy shit. The stall owners around Shenzhou were dumbfounded, looking at the distance in disbelief. Who the hell am I? Where am I? The unattractive-looking wine jar was actually bid for 8 million by the old man. A genuine item. The wine jar was actually a genuine item. My goodness, Shenzhou has lost everything. Plop. Shen's legs gave way, and he fell to the ground with a face as pale as death. His eyes stared blankly into the distance. 8 million. My god, he could never earn that much in a lifetime. Pop. At a certain moment, Chen gave himself a loud slap in the face. The pain was real. Chen, who was in a daze, slapped himself directly. This scene made his companions around him can't help but sigh. If this happened to them, they would probably be dead already. Of course it is possible. Yi Xian gave a slight smile, and the old man's face lit up at the sight. Thank you, young friend, for helping me. You're welcome, old man. Yi Xian gave a slight smile, and then the transaction was concluded. Without any surprises, Yi Xian made 8 million from his little test. Let's go. The old man watched Yi Xian leave with a smile, his mouth curling up at the corners. Old Xian, that little guy is no ordinary person. The middle-aged man next to him looked at Yi Xian. From the reaction of the stall owner not far away just now, it seems that the little guy just bought this. He sold it to you for 8 million. Moreover. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged man frowned and said, that little guy actually gives me a very dangerous feeling. Oh? Upon hearing this, old Chen looked at Yi Xian. You are already a first-class master, so that you. This little guy is a bit interesting. Find some time and have someone investigate. After a pause, he continued, but remember not to let him sense it. Don't worry. The middle-aged man nodded in response, knowing this of course. Daddy, you're awesome. After leaving the arena, Xiaoxi looked at her father with admiration in her eyes, and she liked her father more and more. Of course. Yi Xian spoiled the little guy by rubbing his head. Shi Xiaodao was beside him, smacking his lips. This brother-in-law is simply omnipotent, he even knows how to appraise treasures. My sister has found a treasure. Right. Shi Mengyan let out a small sigh of relief, then looked at the painting in her hands. Could this painting also be something special? It could be. Yi Xian nodded, then looked at the painting. It's for your grandfather's birthday banquet tonight, so it'll be a birthday gift. Isn't this a bit too valuable? Su Mengyan frowned for a moment, looked at the painting, and although she didn't know what it was, from the wine jar just now, she was afraid that the value of this painting was even higher than the wine jar. How come? This is the first time I've met my Mengyan's precious grandpa, so the gift can't be bad. Hearing someone's nonsensical words, Su Mengyan rolled her eyes and was suddenly unaware of what would happen at tonight's birthday party. Chapter 69 Nizi, what kind of look is that? Night fell, and the Drunken Immortal restaurant was lit up. Wow. After getting off the car, Xiaoxi looked at the brightly lit Drunken Immortal restaurant and her eyes were full of stars. It's so beautiful. Of course it is. Xiao Dao looked at it and muttered, the Drunken Immortal restaurant is one of the most luxurious restaurants in Jiangcheng. Hey, brother-in-law. Speaking of which, Xiao Dao glanced at his brother-in-law and said, what do you think about buying it? Boom. As soon as Xiao Dao finished speaking, he was knocked unconscious by a blood vessel popping. Obviously, the one who knocked him unconscious was none other than Shi Mengyan. Yi Xian, don't even think about Drunken Immortal restaurant. Afraid that guy would miss Drunken Immortal restaurant, he reminded him, it is said that the big shot in Jiangcheng is backing Drunken Immortal restaurant, so you can't offend it lightly. Don't worry. He patted Zai Yuanyan's head and laughed, is your man someone who doesn't know his place? How dare you? Feel up a certain guy? Zai Yuanyan's face flushed, and she felt indignant that the abominable guy had done that to her, not noticing that Xiaoxi was still there with that brat. This is crazy. That guy is really getting out of line, and if this continues, there'll be trouble. Humph. Su Mengyan, who had wanted to say something, couldn't help but glare at someone when she thought about the fact that this was a public place for her grandfather's birthday banquet, and she dragged Xiaoxi towards Drunken Immortal residence. Xiaoxi, let's go. Then, she dragged Xiaoxi away from someone in a miserable state, and this scene made Xiao Dao admire her greatly. Brother-in-law is awesome. In front of her brother-in-law, her sister was completely no match for him. Soon, the group entered the Drunken Immortal residence. Yi Xian, you should keep a low profile today. Su Mengyan glanced at someone, after all, those present today were either relatives or powerful people. Keep a low profile? Yi Xian looked at Su Mengyan suspiciously, I've always kept a low profile. Really? Hearing someone's words, Su Mengyan rolled her eyes. This guy keeps a low profile? She was sure she was talking about him, but why didn't she know anything about it? Dong. Feeling Su Mengyan's disbelief, Yi Xian's old face turned black. Girl, what kind of look is that? Well. The sudden brain collapse really caught Su Mengyan off guard. She didn't expect the guy to dare to do such a thing in public. Is he crazy? I just told him to be low-key, it seems that he really didn't listen. Ha, this little couple. Su's father and mother happened to see the scene, and both of them had a curved smile on the corners of their mouths. It was obvious that they had a very good relationship. Indeed. This scene has made many people jealous. After all, Su Mengyan's appearance is there, and it is difficult not to attract attention, not to mention that she was the #1 beauty in Jiangcheng back then. Everyone's gaze turned to Yi Xian, wishing they could take his place. Ha! At the same time, a young man's eyes narrowed at the corner of the banquet. That brat, looking for death. This person is named Sun Wenbin, the young master of the Jiangcheng Sun family, which is similar to the Shi family, but his mother's family is the Jiangcheng Su family. Investigate. Yes, young master. Sun Wenbin's subordinate beside him did not dare to be negligent and proceeded to have someone check Yi Xian's identity. Nodding slightly, he then looked at Yi Xian. Shi Mengyan is the person my cousin is pining for, so what is that brat? Ding dong. Soon, Sun Wenbin's subordinate sent a message. Young master, I found out. That kid is most likely a young, rich playboy. Upon hearing this, Sun Wenbin's eyes on Yi Xian once again quietly flashed with a hint of anger. Really, I never thought that Jiangcheng's #1 beauty would degenerate to this. Sun Wenbin gave a cold smile. Very well. Today, I will expose you, and see how you will end up. Thinking about this, a wicked gleam flashed in his eyes. What he didn't know was that such a move would bring him disaster. I wish you all the best, Mr. Mu, and long life. Sun Wenbin took the brocade box and came forward. The person receiving the gift opened the box. These are a pair of Yuan Dynasty jade vases. Wow. These jade vases are worth a lot of money, at least tens of millions. At the birthday banquet, everyone was amazed and impressed. After all, these jade bottles are no ordinary objects. In ancient times, they were also enjoyed by kings and nobles. The Sun family boy is thoughtful. Mu Xiaorong nodded with a smile. After all, the Mu family is a second-rate family in Jiangcheng, so it is not surprising that the Sun family is like this, although the gift is a bit expensive. Old Mu, my cousin also asked me to say hello to you on his behalf. Really? Old Mu smiled slightly. After all, nowadays, the Su family in Jiangcheng is not far from the first-class forces, and it is much stronger than the Mu family. Sun Xiaohao is heroic. Yes, a 10 million level birthday gift. The surrounding crowd envied and complimented, saying that although Sun Wenbin is a playboy, the Sun family behind him is even more connected to the Su family, which is enough to make them so. Listening to the compliments from the surrounding crowd, Sun Wenbin's goal was achieved, which was exactly what he wanted. First, he raised his own status, and then he made the boy look foolish in a domineering manner. He was already very familiar with this kind of trick. This person must be Miss Shi's friend, right? Squinting his eyes, Sun Wenbin's gaze finally fell on Yi Xian, and he began his plan. Ha! Feeling Sun Wenbin's hostility, Yi Xian frowned. He had sensed it since he entered, and then glanced at the girl next to him. Sure enough, she was a beauty that caused calamity. Sister, she is Su Xiaozong's lackey. Su Xiaodao's face turned cold when she saw Sun Wenbin, and she obviously recognized him, but this attracted a glare from her sister, which made him shrink his neck. If Sun Wenbin heard this, he would definitely get into a lot of trouble. Yi Xian. Su Mengyan sighed, his name is Sun Wenbin, and his family background is extraordinary. HM. Yi Xian nodded slightly and glanced at Sun Wenbin. Naturally, he would not take such people as Sun Wenbin seriously, but it would be best if Sun Wenbin did not provoke him, otherwise he would suppress the Sun and Su families without regard for anything. Presumably, Miss Shi's friend must have prepared a generous gift for the old man. The embarrassment in his words was not hidden at all, and this made him gradually move further and further away from the path of death. That Sun family brat. When she heard this, Shi's mother frowned, naturally picking up on his ill intent, and she was about to stand up for her son-in-law. However, she was pulled back by Shi's father, who shook his head at her. If others didn't know, how could he not know that his son-in-law was no ordinary person? As a disciple of a master, he knew that Grandpa Mengyan's birthday was coming up, and he would have made preparations. As for that Sun family brat, he was just asking for humiliation. Poof. Xixiadeo was suddenly unhappy and glared at Sun Wenbin, of course. Brother-in-law, why don't you show Grandpa the painting? Xixiadeo. Hearing his unscrupulous younger brother's words, Ximenjian's face flushed. Has this brat gone crazy? How dare he address me like that at this occasion? He. Xixin saw how embarrassed his mother looked, and joy filled his eyes. Daddy is going to steal the show again. Chapter 70. The dwelling in the Fujian Mountains is revealed, shocking the birthday banquet. You must be Yi Xian. Mu Xiaorong looked at Yi Xian in front of him. He had naturally heard about Yi Xian from Yi Shi's father long ago, and knew that this young man was extraordinary and a disciple of a master. Most importantly, this young man was the biological father of Yi Shi. He was naturally very satisfied with such an outstanding grandson-in-law, and at least had a tenfold better impression of Yi Xian than of Sun Wenbin. I have met old Master Mu. Yi Xian slightly bowed, then took out the painting, a small gift to express my gratitude. I wish the old master good fortune like the East China Sea, a long life like the flowing water, and longevity like the evergreen pine. Upon hearing these words, Sun Wenbin's good fortune instantly paled in comparison. That brat saw that the old master had such a good impression of Yi Xian, and Sun Wenbin was jealous, naturally not wanting to let him steal the limelight. Right. Then he looked at the painting, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. This painting must be extraordinary, so why not let us have a look? Ha! When Ximenjian heard this, her gaze fell on Sun Wenbin, and she suddenly felt disgust. It was obvious that Sun Wenbin was trying to embarrass Yi Xian. That brat! Shimu was instantly displeased. This was her father's birthday banquet, and it was intolerable that he was so openly targeting her son-in-law. The Sun family brat is in for some bad luck. Su's father's mouth curved up, and his gaze fell on Yi Xian, who looked as usual. He even sensed a touch of pity in his eyes. Although he didn't know what the painting was, it was definitely far superior to Sun Wenbin's gift. Are you sure? Seeing the idiot-like gaze fall on Sun Wenbin, he had seen people slap him in the face before, but never someone who was so eager to let someone slap him in the face. Naturally. Sun Wenbin gave a slight smile, then looked around. What do you all think? Good. At that moment, several second-generation playboys who were friends with Sun Wenbin spoke out, looking at Yi Xian with full of teasing in their eyes. This guy offended no one but Sun Xiao, and the person behind him is the Su family of Jiangcheng. Okay then. Yi Xian glanced at Xi Mengyan, his eyes saying that someone was rushing to find abuse, so he can't be blamed for being showy. As the scroll unrolled, a painting suddenly appeared before everyone's eyes. This is Mu Lao. After seeing it, he stood up from his seat, and even the originally noisy scene quieted down for a few moments because of it. However, Sun Wenbin obviously did not notice this scene. Scoffing at the existence of the cheaply made stall goods, Sun Wenbin's mouth was full of sarcasm. This is really a kid who has never seen the world. You. Shi Xiaodudi's lungs are so angry, damn it, that lackey actually dared to speak to his brother-in-law like that. That kid, I really want to beat him to death. Shimu's expression sank, and Shifu, who was looking around, reassured Shimu, don't worry, this painting is not simple. Didn't you see the old man's shocked expression, as well as the others in the appraisal world? Ha! Upon hearing this, the mother-in-law also looked over, and without exception everyone's faces were filled with expressions of shock and excitement. This. Mother-in-law pondered for a moment, and then her gaze fell on the field. Lingfeng, isn't this painting extraordinary? That's for sure. Su Lingfeng nodded emphatically, and then continued, moreover, the fact that it could make the old master and those treasure appraisal masters react like this is not just ordinary extraordinary. This is. After a little while, before Sun Wenbin could continue bragging, a slap came. Dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. A scream came from an old man in the birthday banquet hall, his beard fluttering with excitement. It turned out to be one of the 10 most famous paintings in the world. Ha ha! Xiao Dagger was stunned when he heard this and looked around the room in confusion. One of the 10 most famous paintings handed down through the ages, that sounds pretty impressive. Of course it is. Mu Xiurong took a deep breath and began to explain, this painting was painted by Huang Gongwang for his junior Zheng Tu, and it has changed hands many times and has been lost for hundreds of years. Moreover, this painting is not just a painting, it is a philosophy, and even more so, it is a way of life. And most importantly, at this point, Mu Xiurong could not contain his excitement. This work is worth at least 1 billion, and if it were to go up for auction, I am afraid that it would fetch 15 billion if it were to encounter those collectors who prefer it. Boom! Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was shocked, and their eyes were filled with shock. 1 billion. My God! This is crazy, this is actually one of the 10 most famous paintings in the world, my goodness? Such a masterpiece is so wasteful. Sigh. Shimu sucked in a cold breath, fiddled with her phone and searched for information about the dwelling in the Fujian Mountains. What she saw was not important, but it completely shocked her. Moreover, the picture was strikingly similar to the painting in the hall. Am I not dreaming? Shimu looked at the scene in shock. Xiaoye actually gave the old man a $1 billion painting as a birthday gift? Goodness me. Although Yulingfeng knew that this extraordinary son-in-law was extraordinary, the scene in front of him was really a bit beyond his imagination. A $1 billion painting, and if it were even auctioned, it could soar to 1.5 billion. Crazy. That kid. This is going to set the pace for the birthday party. No. It's impossible. Sun Wenbin's face was cold. How could that kid come up with such a masterpiece, worth $1 billion, and in comparison, his birthday gift was just trash? It's completely not on the same level. The invisible slap in the face was the most lethal, and for a moment Sun Wenbin felt a burning pain in his face. Damn it! A murderous gleam appeared in his eyes, and he looked at Yi Xian with resentment. That brat, it was all that brat's fault that he had become a clown. But why was that so? That brat was really lucky, he had actually allowed him to discover such a rebellious existence. If he didn't take his revenge, he wouldn't be called Sun Wenbin. Wow! Xiao Daoshi listened to his grandfather's explanation, his eyes bulging to the extreme, looking at his brother-in-law in shock. My God! Brother-in-law, this is too awesome. Earlier, a wine jar sold for 8 million, and now this painting is worth 1 billion. You have to know. For these two antiques, brother-in-law only spent 100,000 yuan? Damn it! This rate of making money is too fast. You knew about this a long time ago? Su Mengyan watched someone's actions, and Sun Wenbin's difficulties undoubtedly disappeared without a trace, and he even gave him a hard slap. If I say I don't know, would you believe me? Leaning against the slender waist of the beauty in his arms, Yi Xianxian said with a smile. Cut. You're making a big deal out of it again. Su Mengyan glared at a certain guy, but this scene made many people jealous, and made Sun Wenbin hate him even more. That brat is detestable. All of this should have been mine. If it weren't for my cousin coveting Su Mengyan, he might have pursued her too. How could he possibly let that little white face have her? Damn it, that brat deserves to die. Chapter 71. Sure enough, there are always flies looking for death everywhere. Who? Mu Xiaorong took a deep breath, his gaze unwilling to leave the painting. Yi, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Although he really liked it, he understood that this gift was no simple matter, and was worth at least 1 billion xiao, which was no small matter. No matter. Yi Xian smiled slightly, and although he had expected this, he laughed and said, although the painting is precious, it can only be appreciated by someone who likes to collect it. If you like collecting, you will never let this work gather dust, and it would be a waste to let it be in my hands. Although this object is precious, it is only to others. As for Yi Xian. Joking? He himself has 900 billion, and this painting here is nothing. Not to mention, he had actually gained nothing from the painting, as he had found it in an antique street. This. Mu Xiaorong was silent for a moment after hearing this, and Xi Mengyan glanced at a certain guy inside. Grandpa, just take it. That's right, Grandpa. Shi Xiaodao agreed from the side. After all, this is a token of his brother-in-law's good intentions. While talking, his heart was heaving with joy. As long as my brother-in-law can win over Grandpa, he will be set in stone, and no one can replace him, not even the King of Heaven. That's fine. Listening to his granddaughter and grandson, Mu Xiaorong coughed dryly. I'll take it then. Having said that, Mu Lao's face was full of undisguised joy. After all, one of the 10 legendary paintings, it is already an honor to see it once, let alone be able to collect it now. I'll give it to you as a wedding gift. After a moment's hesitation, Grandpa Mu laughed. Upon hearing this, everyone's looks at Yi Xian's eyes quietly changed. Good guy, Grandpa Mu actually agreed to their marriage. That kid is so enviable. Grandpa, what are you talking about? Upon hearing this, Zhu Yuanyan couldn't help but glare at her own grandfather. Her face flushed like the morning sun, spreading to her neck. Hee, you're blushing, Grandpa. At this time, the little she got assisted by chatting away, which made Xi Mengyan glare at the little guy, her face turning even redder, wishing she could find a crack to hide in. Upon hearing his niece's words, Shi Xiaodao gave a thumbs up to the little Shi. I won't say anything. Mu Lao laughed happily, undoubtedly impressed by his grandson-in-law for the first time. This Yi, he really knows how to stir up trouble. Looking at the scene, which had calmed down, Xi's mother couldn't help but let her heart drop. She then looked at Yi Xian with curiosity. That Yi is really outstanding. 1 billion yuan as a wedding gift, he just gave it without blinking an eye. And last time. At the family banquet, the gifts for the elderly couple were both 200 million yuan, and he even gave 2 billion yuan as a bride price. Not to mention third-rate families, there aren't many second-rate families that can afford such a gift. At least, this is a huge sum of money for their Mu family. Oh, get used to it. Although Xi's father was shocked, after all, he knew a lot more than Xi's mother, but this was not a bad thing for them. After all, the more outstanding Yi Xian was, the more correct their choice was. Bastard! Seeing this scene, Sun Wenbin's face turned pale. He really didn't expect that kid to actually be approved by Grandpa Mu. Originally, he was thinking of helping his cousin Wu Zuyuanyan. Although Zuyuanyan had given birth to a child, her stunning beauty was still enough to make people fall in love at first sight. As for that little bastard, he could be made to disappear with just any excuse. It was all that little white face. In the end, Sun Wenbin's gaze fell on Yi Xian, and the look in his eyes turned even more venomous. It was all because of him. It was because of that little brat that he had disrupted his own plans and even caused himself to lose tens of millions. Damn it! The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He, Sun Wenbin, had never been treated like this before. Could it be that the brat was just going to sit there and enjoy the beauty? Indeed, Sun Wenbin was very unwilling. Why? He was the young master of Jiancheng, and he was not even comparable to a pretty face. If he were to think about a certain moment, Sun Wenbin's eyes lit up. Yes. As long as this brat took the initiative to leave that Xi Mengyan, everything would become different. Thinking about this, he felt that it was even more feasible. As for the fact that the kid wouldn't agree, he wouldn't mind making him disappear from this world at that time. Kid, I'll let you be pleased for a while. With a cold smile, Sun Wenbin dialed a phone number, obviously needing the cooperation of his subordinates to ensure that nothing would go wrong. "Hello, young master." After dialing the phone number, a respectful voice came from the other end. Sun Wenbin nodded slightly. "Tell everyone outside to come in, I want to get rid of a pretty boy." "Oh?" Upon hearing his young master's words, the Sun family's expert hesitated for a moment. "Yes, young master." After a few words and hanging up the phone, Sun Wenbin looked at Yi Xian again. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. Later, he would let this kid kneel before him and beg for mercy. Just thinking about that scene made him excited. A brash kid with no background dared to fight with him, looking for death. Soon, the birthday banquet was underway. Yi Xian, under the staff's operation, suddenly received a note. "Kid, come with me if you have the guts." After reading it, Yi Xian scanned the room and suddenly saw Sun Wenbin looking at him provocatively, and he even drew his finger across his neck, clearly dying to get into trouble. Sure enough, there are always flies that rush to their deaths. Yi Xian muttered, while beside him, Shi Xiaodao looked at his brother-in-law suspiciously. "Brother-in-law, what are you talking about?" "Nothing." Yi Xian glanced at his brother-in-law and gave a faint smile. "I'm going to make a phone call." Su Mengyan naturally didn't notice anything wrong, otherwise she wouldn't be as calm as she was now. "Really?" Su Xiaodao glanced at his brother-in-law. He vaguely seemed to hear something about flies dying, but did that have anything to do with making a phone call? "Daddy, then come quickly. It's almost time to eat." Cici looked at his father and beamed. "I'll save you the chicken leg." "Good." Spoiling loved rubbing Cici's head. As for Sun Wenbin, he naturally didn't care, but right now it was Mengyan's grandfather's birthday, and it was always bad to have conflicts here. Moreover, the most important point was that it was inappropriate to fight here. That brat. Sun Wenbin saw Yi Xian leave and a smile curled the corner of his mouth. He really has some nerve. I didn't think he would dare to leave. If that's the case, then I'll see where you little white face gets your nerve. Without alerting anyone, Sun Wenbin followed Yi Xian. The kid better cooperate, otherwise I'll make sure he knows what regret is. However, from this moment on, Sun Wenbin's life had already entered the countdown, and he was unaware of what kind of existence he had provoked. Chapter 72, The Miraculous Corpse Dissolving Powder shows its power, and Sun Xiaobin dies a tragic death. Ha! Shimu came to the table, but didn't see her good son-in-law frowning. "Zimuanyan, where's Xiaoye?" "Mom, Yi Xian went to make a phone call." Zimuanyan smiled and said, and then she went to get a glass of red wine. "Sister, you can't drink red wine when you're pregnant." Xiaodao whispered a reminder, and Zimuanyan, who had originally wanted to drink red wine, was shocked. However, this remark made Shimu's mother's heart tremble, her eyes filled with surprise, and she looked at her daughter. "Mengyan, what Xiaodao said is true, you're pregnant." Lowering her voice, Shimu's mother asked in a small voice. After all, her daughter and son-in-law have not yet made it official, and it would always be a bit bad if the news of her pregnancy got out at this time. Shimu's mother glared fiercely at her younger brother, then sighed and nodded as if resigning herself to her fate. Grandma. Daddy said that Mummy is pregnant with a little brother." Cici added, which made Zayumian want to crawl into a hole. She was so embarrassed, especially in front of her own mother. "Really?" Xiaomu's mother was overjoyed when she heard this. "That's great, which means I'll be able to hold my big, fat grandson after the new year." "Mom, keep your voice down." Hearing her mother's words, Su Mengyan gave her a white look. If she had known, she would not have drunk the red wine. Now it's all over. If her mother knows about the pregnancy, it means everyone will know. After a while, Su's mother left. Main table. Pop. Su Lingfeng heard what his mother said and sputtered all of his tea. He looked incredulously at his daughter not far away. "What did you say?" "Mengyan is pregnant again." Indeed, this news came as quite a shock. Mu Lao was stunned by this, and then smiled. "Oh, the young people are working hard enough now." "Good." Pausing for a moment, he continued, "If Xiaoxi has a younger brother, he won't be so lonely." "That's right." The mother-in-law smiled, while the Mu Lao family laughed. They also had a good impression of Yi Xian. The Yi group came to the rescue in times of crisis, and even offered 2 billion as a bride price. Even more. Just now, on the occasion of the patriarch's birthday, they even gave 1 billion as a birthday gift, which alone is enough to show everything. At least, Their family's Mengyan is much more important than a billion. On the other side, an empty corridor. Kid, you really dared to come. A young man blocked his way, and there were two burly men next to him, who were indeed third-rate experts. Their eyes were full of mockery. At the same time, three people appeared from behind them, who were also third-rate experts like the two. I'm warning you, stay away from Shiyu Mengyan, he's my cousin's woman. Sun Wenbin glanced at Yi Xian. My cousin is from the Su family of Jiangcheng, the future head of the Su family, not something a young kid like you can offend. Is that so? Yi Xian glanced at Sun Wenbin, the corner of his mouth curling up, and if I don't want to? Ha! Sun Wenbin was taken aback upon hearing this, looking at Yi Xian. Don't want to, you really dare say that? Young master, let me try. I want to see how hard his bones are. Next to Sun Wenbin, a subordinate volunteered to take the lead and flashed towards Yi Xian, slamming a punch at his forehead. If he was hit, he would either die or suffer a concussion. If you don't want to drink toasts, you'll have to take punishment. Sun Wenbin gave a cold smile. Originally, he didn't want to make a big deal out of it, but since this kid wasn't cooperating, then it was no wonder. After all, a young kid with no background and a bit of luck, although troublesome, is ultimately like an ant to him. A worthless life, dead is dead. Pop. Before the subordinate could get close, Yi Xian slapped him away with a slap, and the man, who was still in the air, had already become a corpse and then smashed to the ground. What? This sudden scene really surprised everyone. That guy. How is that possible? Third-rate master. Was killed instantly by a single palm strike. What's more, they didn't even notice how he did it. Damn it. Sun Wenbin's face was cold and his piercing eyes fell on Yi Xian. What are you doing? Attack him together and waste him. Yes, young master. Taking a deep breath, the Sun family martial artist, who was trembling with fear, came back to his senses. Kill. The group dared not be the least bit careless. After all, this guy was extraordinary. Scoff. Before they could make a move, several golden rays instantly pierced their foreheads, and then they all collapsed to the ground, their expressions remaining the same as before death. Obviously, they didn't even know when they died. Gulu. Sun Wenbin's pupils suddenly contracted as he saw the strange deaths of several of his third-rate subordinates, and his eyes were filled with horror. You can't be. Who the hell are you? Indeed, at this moment Sun Wenbin was afraid. 5 third-rate masters were killed by that guy with a flick of his hand, and he knew exactly what that meant. This person's strength is unfathomable. Who am I? Yi Xian glanced at Sun Wenbin and a faint smile hung at the corner of his mouth, but it made Sun Wenbin's scalp tingle. Does it matter? Then, Yi Xian took a step forward. What are you doing? Sun Wenbin's eyelids were jumping wildly as he looked at Yi Xian across the way. Don't come over. I'm warning you. In the middle of speaking, he fell to the ground without noticing and trembled. I am the only son of the Sun family in Jiangcheng. If you dare to touch me, my father will not let you go. And my grandfather is in power in the Su family in Jiangcheng, let me go. With a sound of laughter, Sun Wenbin had not finished speaking when he was already stabbed in the middle of his brow by a golden needle, thus ending his life. The expression on his face was still full of fear. It was unknown whether it was sad or happy to die without pain. Plop. The corpse crashed to the ground, and a faint smell of blood was already drifting in the air, which made Yi Xian slightly frown. Such a good little white mouse, just right to try the prepared corpse dissolving powder. Swish. With the sound of several things, it then landed on several people, and a miraculous scene ensued. It was seen that the bodies of Sun Wenbin and the others were disappearing at a visible speed. That's right. It was a strange dissipation like turning into ashes. If the outside world saw this, they would definitely be shocked, because this kind of scene had already far exceeded their imagination. After 3 breaths, there was only Yi Xian left in the field. As for Sun Wenbin and the others, they had all evaporated into thin air, as if they had never existed in the world. The effect was not bad. Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Such a corpse-dissolving substance is simply a must for killing people. Especially if this substance appears at an auction, it will definitely fetch an unimaginable price. In this way, a lot of trouble can be saved. After muttering, Yi Xian turned and left the scene, leaving behind a faint smell of blood. No one knew that Jiangcheng Sun Shao had just died on the spot. Chapter 73, Yi Xia's intervention will definitely cure the old man. The banquet ended and everyone dispersed. Cough cough. At one point, amidst the joy, Grandpa Mu coughed violently, and his face turned pale. Grandpa, are you okay? Su Mengyan saw Grandpa Mu cough violently and her beautiful eyes were filled with worry. It's nothing. Grandpa Mu let out a deep sigh and suppressed his rising breathing, naturally not wanting to worry the younger generation. Asthma, an old problem. Mu Jianfeng came over with his medicine. Dad, take your medicine first. Okay. After taking the medicine, Mu Lao's breathing stabilized a lot. He had just had a little wine, which probably irritated him a bit. Shi Mu was relieved to see that her father was okay. Xixiadeo looked at his brother-in-law when he thought of something. Grandpa, my brother-in-law is super awesome at medicine. He can definitely cure your illness. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, and then their gazes all turned to Yi Xian. Yes. Grandpa, Dad is super awesome. Cici was standing nearby, uncomfortably assisting. Xiao Yi also knows medicine? Yimu looked at her son-in-law, her eyes filled with surprise. Yes. Yifu thought of what had happened in the study earlier. If Xiao Yi intervenes, the old man will definitely be cured. This. Su Mengyan naturally knew that someone's medical skills were extraordinary, and after a moment of contemplation, she said, Grandpa, why don't you let Yi Xian take a look at you? Ah, that's good. Mu Xiurong smiled and looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian, please. No problem. Yi Xian waved his hand. After all, this was just a trivial matter for him. A flash of golden light, and the next moment, a dozen golden needles had entered various acupoints all over Grandpa Mu's body. At a certain moment, Grandpa Mu's breathing became much more relaxed, and even his white hair quietly turned gray, albeit very faintly. After a while, Grandpa Mu took a deep breath. Is my asthma gone? Moreover, I feel much stronger than before. Mu Jianfeng hurriedly approached upon seeing this. Father, how do you feel? Although he is the head of the Mu family, there are still many things he cannot handle properly, so Grandpa Mu's presence is particularly important. I feel great. Grandpa Mu got up, and then looked at his grandson-in-law, his eyes changing subtly. Yi, I didn't expect you to be such a skilled healer. But, after a moment's contemplation, Grandpa Mu said solemnly, Yi, in the future, you must never use this kind of healing technique lightly. After all, if you show off your skills, someone will surely destroy you. Having said this, Grandpa Mu looked around the room. What happened today is top secret. No one is allowed to divulge it. Guliolu. Everyone swallowed their saliva and bowed together. Yes, old master. This. Sumu saw this and was truly a little stunned. Xiaodia has such high medical skills. Su Fu nodded slightly. Naturally, he had the most say in this, and this was just the tip of the iceberg of a good son-in-law. Thank you, Mu Lao, for reminding me. Yi Xian nodded slightly and said, and when Mu Xiurong saw his unassuming grandson-in-law, he was undoubtedly the most outstanding young man he had ever met. By the way. Thinking of something, Grandpa Mu looked at Yi Xian. Since you are Xiaoxi's father, in the future, just call me Grandpa like Mengyan. Ah. Su Mengyan's face flushed after hearing this, and she couldn't help but glare at a certain guy. Damn, Grandpa has also fallen for that guy, so now she can't get back up. Brother-in-law, invincible. Su Xiaodao just laughed, and Grandpa's direct instruction for his brother-in-law to change his address meant something, and of course he knew what it meant. Yi Xian, you're great. Mu Jianfeng gave a hearty laugh, his mood obviously very good. The Mu family owes you a huge favor. You're too kind, uncle. We're family, so there's no need to beat around the bush. Yi Xian said with a smile, and the words uncle really reached Mu Jianfeng's heart. After all, he was really happy to have such a capable nephew-in-law. Good. Everyone around Yi Xian nodded in satisfaction, and it can be said that this wave of operations has conquered everyone in the Ishi family. Xia Yi is very good. Su's father nodded with satisfaction, looking at his son-in-law with pride. Back then, if he had known that his daughter had found such an outstanding son-in-law for the Su family, he would have been too happy to be angry. Grandpa Su is awesome, isn't he? Cici said proudly, as if she had just cured Grandpa Su, not her grandfather. Well. Of course he is awesome. Grandpa Mu petted and fondled Xiaoxi's head, and it was clear that the old man really liked the little one. Right. Grandpa Mu then thought of something and looked at Yi Xian. Xiao Yi, you know a lot about appraising treasures, so why don't you accompany me to the underground auction later? Underground auction? Yi Xian was taken aback upon hearing this, and Grandpa Mu smiled slightly. Not bad, this underground auction is no simple matter, and all kinds of strange and weird objects will be auctioned off. Oh. Upon hearing what Grandpa Mu said, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and contemplated for a moment. That's good. I'll go to the underground auction too, Grandpa. Upon hearing this, Shi Xiaodao's eyes rolled as he hurriedly spoke. Dong. Before he could continue speaking, he was directly knocked up by his father with a brain-crushing blow. What are you meddling with, boy? Go home with me later. The underground auction is not open to just anyone. Only the rich and powerful are eligible, and the price of each item is terrifyingly high. Brother-in-law, As soon as Yu's father gave him a look, Yu Xiaodao immediately shrunk his neck. Okay, I'll just go home. Not long after, the only people left in the field were Grandmaster Mu and Yi Xian. Ah Fu, let's go. Grandmaster Mu commanded the middle-aged man not far away. Yes, my lord. Fu Bai bowed in response, and the old master continued, Xiao Yi, this is your Fu Bai. Hello, Fu Bai. Yi Xian nodded with a smile, and naturally he could tell that Fu Bai was of high status and was also a first-class expert. Hello, young Master Yi. Fu Bai smiled slightly, his breath well contained, and it was even impossible to associate him with a first-class expert. You have to understand. In Jiangcheng, first-class experts are all VIPs. Let's go. Grandpa Mu gave a faint smile, and the group set off towards the underground auction. This Yi young master is no ordinary person. Uncle Fu looked deeply at Yi Xian, and for some reason, he sensed an indescribable danger from him. Could it be that Miss Meng Yan's husband is a master? Chapter 74, A Small Test of Strength, First Encounter with Jiang Buqing. Squeak. On the way to the auction, a screeching sound of brakes blocked the business car's path. Swish. A dozen figures appeared around the supercar in front. Boss, this person is Jiang Buqing. Do it. With the killer leader's order, dozens of people immediately killed towards Jiang Buqing, which made Jiang Buqing's face change drastically. He didn't expect that his trip would still be leaked despite being careful. Master, is that Jiang Buqing of the Jiang family? Uncle Fu looked in the distance and said pensively. HM. When Master Mu saw Jiang Buqing, he said, Lu Lao's grandson, save him. Yes, Master. As soon as the words fell, Uncle Fu had already disappeared in the middle of the field, and with a bang, he knocked the person who had made the first move flying. Uncle Fu. Jiang Buqing saw the person in front of him, and his eyes widened in surprise. He obviously didn't expect to run into him here. Who are you? The leader of the assassins had a cold expression on his face, and he sensed a strong aura from Fu Bo, a first-class master. Are you all in the same gang? His gaze then looked not far away. Kill, not one of them shall be left alive. Yes, Captain. At that moment, everyone pounced on them. Fu Bo sneered at this sight, looking for death. His figure flashed, and the next moment, 5 or 6 people had already been killed by him on the spot. The strength of a first-class master was terrifying. Poof. The leader of the assassins sneered coldly, contemptuously glancing at Uncle Mu. Do you really think we've come here just for these people? Do it. Then, without warning, the two of them pounced on Master Mu, naturally seeing that he was the key. As long as they took him hostage to be used as a threat, the first-class master would surely give in. Old man, die. The 2 second-class assassins' eyes flashed with fierce light as they pounced on Master Mu, moving extremely fast. No good. Seeing this, Uncle Fu's face changed, and he obviously didn't expect there to be another killer in the shadows. He immediately wanted to go and help. Stop him. With a ding, the captain of the second-rate peak killer blocked Uncle Fu's attack, but he himself took a few steps back. You're fighting us. Damn it, you're looking for death. Uncle Fu's face turned gloomy upon seeing this. Naturally, he understood the intentions of these killers, but if the old master was taken hostage, the consequences would be unimaginable. So what if he is a first-class master? The kid must die today. The leader of the assassins sneered coldly, while Jiang Buqing's face changed drastically. Mu Lao, be careful. Indeed, if something happened to Grandpa Mu, he would be severely blamed. After all, he was Grandpa's best friend. Pat. Pat. Before Jiang Buqing could continue thinking, 2 slaps came from not far away. When he looked over, he saw a scene that he would never forget in his life. They saw 2 second-rate masters directly fly out after being slapped by Yi Xian to the left and right. They could even hear the crisp sound of bone cracking. Such a scene made even Jiang Buqing and Uncle Fu stunned. You have to know. Those were second-rate masters, and they were directly slapped like trash. Can you imagine that scene? What? The leader of the assassins was dumbfounded by the sudden scene. Retreat. Without even thinking, the leader of the assassins directly gave the order to fail the mission. It was a joke to defeat two second-rate masters in seconds. One could imagine their strength. If there was only one Fu Bo, they might be able to fight back, but now there was suddenly a young kid with unknown strength, and that was different. After all, being able to seriously injure two second-rate masters with one move meant something. He knew better than anyone what that meant. Although he could do it, it would definitely not be this easy. In an instant, the leader of the assassins fled in a panic with his subordinates. Fu Bo couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when he saw this. Young Master Yi, you're so skilled. Indeed, he was filled with emotion, for if it weren't for Yi Xian just now, the consequences would have been unimaginable. From what just happened, it seems that his strength is at least at the late second-rate level. After all, someone at the mid-second-rate level could not have done that, which is truly outstanding. Xiao Yi, thank you for just now. Grandpa Mu looked deeply at his grandson-in-law in front of him. Earlier, his father-in-law told him that his grandson-in-law was no ordinary person, and it seems that he was not exaggerating at all. Grandpa, you're too kind. Yi Xian smiled and waved his hand. If those people just now had not attacked the old man, they would not have had the qualifications to let him make a move. Are you kidding? Yi Xian is now a martial arts master, a being that is above the first-class masters, not to mention the two second-class masters earlier. Even a first-class master could be crushed by him with just one finger. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Bucheng saw Yi Xian's complex expression. Oh? Grandpa Mu looked at Zhang Bucheng suspiciously. Bucheng, you know Xiao Yi? Yes. Zhang Bucheng sighed and nodded, then apologetically said, Yi Xiao, originally I wanted to find an opportunity to express my apologies to you. I hope you can forgive me for the million gold auction incident. After witnessing Yi Xian's skills just now, Zhang Bucheng lowered his posture even more. After all, if someone could be so generous and have such skills, it was obvious what it meant even if you used your toes to guess. Million gold auction? Grandpa Mu was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at his grandson-in-law, Yi Xiao. Was that auction in Jiangqing a while ago yours? Indeed, this surprised Grandpa Mu. After all, that auction was no simple matter. It seemed that many people from the Matsui Chamber of Commerce had secretly sabotaged it, but in the end they failed. Yi Xian smiled and nodded, not hiding anything. I see. Grandpa Mu pondered for a moment, then looked at Fu Bo. Send some people to help at the auction in the future. Yes, old master. After some conversation, Zhang Bucheng looked at Yi Xian in surprise. So Yi Xiao is Meng Yan's younger sister's boyfriend, what a coincidence. Zhang Bucheng's heart trembled, and then a curve formed at the corner of his mouth. This is great. Mu Laoren is best friends with his grandfather, and Yi Xian is Mu Laoren's grandson-in-law, which means that their relationship has become much closer. Bucheng, are you also going to the underground auction? After learning about it, Grandpa Mu asked Zhang Bucheng. Yes, Grandpa Mu. In that case, let's go together. After a brief conversation, Zhang Bucheng nodded and got into the car to continue driving towards the auction. However, this incident had invisibly changed Zhang Bucheng's life, although he was unaware of it. That's good. Zhang Bucheng pondered for a moment, and he would not miss such a good opportunity to get closer to Yi Xian. System, redeem skills. Yi Xian called out to the system, looking out the window at the scenery flying by. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading your spatial abilities to the god level. Note, this ability includes but is not limited to spatial movement, spatial blockade, and spatial cutting. The specific benefits are for the host to discover for himself. Oh? Yi Xian paused as he heard the voice in his ear. Spatial abilities of the god level? Apparently, this was another new ability he had unlocked, but it seemed very powerful. Master, it seems we are being followed. Uncle Fu looked behind them and said solemnly. Could this be the assassin from earlier? Zhang Bucheng glanced behind him, then apologized. Old Mu, I've caused you trouble. It's fine. Old Master Mu waved his hand slightly. Ah Fu, shake him off. Yes, sir. Uncle Fu then accelerated with the accelerator to increase the distance, and the car behind them undoubtedly began to accelerate as well. Although they were trying to hide it, their intentions had been revealed. Why not try the spatial ability? Yi Xian glanced at the car tailing behind him. With a spatial movement, the two golden needles in his hands disappeared directly into his hands, and the next moment they appeared in front of the tires of the car behind him, and then immediately disappeared into the spot where the car lost control and burst a tire. Chapter 75, Spatial Cutting, Mysteriously Killing. Boom! The center of gravity was unbalanced, and soon the car crashed into the road, and a skyrocket of flames bloomed. From afar, one could feel the blazing temperature. Squeak! Then, the roads around him immediately collapsed, and many car owners who had braked suddenly poked their heads out to look around. What's going on? There's been a car accident, and the car exploded. The scene immediately became a mess, but at this moment, Yi Xian's car had already left a long time ago. The effect was not bad. Under the X. Xiao Yi, what are you thinking about that makes you so happy? Just then, the old man Mu, who was standing nearby, curiously asked Yi Xian, which made him come back to his senses. Ha, it's nothing. Yi Xian gave a slight smile, naturally not saying that he had just used a trial to kill the assassins that were following him. Of course, even if he said that, perhaps the old man Mu wouldn't believe him. Right. The old man Mu then thought of something. The underground auction had a decent background, and it was said to be related to the three major families in Zhangcheng. Yi Xian was slightly taken aback when he heard what the old man said, but he was not surprised. After all, auctions are a piece of cake, and it would be abnormal for the three families not to get their hands on it. In the meantime, the auction was about to begin. Okay, next. After arriving in the private room, the auctioneer's voice came from the auction platform, starting with the first lot. The sound drew the attention of many people around. Then, I saw a black cloth covering a cage. As the black cloth was lifted, there was suddenly a man in the cage who looked like a beggar. This person is very powerful. Seeing the man in the cage, Fubo then frowned and said, "It seems that he has some mental problems." Unexpectedly, such a presence would appear at this auction. Jiang Buqing pondered for a moment and then said, "However, this kind of existence is an untimely bomb, and it is not known when it will kill the master. The starting price for the first lot is 50 million, and the bidding will increase by no less than 5 million each time. The auction will begin shortly." As the auctioneer's voice fell, all the private boxes fell silent. Although they were envious, they did not dare to take risks in the face of this uncontrollable natural killer. The auctioneer saw the scene and let out a bitter smile at the corner of his mouth. He had expected this result. After all, although this person was strong, he could not order him to use him, so his value was naturally greatly discounted. After all, if you can't create value for yourself, no matter how precious it is, it's useless. Sure enough. Seeing that no one in the crowd was bidding, the auctioneer sighed, "If no one is interested, then the first lot will have to be withdrawn. 50 million Huaxia coins, first time. 50 million Huaxia coins, second time. 50 million Huaxia coins, third time." Just as the auctioneer thought the lot would be withdrawn, a voice came from not far away. "I'll take it." With a flash, all eyes turned to look, and the bidder was Yi Xian. Mental trauma may be unsolvable for others, but not for him. "Yi Xian, are you sure?" Grandpa Mu frowned. Judging from his breathing, the beggar-like guy in the cage was probably not weaker than Fu. It's just that, if used improperly, the consequences would be unimaginable. "Don't worry, Grandpa." Yi Xian gave a slight smile and continued, "This person's insanity should be caused by a shock, and if acupuncture is applied, he may not be unable to recover. 50 million to buy a potential hitman, not bad." This. Mu Lao originally wanted to say something, but when he thought of Yi Xian's medical skills and martial arts prowess, he didn't say anything more. "Then, be careful." Yi Xian nodded in response, and then looked at the beggar-like man in the cage like a beast. Someone who could stimulate the spirit of such a master to such a great extent was probably not an ordinary person. Jiang Buqing watched this with narrowed eyes. If he could be cured, at least he would have one more powerful expert under his command, and his strength would definitely increase by a little bit. At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed an indistinct killing intent in the distance. This is Yi Xian, who can sense murderous intent, and with his Xianxian vision, he suddenly discovered that a group of people were rushing towards the box, and they were wearing the same clothes as the previous group. They were from the previous group. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes slightly as he watched the group of people approaching, and the leader was even a first-class killer. That's good. Thinking about this, Yi Xian looked at the killers in the shadows and said, "Let's try you guys out." Space slash. With a thought, Yi Xian suddenly unleashed his spatial ability, but then a miraculous scene unfolded. It was as if the dozen or so assassins approaching from the shadows had been frozen in time. "Captain, the target is right in front of us," a subordinate exclaimed, and the captain, codenamed Night Fox, nodded slightly. "Very good. Wait a moment, and act according to the situation." Night Fox let out a deep breath of relief. After all, there were quite a few auction experts here, and it was not appropriate for them to reveal their identities. "Yes, Captain." A dozen subordinates all solemnly responded, but their eyes were full of mockery when they looked in the direction of the box. Daring to obstruct the Black Sky organization in their work, there was only one way out: death. Pop. Pop. Just then, without warning, two subordinates had a wound appear around their necks, and then red blood sprayed out, and they collapsed on the ground. What? This sudden scene really scared everyone. Night Fox frowned, examining the wounds on the two men. Were these knife wounds? Impossible. When did the opponent strike? In an instant, a strong sense of unease welled up in Yi Fox's heart. Everything in front of him was really too strange, completely beyond his expectations. Pop, pop, pop. Without waiting for him to think about it, a few more people died in a strange way on the spot, and blood was still gurgling from their necks. They died in the same way as the previous two people. What? How could this be? The few survivors were really scared. The opponent had not yet appeared, but nearly half of their people had already died. Even a guess with one's toes meant something. Retreat! Night Fox's face was gloomy, and he did not dare to be presumptuous, directly leading his subordinates to withdraw. However, as soon as the surviving subordinates turned around, blood sprayed from their necks as well, which made Night Fox's heart panic. Even if he was a first-class expert, he really had no confidence in the current scene. "I must leave immediately." Ho ho! Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt his hands covering his neck, and discovered that his throat had been cut, and blood was gushing out. He became extremely frightened, and until he died, he had no idea who had done it. Looking at the dead bodies all over the ground, Yi Xian's eyes widened as he let out a smile. Spatial abilities are truly incredible. Chapter 76, Establishing the Mysterious Hall and Subduing the First Mysterious Guardian, Zhang Beichen. This is an auction venue. A staff member sniffed the air. It smells so bloody. With a trace of curiosity, the staff member followed the smell. Soon, he arrived at the scene. What the? With a thud, the staff member collapsed on the ground, his face pale as snow. Dead. There's a dead person. There were dozens of people lying in various positions, and the venue had become a hell. The shrill screams quickly attracted the attention of the auction crowd, and when the group arrived in the middle of the field, they were all solemn. When did these people sneak in? The leader of the group had a solemn expression on his face. Judging from the residual scent, the leader was most likely a first-class expert. There were no signs of a fight in the field. How was that possible? After a thorough inspection, the leader of the group took a deep breath. Everyone was killed in seconds, without even having a chance to resist. The person who struck was extremely powerful. Looking at the cold-faced leader in the middle of the field, he said, "No one is allowed to disclose what happened today." An hour later, in the auction room, there was a beggar man locked in an iron cage. At the moment, his eyes were red and his spirit was taut. "Open the cage." Yi Xian looked at the beggar man and said, "Are you sure, sir?" The staff member who was handing over the item was stunned when he heard this. Indeed, the existence locked inside was too terrifying, even though he was a second-rate master himself. "Open it." The transfer staff member pondered for a moment. "Okay then." With a clatter, he opened the chains, and the beggar man, with a whoosh, turned into a black flash and charged at the second-rate master staff member. Boom! One punch sent the staff member flying, and if the beggar man hadn't been mentally unstable, he would have been a corpse by now. However, even so, it still made him grit his teeth in pain. Die! The beggar's pupils dilated, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and he was about to strike again with extreme speed. No good! The second-rate martial artist staff member's face changed drastically, and he regretted it in his gut. If he had known, he would never have opened it. Now it's not even clear if he'll live to tell the story. However, at this moment, dozens of golden streaks penetrated the beggar man's acupoints all over his body. The originally violent beggar man then stopped in the same place as if he had been frozen. This staff member was shocked when he saw this. What a masterful acupuncture technique. Sir, take care. When the staff came back to their senses, Yi Xian had already left the box with the beggar man, and they only belatedly bowed to see them off. The previous scene was like a movie playing out before their eyes. The originally violent beggar man had actually calmed down under a dozen golden needles. Even a fingertip could tell what this meant. If those participating in the auction knew about such a method, I wonder how they would react. A little. Yi Xian led the beggar man not far from the auction house, and at the moment, there was no trace of violence left in the beggar man. His expression was no different from that of an ordinary person. Plop. The beggar man knelt on the ground. Your kindness, Beichen will never forget. Suddenly, Beichen, who had regained his senses, knew what he had been through. The kind of medical skill just now had already explained everything. Get up. Yi Xian raised his hand slightly and looked at the man in front of him. Who are you? Where are you from? This. Jiang Beichen pondered for a moment, and his gaze then became determined. My lord, my name is Jiang Beichen, and I come from the Jiang family of the demon capital. 3 years ago, the young master of the Jiang family, the number one family in the demon capital, the Lu family hired killers to exterminate my entire Jiang family. My parents hid me so that I could survive. That night. Listening to Jiang Beichen's narration, Yi Xian also understood. He had personally witnessed the massacre of his parents and relatives, and he was unable to do anything about it. No wonder he had gone insane. Will you work for me? Yi Xian asked with a smile, looking at Jiang Beichen, who was all alone in front of him. Dong. Jiang Beichen took a deep breath. If you don't mind, my life will be yours from now on. Jiang Beichen is naturally not stupid. Although his strength is not weak, he obviously still lacks a lot to take revenge. Who knows if the Lu family in the demon capital is connected to the mysterious killer organization? Back then, even his grandfather, who was a half-step martial Dao master, was no match for that killer, let alone him nowadays. Very good. Yi Xian looked at Jiang Beichen in front of him, his mouth curving up in an arc. Just in time, I'm going to form a force called the Xian Hall. In the future, you will be Xian Yi and take orders directly from me. Yes, my lord. Jiang Beichen took a deep breath. As for the name, it no longer mattered to him. After all, his family had been destroyed, and his greatest wish for the rest of his life was to destroy the Lu family in Demon Capital, and then follow Yi Xian. Next, I will give you a gift. After saying this, dozens of golden needles penetrated all the major acupuncture points on Yi Xian's body, and then a liquid medicine was taken out. Drink it. This is good. Jiang Beichen didn't know what it was, but judging from the refreshing effect of taking a whiff of it, it must be extraordinary. Gulp. Yi Xian also stimulated dozens of golden needles to help Jiang Beichen better absorb the liquid medicine. This liquid medicine is not simple. It was brewed by Yi Xian using various medicinal herbs and is more than 10 times more effective than the previous auctioned prescriptions. It is no exaggeration to say that if this medicine is known to the outside world, it will definitely turn the entire Jiangcheng upside down. At a certain moment, Jiang Beichen's body trembled, and his strength suddenly increased from the early stage of first class to the late stage of first class. This is the realization of the increase in strength. Jiang Beichen's pupils shrunk, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. Late stage of first class, me, your excellency. Dong. Jiang Beichen was full of excitement, and he knelt on one knee. Thank you, my lord, for your kindness. It's no problem. Yi Xian waved his hand and said, then laughed, you deserve it. By the way. Then Yi Xian thought of something and took out a black card. Here is 100 million Chinese yuan. Your next task is to develop Xianwei in the shortest time. There is only one point, the scale does not need to be too large, but the quality must be high. Yes, my lord. After receiving the black card, Jiang Beichen took a deep breath and agreed. He understood the significance of Xianwei very well, and it would definitely be the sharpest knife in the future. Therefore, this task is very difficult and important. In the meantime, the two arrived at a villa on the outskirts of Jiangcheng. Where is this? Xian Yi looked at the quiet and elegant villa in front of him, which was completely out of place in the center of Jiangcheng. This is where Xianwei will gather for a period of time in the future. In addition, pausing for a moment, Yi Xian continued, this is also a secret research base. Anyone who covets this place, no matter who they are, will be killed. There is a crazy existence here that will make Mitsui Trading Company go crazy, and that is the exoskeleton counting chip, except that it has now been developed to 100% by Yi Xian with the help of his alchemy level. And this place will also be the future weapons arsenal for Xianwei and those who want to form the Xian Hall. As for what kind of existence it will develop into in the future is not something he has to consider now. Chapter 77. Mama is pregnant with a baby now, so it's good for her to breathe in some fresh air. I will bear that in mind. Xianyi looked at the villa again, and his eyes became a lot more solemn. So this villa is so important to His Excellency. Yi Xian nodded, and then instructed, during the period of strengthening the Xianwei, try your best to help me search for various materials for later research. At that time, I will have the auction house cooperate. While he was talking, Yi Xian entered the research room. Nodding, he picked up the long sword placed nearby. This will be your temporary weapon. Oh. After receiving the long sword, Xianyi clearly sensed a distinctive aura emanating from it. It was Yi Xian's spatial ability that had imbued it with this aura, and it could be said that the power of this sword was even sharper than the previous Longquan sword. What a great sword! Xianyi took a deep breath, bowed, and said, "Thank you, sir, for the sword. Work hard." Yi Xian waved his hand and looked around. You get familiar with it first, I'll go ahead. With a flash, Yi Xian's figure flashed and disappeared, and even Xianyi didn't notice the slightest difference. Sir is so strong. Xianyi was stunned, looking at the place where Yi Xian disappeared, full of emotion. You have to know. He is now a late-stage first-class master, and even so, he couldn't sense the slightest bit of it. It can be imagined how strong Yi Xiao is. Even back then, the strongest person in their Jiang family and demon capital, their grandfather, who was a half-step martial Dao master, could not do this. This is terrifying. At a certain moment, Xian Yi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could it be that His Excellency is the legendary martial Dao master? Ghoul. Thinking about this, Xian Yi swallowed hard. The martial Dao master was a being that surpassed everyone in demon capital, and only the imperial capital could possibly possess it. At least, he has never seen one before. If he really is a martial arts master, then the Lu family in the demon city will definitely no longer be a threat. It's just that His Excellency is clearly in his early 20s, but he actually has the strength of a martial arts master. Thinking about this, Xuanyi narrowed his eyes. Who exactly is His Excellency, so incredibly talented? On the other side, at the Dragon Villa. Swish! A figure appeared in front of the villa, and it was already approaching nightfall. As for the person who appeared not far from the villa was Yi Xian. Fortunately, no one saw him, or they would have definitely thought they were hallucinating. Daddy, it's Daddy! Cici, who was playing on the lawn, sensed something and looked up. Immediately, a smile appeared on her face, and she started running towards the figure with her little feet. Woof woof! Xiaobai, who was excited, ran over from the lawn, barking, "Master, you're finally back." Woof woof, Xiaobai is finally free. Obviously, during Yi Xian's absence, Xiaoxi had not stopped petting the little white dog. Why is Daddy only just back? Xiaoxi pouted, her face full of longing for her father. Oh, I had some business. Yi Xian smiled, petting the little one's head affectionately. Tonight, Daddy will cook a big meal for my little princess, okay? Really? Long live Daddy. The happiness of a child is very simple. Before Xiaobai could spin around in excitement, he was directly held in Xi's arms and rubbed. Woof woof. The little white dog's pupils dilated, and he whimpered pitifully, "Master, help! The young master is going to woo again." In response, obviously, Yi Xian simply chose to ignore it. "Hello, young master." Entering the villa, the busy maids greeted him with sweet voices. "HM." Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then he heard Yumenjian's phone ringtone. "Hello." Yumenjian answered the phone and glanced at Yi Xian. "Miss." Then Xiaoli's voice came from the other side. "What's up? I hope I'm not disturbing your rest." After a moment of hesitation, Xiaoli asked her first question. After all, this was very important to her. "If I disturb the mood of the young master and young lady, that would be bad." Cough cough. "No." Su Mengyan naturally heard what Xiaoli said, and looked at someone with a flushed face. "Is there something wrong?" "That's good." Listening to what the young lady said, Xiaoli also let out a sigh of relief. "It's like this, Wenkeo village has already entered the implementation stage of the plan. Do you and the young master want to come and have a look?" After all, although others may not know, Xiaoli understands perfectly well that the land in Wenkeo village has now been purchased by the young master, and he is also a 30% shareholder of the group, so in a sense, he is more important than Miss Wenkeo village? Su Mengyan pondered for a moment, then looked at someone. I understand. I'll discuss it with him. After a few words, Su Mengyan hung up the phone, and at that moment, she had already been embraced by some guy with her slender waist. What are you doing? Su Mengyan glared at a certain guy. This jerk didn't see so many people watching? He doesn't know how to restrain himself at all, they are all watching. Hey, just watch if you want. Yi Xian didn't care and laughed. What's wrong with my husband hugging my wife's waist? A proper wave of dog food, which made the maids swoon with happiness. Oh no. Young master, is this really necessary? You're spoiling them too much. You're so open about it, have you considered how the maids feel? I'm so angry. How can young master do this? And I'm super jealous of young mistress. She must be the happiest woman in the world. Put. What are you talking about? Someone's words drew a glare from Ziyuanyan. What do you mean, just watch? Does that guy not feel embarrassed at all? His face is so thick. After a few complaints, Ziyuanyan got to the point. Just now, Xiaoli called and said that the development of Wenkeo village has entered the planning and implementation stage, and asked if you want to go take a look. Wow. Ziyuanyan had just finished speaking when Xiaoxi, who was standing nearby, ran over with small feet. Mom, are we going to Grandpa and Grandma's house? This. Su Mengyan did not expect the little one to suddenly come over, break free from the big hand of a certain guy embracing her waist, and throw a wide eye in passing. I have to ask your dad. Dad, is this true? Ha, of course. Spoiling, rubbing the little one's head, and laughing, he said, it's true. Mama is pregnant with a little baby right now, so it's good to breathe some fresh air. Wow. The maids heard this and their impression of the young master soared even more. My goodness, young master, this is so heartwarming. The young mistress must have done a lot of good deeds in her past life, otherwise she wouldn't have met a man like the young master, who is handsome, rich, and knows how to spoil a woman. Woof woof. Xiao Bai was excitedly barking at this point, obviously super happy to hear that he could go back. Hey, brother-in-law, what about taking me with you? Xiao Dao she came over unceremoniously, as he couldn't let go of the chance to matchmake his sister with her husband. Chapter 78 Yi Xian's Trump Card, the little test of the man-eating ant king. The next morning. Goodbye, young master and young mistress. The charming maids, set off by the golden sunlight, enthusiastically said goodbye to their young master and young mistress. If the outside world saw this scene, it would probably make many people envious. Hee, they're finally leaving. The supercar starts up, and Xiaoxi's face is full of excitement. The two little ones chatter away at each other, talking with great enthusiasm. Xiaoxi, are you serious? Xiao Dao hears his great niece's words and is curious. Of course. Seeing that her uncle was captivated, Xiaoxi tilted her chin up proudly like a little swan. Papa's hometown is super beautiful, you can ask mommy if you don't believe me. Su Mengyan. Listening to the two little ones, Su Mengyan's brow furrowed. It's just going out to play, why are they so happy? Sister, it's true. Su Xiaodao looked at his sister expectantly. Is your husband's hometown really that beautiful? Well. Su Mengyan coughed dryly and glanced at someone. It's okay. Humph, you're lying. Cici was unhappy when she heard this and then fiddled with her phone. It's obviously super beautiful. Uncle Xiaodao, look. As she spoke, she pulled up the video she had taken and said. This. Xiao Dagger looked at her niece's phone video, a dark line on her forehead, and looked at Su Mengyan. Sis, you're pulling my leg, right? This is not bad, it is clearly a paradise on earth. Feeling the gaze of Shi Xiaodao, Shi Mengyan's face flushed for a split second. She really didn't expect that little guy to be so serious. On the way to the airport, somewhere along the way. Figures have been waiting here for a long time, and their target is none other than Yi Xian. Second master, the kid will be here in a few minutes. One of the subordinates on the field narrowed his eyes and said, this time they have such a large lineup, just to catch the kid named Yi Xian, because that kid is closely related to the disappearance of their young master. Therefore, their goal this time is to catch the kid and force him to reveal clues. Only. Who knew that their target, Yi Xian, was the murderer who killed their young master? Really? Sun Zihu narrowed his eyes and gazed into the distance along the path they would have to take. Very well. I'll see for myself who dares to touch someone from my Sun family in Jiangcheng. As he finished speaking, Sun Zihu's body exuded the aura of a late-stage third-stream cultivator. If I find out who did this, I'll crush them to dust to satisfy my hatred. Rustling. At a certain moment, there was a commotion in the grass that made Sun Zihu frown. Ah! But at this moment, a scream came from the distance. Second master, this. Look! Ants, so many ants! Ha! Upon hearing these words, everyone looked up and saw a dense swarm of thousands of ants. However, that wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that these ants were dozens of times larger than normal ants, the size of small stones, and a few of them were even the size of fists. This was. Sun Zihu frowned as he looked at the scene, and then his face turned pale. Man-eating ants. Impossible, how could there be man-eating ants in Jiangchang, and they were dozens of times larger than ordinary man-eating ants? Whoosh! Just then, a golden light fell in the middle of the field, and the surrounding man-eating ants all retreated. Appearing in the middle of the field was a man-eating ant the size of a basketball, but it was completely golden in color. Gulu looked at the ferocious fangs of the ant in front of him. Even the world-weary Sun Zihu couldn't help but swallow. So delicious. The Ant King narrowed his human-like eyes and licked his fangs. These are just trash, and they dare to attack their master. Apparently, this king of the cannibal ants is Yi Xian's experimental product, and is considered to be Yi Xian's other demon underling besides the little white dog. Children, eat them! At the command of the king of the cannibal ants, tens of thousands of cannibal ants immediately swarmed towards Sun Zihu and the others. Damn it! Get the hell out of my way! Sun Zihu's gaze fell on the Ant King, and he naturally understood that it was the key to breaking through. As long as the Ant King was eliminated, the other ants naturally would not be able to stir up any trouble. Unfortunately, although the plan was good, he had greatly underestimated the fighting power of the Ant King. Scoffing. The Ant King pounced directly at Sun Zihu, which made Sun Zihu sneer coldly, "You're looking for death." Then, he stabbed the dagger in his hand at the Ant King. Ka-ba. Then, to his shocked gaze, the Ant King bit off his dagger on the spot, and then, without slowing down, bit towards his neck. No! This sudden scene scared Sun Zihu to death, but the Ant King was even faster than he had imagined. By the time he reacted, the Ant King had already bitten through his neck, and the toxins were eroding his nerves. His consciousness then quietly collapsed. Finally, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground and became a corpse. What the hell? The Sun family's experts were shocked to see this scene. What did they see? Second Master was actually killed by the golden ant in seconds. Run for your lives! Without hesitation, a dozen people turned around and fled from the scene. Are you kidding? Second Master wasn't even a match for it, and they're not even good enough to scratch its back. Hey, you want to escape? The Ant King looked at the Sun family mockingly and said, "What are you thinking? This is the boss's first order. Boys, don't leave any bones." Yes, boss. The man-eating ants pounced on them, and in an instant, they were engulfed. No, I don't want to die. Get out of my way. With a miserable scream, a dozen Sun family experts were devoured, including Sun Zihu's corpse. Only the strong smell of blood filled the scene, and in addition, the dozen or so Sun family experts really did not leave a single bone. Well done, my children. The Ant King looked at the scene and a sense of human satisfaction welled up in his eyes. Disperse. Don't disturb the master. At the sound of an order, the ant swarm dispersed and quickly disappeared from the scene. TSK, the food was really good. The Ant King relished the scene of his grandson being devoured, and then murmured, "Pity he is so weak." Hey! The Ant King soon thought of something, but following my master, there will definitely be more delicious food in the future. Damn dog! The Ant King thought of the image of being pinned down by the little white dog and hated it. Next time, I will definitely step on you. Chapter 79, Rongqing is laying out its strategy, and the Dihao group is about to enter Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng, Sun Family Villa. Ha! Sun Chonlin, head of the Sun family, frowned as he looked at his phone. I can't get a connection. Someone. After a moment of contemplation, Sun Chonlin called to his subordinate. Old Master. The subordinate trembled in response, as if he knew what the master was going to ask. Where has Second Master gone? This. The subordinate gulped and swallowed, but Sun Chonlin's fierce glare fell on him. Speak. With a thud. The subordinate knelt directly on the ground, no longer daring to hide. Master, I dare not hide. Second Master, he took his subordinates and left the villa, saying that he wanted to avenge the young master. What? As soon as these words were spoken, Sun Chonlin's face changed, confused. Wen Bin has several third-rate masters around him, including one who is in the middle of the third tier. If such a lineup can be lost without a trace, the opponent is no ordinary person. Upon thinking of this, Sun Chonlin realized the seriousness of the matter. Mobilize all your connections and find out where the second young master is. Report immediately once you find him. Yes, sir. Taking a deep breath, the subordinate realized the seriousness of the matter and hurriedly went to carry it out. Half a day later, Rongqing Airport. Yi Xiao. Lin Zichu had been waiting for a long time, and next to him was a stretched-out supercar. You guys get in the car and wait for me. Okay. Su Mengyan nodded slightly, and she got into the supercar with Xiao Shi, while Yi Xian and Lin Zichu went a little further away. How is the development of the Dihao group? Listening to Yi Xian's words, Lin Zichu organized his thoughts and reported, back to Yi Xiao, nowadays the Dihao group's industries have spread all over Rongqing, and it has become the #1 group in Rongqing. After a report, Yi Xian nodded. Well done. After a moment of contemplation, he looked in the direction of Jiangcheng. It was time to enter Jiangcheng. Jiangcheng? Yi Xiao, do you mean? Lin Zichu's eyes flashed with brilliance, obviously realizing something. Entering Jiangcheng would also mean that the day of their revenge was not far off. That's what you think. Then, Yi Xian took out a black card. There are 2 billion Huaxia coins here for operational use. Thank you, Yi Xiao. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zichu excitedly took the black card, and he could finally enter Jiangcheng. He had waited for this day for too long. You guys deserve it. Yi Xian waved his hand and said with a smile, your brother has been planning in Jiangcheng for a long time, and the Imperial Group's entry into Jiangcheng will definitely be twice the result with half the effort. After a few words of conversation, Yi Xian got into the extended version of the supercar. See you off, Yi Xian. Lin Zichu bowed to see Yi Xian off, and didn't get up until he disappeared from view. After a while, Wenkeo village was close at hand. Oh. As the village approached, Shi Xiaodao took a deep breath of the air, refreshed by the invigorating fragrance of osmanthus. This is osmanthus fragrance. Shi Xiaodao's eyes sparkled as he looked at his brother-in-law. Brother-in-law, we're almost there, right? HM. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and with such a strong fragrance of osmanthus, it was naturally not far from Wenkeo village. Hee, I'm back. Xiao Shi sniffed the fragrance, her face full of excitement, clearly loving her father's hometown very much. Woof woof. The little white dog did not forget to agree at this time, and it was so cute, but don't be fooled by its appearance. This little thing is comparable to a first-class master in combat. Otherwise, it would not have been able to hold the Anteater King down and rub him against the ground. After a short while, the supercar arrived at the entrance of the village of Wenkeo. At this moment, as usual, the old village chief and the others were taking shelter from the heat under a tree. However, everyone's gaze was sharp and alert, completely different from the last time. And this was all because Yi Xian had added a lot of medicinal liquid for strengthening the body to the well at the entrance of the village before leaving last time. Now it seems that the effect is not bad. Xiao Yi, you're back. The village chief Wang Zhenju greeted Yi Xian with a twinkle in his eye upon seeing him. Hello, old village chief. Yi Xian smiled, feeling at ease with everything here. Hello, Grandpa village chief. Xiao Shi's sweet voice rang out, while the little white dog beside her barked happily, woof woof, circling the 1,000-year-old laurel tree. The other elderly people also nodded their heads. They knew that their village, Wenkeo, had been completely transformed, and that was all thanks to Yi Xian and his girlfriend. After a few words of greeting, Yi Xian and his party headed towards the exquisite bamboo house. Squeak! After stopping the car, Xiao Shi couldn't wait to get out, followed closely by the little white dog, which had escaped from its owner's clutches and was barking like a flash. Xiao Bai arrived in the courtyard with ease, and Xiaoxi, fuming, stared at his small frame. Xiao Bai, wait for me. The big and the small then chased each other around the courtyard, a heartwarming sight. Xiaoxi. Yi Mu came out of the bamboo house and suddenly saw her granddaughter. This unexpected scene made Yi Mu's face break into a smile. She really didn't expect her granddaughter, whom she had missed day and night, to come. Hee, Grandma. Cece's sweet voice rang out as she saw her grandmother, and then she started to run towards her, her little feet clicking. It was obvious that the little one really wanted to see her. Eh? Yi Mu heard this and smiled, her heart melting at the sound of her granddaughter's voice. Rascal, you didn't even call when you came back. Yi Mu then looked at her son and scolded him. Meng Yan also came. Then her gaze fell on her beautiful daughter-in-law, and her smile grew even wider. Auntie. Hi, Mom. Hey, hi. Hearing her daughter-in-law's greeting, Yi Mu's smile grew even wider. Hi, Auntie. Upon hearing his sister's greeting, Shi Xiaodao secretly admired his brother-in-law even more, and greeted him back. You are. Yi Mu heard this and looked at Shi Xiaodao, Xiaoxi's uncle Xiaodao, right? Wow. Auntie, you know me. Su Xiaodao was also taken aback when he heard this, and really didn't expect to be recognized at first glance. Of course. Ye's mother laughed happily. Last time your sister said she had a handsome younger brother, about your age. Really? Su Xiaodao looked suspiciously at his sister. Did she really say handsome younger brother? Since you're here, make yourself at home and don't be formal. Yi Mu was welcoming Yi Xiaodao, while Yi Xiaodao was nodding like a chicken pecking for rice. Ding dong ding. Just then, Yi Xian's phone rang. Hello, Yi Xiao. When he answered the phone, he heard the anxious voice of Zhang Zidong from the Wanjin auction. What's wrong? Hearing the panicked tone of Zhang Zidong, Yi Xian couldn't help but frown. Something big must have happened for him to be so afraid. Yi Xiao, there's been an accident at the auction. After a pause, Zhang Zidong looked at the hacked computer. Our auction security system has been hacked, and it has now been breached by 80%. It is estimated that it will be successfully hacked in a few minutes. Ha! Upon hearing these words, Yi Xian was stunned. Hackers? Hacked? Okay, I got it. After hanging up the phone, Yi Xian's eyes narrowed, and he really encountered this problem in the field of hacking. System exchangeability. Yi Xian did not panic, but called out to the system, and as expected, the system's voice soon sounded in his ear. Ding! Congratulations to the host for exchanging and upgrading hacking ability to the God level, consuming 5 enhancement points. Note, with this ability, the host has no pressure in hacking and beating the great hacker god. Listening to the sound in his ear, Yi Xian's mind suddenly flooded with many hacking techniques and experiences. Hacking and invading? Yi Xian narrowed his eyes and then looked in the direction of Jiangcheng. I want to see what kind of demons are behind this. Chapter 80 Yi Xian strikes back, and the end of the Mitsui Trading Company is near. Yi Lao, come out quickly. Yi Mu shouted at the house, and for a moment, the originally quiet living room became lively. Grandpa. Cici was full of joy on her face when she saw her grandfather, and her cute appearance made Jifu immediately smile from ear to ear. Cici is here. You're even prettier than last time. Right? Cici beamed as she listened to her grandfather's praise. Xiao Bai, come quickly. In no time, Xiao Shi chased after Xiao Bai out of the bamboo house, followed by Shi Xiaodao. Ye's parents looked at this scene and smiled. You guys chat for a while, I'll go to the study. Finding an excuse, Yi Xian went to the study and skillfully operated to turn on the computer. Duong. Very quickly, he entered the dark web and followed the code input, tracing it all the way back to the security system of the Wanjin auction, and then used various means to find the hacker. This is Mitsui Trading? Seeing where the hacker was located, it was none other than Mitsui Trading, which had just recently robbed the exoskeleton technology chip. Mitsui Trading really is a thief with a death wish. Last time they coveted the items up for auction at the Wanjin auction, and now they're doing it again. Since they're so eager to die, wouldn't it be a shame if I let them die? Yi Xian thought about this, and a plan came to mind as he looked at the computer. With his fingers dancing, Yi Xian broke into the Mitsui Trading Company's security system in an instant. At this moment, all the evidence of Mitsui Trading Company's crimes was laid bare before Yi Xian. And this was only the first step in Yi Xian's counterattack. On the other side, deep within the Mitsui Trading Company. Boom! With the computer's blue screen, the eyes of the great Fuso hacker Ino Shibata widened, his eyes full of disbelief, and he suddenly stood up from his seat. His eyes fixed on the blue screen of the computer, his heart pounding with shock. What? At this moment, Ino Shibata could no longer remain calm. No way, how could someone so easily defeat my security system? Damn it! Who the hell is this person? Then, the unbelieving Ino Shibata struck the keyboard to fight back. Click! Just then, the door was pushed open and a group of people burst in, with the president of Mitsui Trading, Mitsui Masao, at the center of the group. What's going on? Mitsui Masao's face was grim, and Ino Shibata, who was puzzled, frowned. President, you're here. Ino Koen, do you know that all the computers in the Chamber of Commerce have been hacked? One of Mitsui Masao's henchmen narrowed his piercing eyes. In other words, all the secrets of the Chamber of Commerce have probably been leaked, and you should know the consequences. Gulping. At this remark, Ino Shibata swallowed hard. What? The other party is so fast. No good. Ino Shibata immediately called the emergency number. Hello, Otsuka-kun. Kakami-koen, help me. Then, Ino Shibata briefly explained the situation, and soon the three great hacker gods of Fusa began to fight back together. Don't worry, Chairman. Ino Shibata took a deep breath and looked at the blue screen interface. The three hacker gods, the hacker on the other side will definitely lose. At that time, his identity will be revealed. Oh? Mitsui Masao's eyes narrowed upon hearing this. Very good. If I find out who dares to do anything to my Mitsui Trading Company, I will make sure they die a horrible death. As he spoke, Mitsui Shinshiro's body was surging with murderous intent. He had never felt such a strong desire to kill. However, what happened next extinguished that thought. 1 minute. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. Soon half an hour passed, and Ino Shibata's forehead was covered in beads of sweat, which dripped onto the keyboard. Impossible. At one point, Ino Shibata seemed to have been hit by an unprecedented shock, and his entire spirit was clearly a little deranged. Damn it! That guy is the devil, and the three hacker gods were unable to crack even the slightest bit of it. Pop. Then, a mouthful of back blood sprayed Ino Shibata. Unable to accept the shock, he fainted on the spot, his entire face pale. What? This sudden scene really caused a panic in the audience. The three hacker gods were unable to break the hack? This is bad. After hearing this, Mitsui Masao's face was darker than ever. Worthless. Bunch of idiots. However, at the same time outside the clubhouse. Swish. Figures appeared in the field, led by none other than Genichi, while beside him were Fangjin and Lin Zetian and others. Do it! Genichi and Fangjin glanced at each other and nodded, and then dozens of figures headed towards Mitsui Trading Company and killed them without any hesitation. How dare you! Just then, the Mitsui Trading Company secretly raised the alert level and the powerful people decisively took action. The person leading the group was a first-class expert. Die! As Schwanni's voice fell, the next moment, he turned into a black flash and instantly beheaded the first-class expert from the Mitsui Trading Company. Even Fangjin was shocked by that kind of strength. What speed! Fangjin narrowed his eyes. Even in his prime, he didn't think he could do that, and he paid even more attention to Schwanni. Wow! Lin Zetian was even more shocked. That was a first-class expert from Mitsui Trading, and he was killed by Lord Xianyi in one move. Hiss. He gasped, unable to believe what he was witnessing. Yi Xiao, how did he manage to subdue such a terrifying being? Holy shit, a first-class expert was no match for Lord Xianyi in a single move. Thinking about this, Lin Zetian vaguely understood why Yi Xiao was not the least bit surprised when he learned their identities, because the Lin and Su families were not at all in Yi Xiao's eyes. Attack together. Taking a deep breath, Lin Zetian waved his hand and led a group of subordinates to start a massacre. Before that, they had already learned about the fortifications of the Merchants Guild given to them by Yi Xiao. No good. Enemy attack, you bastards. With a miserable scream, a massacre ensued. Naturally, there was more than one top-class expert in the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, but they obviously couldn't make a splash in front of Xianyi, not to mention Fangjin, who was there to finish them off. Now that Fangjin has recovered to the late second-tier level, his combat power is not at all weaker than that of a first-class expert. Plop. The door to the box where Mitsui Masao was located was broken down by his subordinates, and then a disheveled figure collapsed to the ground. Chairman, something's happened, the Chamber of Commerce has been breached. All three first-class masters have been killed, and the chairman is requested to leave as soon as possible. Upon hearing the words of his subordinate, Mitsui Masao's face changed. What did you say? How is it possible that three first-class masters have been killed? Indeed, this piece of information had an unprecedented impact on him. After all, even the three major families in Jiangcheng did not have the ability to do so. However, before he could react, the Jiangcheng military had already surrounded the Chamber of Commerce. Chapter 81, the Mitsui Trading Company is destroyed, and the Battle Axe security layout begins. Withdraw. At the command of Xianyi, dozens of figures disappeared in a flash not far from the trading company, as if they had never appeared. As for the purpose, it has been achieved at this moment, and the Mitsui Trading Company no longer has any experts, and has undoubtedly become a toothless tiger. Lord Qianhu, the Mitsui Trading Company has been surrounded. A centurion looked at the trading company and reported to Xin Qianjue. HM. Xin Qianjue nodded heavily after hearing this. This matter is of great importance, and not a single mosquito must be allowed to fly out. Anyone who tries to escape will be shot on the spot. Yes, Commander. However, standing next to Xin Qianjue was a figure, and this person was none other than Master Tu. No. He is now the president of Battleaxe Security, and has done a lot to maintain public security in Jiangqing over this period of time. The reason why the military was alerted was the evidence of the crimes of the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce that he provided. And the source of the evidence came from Yi Xian. Butcher, well done. Xin Qianjue looked at the butcher next to him. The military will remember today's achievement, and Battleaxe Security will have a green light all the way. Thank you, Xin Qianhu. The butcher revealed an intriguing arc. Now that the overlord of Jiangshan, Butcher, has been whitewashed and become Battleaxe Security, he will definitely have a great future. At this time, Mitsui Masao walked out of the Chamber of Commerce. Xin Qianhu, what do you mean by this? Mitsui Masao's face was not good, and his gaze looked across to Xin Qianjue. He naturally knew Xin Qianjue, who was the right-hand man of the Jiangqing military commander. Haha, what do you mean? Xin Qianjue looked at Mitsui Masao, who did not know that death was approaching. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce has hidden quite deeply over the years. Then, he threw a thick stack of evidence over. This is a military arrest warrant. Mitsui Trading is suspected of recklessly endangering lives, conducting experiments on living people, and bribing high-level officials from all walks of life to disrupt the business community. Ha! Upon hearing Xin Qianjue's words, Mitsui Masao's gaze fell on the evidence of his crimes, and upon seeing it, his heart could not help but tremble. Alas! This is evidence of crimes that is enough to kill Mitsui Trading countless times, and it can be said to be ironclad. Arrest Chairman Mitsui Shinichi. Xin Qianjue glanced at the many experts on the opposite side. Anyone who gets in the way will suffer the consequences. How dare you! The faces of several of Mitsui Shinichi's henchmen beside him changed drastically. Naturally, they knew what these incriminating evidence meant, they just couldn't figure out why these incriminating evidence would be in the hands of the military. However, Mitsui Shinichi was the backbone of their Chamber of Commerce, and he was also the young master of the Mitsui Foundation, so how could they let him get away with it? Break out! At that moment, dozens of people charged towards the military encirclement, intending to fight their way out. You want to die? Xin Qianjue saw the dozens of people from the Chamber of Commerce jumping over the wall in desperation, his eyes flashing with cold light. This is China, not your Fuso. Kill! As the voice fell, Xin Qianjue's body surged with a murderous aura. Leave no one alive among all the rebels. Yes, Lord Qianhu. Immediately, a dozen people secretly attacked from the shadows. Each of them was a second-rate master, and such a display would make even second-rate families gasp in awe. Die! A dozen military masters turned into reapers, harvesting the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce members who had broken out. In an instant, all the dozens of people who had originally rebelled were executed. After all, without a first-rate or even second-rate master at the Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, these subordinates could not compete with the military's strength at all. Take him away! Xin Qianjue's cold gaze fell on Mitsui Masao, which made Mitsui Masao sneer between his eyes. Xin Qianjue! Mitsui Masao sneered coldly and looked at Xin Qianjue. Don't you regret it? Pop! As soon as Mitsui Masao finished speaking, he was slapped directly in the face by Xin Qianjue. You think you can make me regret it? What are you? Your only support is the Mitsui Zaibatsu. If you want revenge, just come and get me. You. Mitsui Masao's face cracked from the blow. After all, Xin Qianjue was a first-class master, and the power of such a palm strike was naturally not something Mitsui Masao could withstand. Lord Chihito, Mitsui Trading Company is truly an animal. Just then, one of Xin Qianjue's henchmen rescued more than 100 survivors of the vivisection experiments, his eyes blazing with anger. Ha! Xin Qianjue looked around for the entrance to the Chamber of Commerce, and when he saw the hundreds of survivors of the live experiments, his face suddenly turned dark. Mitsui Chamber of Commerce, you are doing very well. Indeed, the miserable hundreds of live experimenters in front of him angered everyone in the field. Live experiments, exoskeleton technology. Xin Qianjue frowned, and then thought of something. Right. Technology chips. Xin Qianjue looked at his henchman. Have you found exoskeleton technology chips? This. Upon hearing his superior's words, the henchman's face became strange. Lord Sino. Taking a deep breath, the henchman continued, strangely enough, a few days ago, a powerful person entered Mitsui Trading and destroyed all the unfinished exoskeletons and stole the technology chip. Cough cough. What? Upon hearing his subordinate's words, Shin Shanjua was a little confused. Quietly, return to the unfinished exoskeleton and steal the technology chip? Indeed, there is a lot of information here. You have to know. Mitsui Trading once had undercover agents from the military try to enter, but none survived. And now, not only did the other party escape unharmed, they even stole the exoskeleton technology chip. It's ridiculous. In other words, Mitsui Trading's years of planning have come to nothing, and hearing this, Shin Shenjua felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. To be able to do this, I'm afraid he must be at least a first-class master. Shin Shenjua nodded and murmured, and it wasn't just any first-class master. After all, if he asked himself, he couldn't do it himself. Good guy. The butcher was a little confused when he heard this. What the hell? The technical chip researched by Mitsui Company was stolen. Very quickly, a figure appeared in the butcher's mind? Could it be that Yi Xiao didn't do it? You have to know. Previously, he had told Yi Xiao about the research of Mitsui Company, and the timing worked out. Ahem. If this is true, it means that the results of Mitsui Company's years of research have fallen into Yi Xiao's hands, and now Yi Xiao has personally sent Mitsui Company to hell. Not to mention the fact that Yi Xiao has directly blamed the Fuso dog for everything. Is this really necessary? Although it is not certain that it was Yi Xiao, there is really no one else who could have done this. Butcher. Shin Shenjua's voice came from the side at this time, continuing, this time, thanks to the incriminating documents you provided, otherwise it would not have been possible to take down Mitsui Trading so easily. The military lord said that all the industries under Mitsui Trading will be managed by the military and Battle Axe Security together. Really? After hearing this, the butcher's eyes narrowed with brilliance. To cooperate with the military, this is the kind of treatment that the three major families in Jiangcheng have always dreamed of. If they knew about it, I wonder what the scene would be like. Chapter 82, Getting the License, Happy to get the Red Book. The situation is brewing, and night is falling. Jiangcheng, the Shixia study. Master. Uncle Quan came from the door with an anxious expression, and his voice already sounded before he arrived, something big has happened. HM. Su Lingfeng stopped writing calligraphy, put down the brush and looked at Uncle Quan. What's wrong? Naturally, he knew that something extremely important must have happened for Uncle Quan to be like this. Cough. He took a deep breath to calm his nerves. Then he coughed and said, the Mitsui Trading Company has been surrounded by the military. Moreover, Mitsui Masao has been arrested. Oh? Upon hearing this, Yulingfeng was stunned. Mitsui Trading Company, that's a presence that even first-class families don't want to provoke. It is said that there are no fewer than several first-class masters within it. In addition, after a moment of contemplation, Uncle Quan continued, Sun Zihu, the second master of the Sun family, seems to have been killed. Is that so? Upon hearing this, Yulingfeng felt as if there was an invisible hand manipulating everything behind him, which made him feel uneasy for some reason. It seems that Jiangcheng is really going to be in chaos. Sighing, Yulingfeng looked into the distance. For the time being, just be careful. Yi Xian was unaware that his actions had directly caused all the forces in Jiangcheng to be on edge, fearing that they would become the next Mitsui Trading Company. The next morning. What are your plans for today? During breakfast, Yi Mu asked her son and daughter-in-law. Plans? Yi Xian pondered for a moment. Right, Mom. The household register is at home, isn't it? It is. Yi Mu nodded, saying that of course such a precious thing as the household register would not be kept anywhere else. Bring the household register later, and I'll go with Meng Yan to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the certificate. Puff. Ahem. Su Mengyan almost choked on her soup when she heard this, and looked at Yi Xian incredulously. The Civil Affairs Bureau? Get a certificate? But, my household registration book is still in Jiangcheng. Nonsense. Yi Xian casually took out a book, which was, surprisingly, the household registration book. This can't be. Su Mengyan looked at the familiar household registration book with a hint of suspicion and opened it, and suddenly saw the head of the household, Su Lingfeng, which made her flustered. My household registration book. Why is it with you? Indeed, Su Mengyan was a little stunned. This is her family's household registration book. Could it be that this guy stole it? But that's not very realistic. Brother-in-law, you. Su Xiaodao was also stunned. He really didn't expect that his family's household registration book would be with his brother-in-law. Cough cough, brother-in-law, did my mom give it to you? Su Xiaodao coughed dryly, thinking of a certain possibility. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then his gaze fell on Yi Mengyan. This household registration book is a while old, and Auntie said at the time that we should find an opportunity to collect the certificate. After all, now that you're pregnant again. Halfway through his sentence, Yi Xian realized what it was and hastily stopped, but Yi Fu and Yi Fu's mother were stunned. As expected. Immediately afterwards, joy appeared on his face. Mengyan, you're pregnant. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu's mother looked at her daughter-in-law expectantly, which made Yi Su's face flush with embarrassment. She couldn't help but glare at someone. That guy's mouth is really fast. Mom, I just found out a few days ago too. Yi Su sighed, naturally knowing that she couldn't hide it anymore, so she just came clean. Oh, that's great. Upon hearing this, Yi Mu's mother was full of energy. Well, I'll go get your household registration book. After saying that, Yi Mu quickly fetched the household register from the bedroom and then told her son, you brat, hurry up and get your certificate today. Take good care of Mengyan, and if you dare to make her angry, I'll break your legs. Bye, Daddy and Mummy. Cici waved her little hand to say goodbye to her father and mother, and before leaving, Yi Mu did not forget to tell her, Xian, drive slowly. Be careful of my big fat grandson. Cough, I know. Yi Xian coughed dryly. Ever since her mother found out that the girl was pregnant, she had been acting like it was her, not Yi Mengyan, who was pregnant. It's all your fault. While driving the supercar, Yi Mengyan glared at someone. This treatment really put her under a lot of pressure. Dong. The petting knocked Yi Mengyan on the head. Blame me? What are you talking about? Can I get pregnant on my own? Well. Listening to someone's words, Zai Menjian covered her smooth forehead with her two delicate hands. That guy is hateful, actually knocking on her head again. If Ye's mother saw this scene, I wonder if she would chase after her son and beat him 1,000 times. Boom! With the sound of a supercar, the cars in front of the originally crowded lane hurriedly gave way, not daring to get close to the supercar at all. You just know how to show off. Seeing the scene of a nearly caused a chain of rear-end collisions, Xu Mingyan turned pale and glared at a certain guy. Sure enough, it is impossible to be low-key where this guy is. Swish! A beautiful drift, and the supercar came to a stop in an empty parking space. Handsome guy, add WeChat. As soon as he got off the car, two girls blushed and added WeChat. This guy. Xu Mengyan was unhappy when she saw this scene. Are girls nowadays so bold? I'm sorry. Yi Xian gave a faint smile, then put his arm around Xu Mengyan's slender waist. Honey, let's go. Let's get married. Okay. Hearing what someone said, Xu Mengyan nodded slightly, thinking that the guy still had a conscience. I'm so jealous. Seeing the two of them leave, the girl sighed with loss in her eyes. Originally, they thought that girl was a mistress or something, but they never expected her to be the main wife. But that handsome guy is really handsome. What do you think? It's not bad to be asked for WeChat by a girl, is it? As they entered the Civil Affairs Bureau, Zai Yuanyan glanced at someone and said. The sour look was so funny that people couldn't help laughing. Mengyan baby, are you jealous? Looking at the beautiful woman in his arms, Yi Xian laughed and teased. Cut it out. Having her feelings revealed by someone, Zai Yuanyan's face flushed and she glared at someone angrily. Who is jealous? You wish. Although she said that, her flushed face already said it all. A little. With the steel seal pressed down, Yi Xian and Xu Mengyan happily held up the red book. They were getting married. Looking at the red book in her hands, Xu Mengyan felt like she was dreaming. What else? The staff member in charge of marriage registration looked at Yi Xian with a smile. Young man, your wife is pretty enough. Awesome. While talking, the staff member did not forget to give Yi Xian a thumbs up, and as a woman she couldn't help but like it. That's right. It doesn't matter who the wife is. Spoiling Yi Xian's head, such a scene made Yi Xian's beautiful eyes widen. This guy is looking for death. He actually patted her head in public, but why didn't she feel disgusted at all? Chapter 83. He's just a kid. How could he be the owner of the Imperial Hotel? After The license was issued, she returned to the supercar and sighed with relief, feeling much more relaxed. NIZ, now we are certified to work. Yi Xian smiled as he looked at the two red books placed together. Go away. What's certified to work? She rolled her eyes, and just as she was about to speak, her stomach grumbled in protest. She hadn't eaten much for breakfast, and now that she had been busy for a while, it was no wonder that she wasn't hungry. Let's go eat first, your son is hungry. Su Mengyan stroked her belly and said, her face radiating the light of motherly love, especially good looking in the light. Hungry? Yi Xian smiled slightly, and then thought of something. That's good, my husband will take you to a nice place. Then Yi Xian thought of the Dihao Hotel, which is also one of the pillar industries of the Dihao Group. To be honest, it can be considered his own industry, and it's not a bad idea to investigate while having dinner. Squeak. Half an hour later, the car stopped in front of the Dihao Hotel. This is the Dihao Hotel? Arriving on the ground, Su Mengyan looked at the European-style building, especially the exquisite sculptures and style, each of which carries a sense of history. Entering the lobby, she was shocked to see the expensive luxury chandeliers. Yi Xian. Just then, a voice came from the side, and Yi Xian frowned when she looked around. Yu Xian. This person was Yi Xian's class monitor in high school, and he was also considered a rival. Back then, Wang Bingbing's agreeing to be Yi Xian's girlfriend had indeed been a big blow to Xiang. After all, he was also a rich second generation. He couldn't accept the fact that he would lose to a poor kid. However, after Yi Xian and Wang Bingbing went to Jiangcheng, they lost contact. Now, seeing Yi Xian again naturally made him feel uneasy. Moreover, now he has inherited part of the family fortune, and his wealth is not to mention millions. Yu Xiang. Seeing his high school classmate, Yi Xian laughed. Ha, I didn't expect to see you here. While talking, Yu Xiang's gaze fell on the girl next to him, Zai Yuanyan, and his eyes immediately lit up. This girl is so beautiful. What does that guy have that I don't have? I haven't seen him for years, and his girlfriend is pretty. As he spoke, he felt a surge of jealousy. Oh yeah. At one point, Yu Xiang thought of something. Judging by the time, you should have just graduated. Now that I've taken over the family business, why don't I help you find a job? Honey, what are you doing? At that moment, a heavily made-up woman took Yu Xiang's arm and pressed it against her chest, looking provocatively at Su Mengyan. So what if she is pretty? Can she compare to her man? My high school classmate, Yi Xian. Yu Xiang said with a smile, and continued, she is a top student at Jiangcheng University. He is Yi Xian. The woman looked at Yi Xian and was quite surprised. He is the poor boy who stole your first love from you back then. Don't talk nonsense. Yu Xiang pretended to glare at the woman, and then said apologetically, Yi Xian, don't be offended. The young lady at the front desk saw this scene and her pretty face changed. She hurriedly dialed the phone number of the president of the Imperial Hotel. Hello, President Su. Yu Xiao has a conflict with the boss. What, the boss is here? Hearing the report, the president of the Imperial Hotel's face changed drastically. The boss has never been here before. If he has an unpleasant time here today, his business development will come to an end. After hanging up the phone, Su Luotian hurriedly came to remedy the situation. As the two men talked, they attracted a lot of attention from those around them. After learning of their relationship, they looked at Yi Xian with a bit more sympathy. After all, Yu Xiang was a young talent from the Yu family of Rongcheng. At a young age, he already had a net worth of tens of millions, and it could be said that there were only a handful of people in the entire city of Rongcheng who could surpass him. President Su, you're here. After a while, the young receptionist saw the president come and couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. If President Su hadn't come, there would have been trouble for sure. Uncle Su, why are you here? Seeing the person coming, Yu Xiang was taken aback. You have to know that their Yu family has cooperated with the Imperial Hotel in many aspects of business, and the Imperial Hotel is not something their Yu family can mess with. Su Luotian didn't even look at the talking Yu Xiang, but quickly came to Yi Xian, bowing respectfully, Boss, why are you here? He didn't dare to be presumptuous in his attitude. After all, this was the boss of his own immediate superior. Wow! Everyone in the room was shocked by these words, including Su Mengyan. Yi Xian, this Imperial Hotel is yours? Su Mengyan surveyed her surroundings, clearly taken aback by this piece of information. Yi Xian nodded slightly, not saying much about it. After all, there was nothing to say. Impossible. Yu Xiang looked at Yi Xian in disbelief. He was just a young kid, how could he be the owner of the Imperial Hotel? I don't believe it. Yu Xiang took a deep breath and looked across at Yi Xian. Ding dong ding. Just then, Yu Xiang's phone rang. Seeing it was the old man's phone, he always had a bad feeling. Hello, Dad. Yu Xiang said hello after answering the phone. You ungrateful son, what have you done at the Imperial Hotel? Yu Xiang's father cursed. You must not offend that Yi Xian guy, or disaster will befall the Yu family. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. After saying this, he hung up the phone. The even more arrogant Yu Xiang was left standing there, while his mind was in a state of shock. What? The old man has directly given a death order, so just who is Yi Xian? Yi Xian, I'm sorry. Taking a deep breath, Yu Xiang took a half step back and bowed to Yi Xian to apologize. It was all my fault earlier, and I apologize to you here. Yu Shao, how can you apologize to a poor kid? He doesn't deserve it. Before the woman could finish, Yu Xiang slapped her directly. Shut up. I felt Yu Xiang's anger, and the woman immediately dared not say another word. Get out. Yi Xian glanced at Yu Xiang, but what he didn't expect was that the president of the Dihao Hotel had quite an eye for talent. Obviously. He guessed that this should have been done by Su Luo Tian. Yes. Yu Xiang gulped and swallowed, then fled, thinking about the scene just now when he had introduced Yi Xian to a job without knowing the consequences. He wished he could find a piece of tofu and crash into it. Yu Shao, wait for me. The woman hurriedly chased after him. After all, she still wanted to marry into a wealthy family. Pop. Before the woman could get close, Yu Xiang slapped her again and sent her tumbling to the ground. Damn, because your father almost got into big trouble. Damn, what the hell has that kid been through all these years? The Dihao group is actually that guy's. Me. By the time the girl came to her senses, Yu Xiang had already driven off, leaving her alone in the wind, confused as to how things had turned out like this. Su Mengyan watched the scene in the middle of the field and couldn't help but roll her eyes at someone. Sure enough, that guy was showing off again. Chapter 84, A smile can win over the city, a smile can win over the country, a smile can win over my heart. Boss, I've caused you to be alarmed. Su Luotian took a breath and bowed apologetically. No harm done. Yi Xian waved his hand and then looked at the girl beside him. Get me a private room. Yes, boss. Su Luotian respectfully answered, and then personally led Yi Xian and the two of them to the Tianzi No. 1 private room, which was also the best private room in the Imperial Hotel. Boss, I don't know what you and this young lady would like to eat. Su Luo was too cautious to casually address her without confirming her identity as Su Mengyan. Don't be formal, we just got our marriage certificate today. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, to be honest, she is the proprietress of the Imperial Hotel. Congratulations, boss and proprietress. Su Luo Tian congratulated him very well, and the unobtrusive flattery made Su Mengyan scowl at someone. What proprietress sounded terrible. As for what to order? Mengyan is pregnant, so just order whatever looks good. Yes, boss. Su Luo Tian jotted it down and then backed out. After all, the boss and the boss's wife are not the kind of people he would butt in on. But seriously, the boss's wife is pretty. Before long, the table was full of all kinds of delicious food. Yi Xian, when did you buy the Imperial Hotel? During the meal, Shi Mengyan looked curiously at someone, really not daring to imagine that although this was Rongqing, a hotel of this scale was not cheap. A few months ago. He casually replied, after all, this was not important to him, and the Imperial Hotel was only part of the Imperial Group. If Shi Mengyan knew that her man was the boss of the Imperial Group, she would not know how to react. Naturally. Not to mention, his identity as the owner of the Imperial Group, which is worth 900 billion. A few months ago. You listened to someone's words, and Zumuyan's mouth twitched slightly, which meant that the guy was already the owner of the Imperial Hotel before they met again. Damn it! This bastard has so many secrets that she doesn't know about. Of course. Zumuyan is most curious about how much money he has. After 3 rounds of rice, she occasionally had some drinks. I'm full. After the big meal, Su Mengyan patted her belly, she didn't even want to walk. This is not simple. Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued, just stay directly at the Dihao Hotel, after all, the entire hotel is your man's. Cut it out. Su Mengyan rolled her eyes, but she didn't refuse. Ding dong. Subsequently, Yi Xian pressed the bell on the wall. Click. Soon, Su Luotian came in from outside the private room. Boss, what can I do for you? Mengyan is tired, so book me a presidential suite. Okay, boss. Su Luotian naturally didn't dare to slack off in the slightest, and hurriedly had someone open a presidential suite on the top floor. After all, this was the boss's first time taking a nap at the hotel. Presidential suite, after washing up. In her pajamas, Shi Mengyan came to the large French windows and looked out at the beautiful scenery in the distance of Rongqing, feeling deeply moved. This is a 5-star hotel, no worse than any other. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes rippled. The view here is quite good. Really? Yi Xian looked at the extremely good view and smiled. Even if there are 1,000 views, they are not as good as my Mengyan's smile that can make a city fall. You're being inappropriate again. Su Mengyan glared at a certain guy. What, 1,000 views are not as good as her smile that can make a city fall? That guy is so bad. How many girls has this move seduced? Humph. I'm not going to fall for it, Shi Mengyan thought to herself, but she couldn't help the corner of her mouth curling up into a smile. How could it be? I'm telling the truth, okay. Really? Shi Mengyan looked at the serious-looking guy with interest. So tell me, how beautiful am I? Well. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, and then said, 1 smile can conquer a city, 2 can conquer a country, and 3 can conquer my heart. His eyes were full of tenderness, and when she looked at him, she blushed and didn't dare to look at him for a while. That guy. I can't tell that he's also a bit of a literary talent. 3 smiles can conquer my heart. I don't know how that guy came up with that, but I'm afraid it's hard for any girl to resist this kind of flirting. At least, Shi Mengyan couldn't remain calm. Are you serious? No one would believe you. Su Mengyan's heart was stirred by the flirting, and indeed someone had a very good gift of the gab. Of course it's true. Yi Xian embraced the beauty, feeling the nice fragrance on her body that made his heart calm. If time could stop at this moment, it would definitely be the most beautiful gift in the world. Husband, it's so good to have met you. Looking into each other's eyes, Su Mengyan said emotionally, suddenly realizing that she could no longer live without this guy. Now I know. Yi Xian said with a smile, then stared at the beautiful woman. Wife Mengyan, what did you just call me? Husband, Fui. Halfway through saying that, Shi Mengyan glared at someone. I don't care about you. Call me that in private, it feels pretty good. Yi Xian was satisfied with the comment, but it attracted a glare from someone, but he didn't refute it. After all, they had now received their certificates, so changing the title was no big deal. Before long, the beauty in his arms fell asleep. Ding dong. Just then, Yi Xian received a message, which was sent by Jiang Bucheng. Miss Mengyan is in danger. Zhang Zhenghan wants to annex the Shi family. After failing last time, he has already sent assassins this time to kidnap Miss Mengyan and threaten. Looking at the message, Yi Xian frowned. Zhang Zhenghan. Could it be that this person was the one who attacked his father-in-law last time? Then his gaze fell on the sleeping Yumi, but at a certain moment, Yi Xian clearly sensed danger approaching. From the perspective of God, a group of people suddenly appeared in the jungle behind the Imperial Hotel. This is interesting. I wonder what kind of ability the system will exchange at this time. With a trace of curiosity, Yi Xian summoned the system. System, exchange ability. As Yi Xian's voice fell, the system quickly responded. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading Soul Search to the God level, which costs 5 enhancement points. Note, this ability reveals all the secrets of the target in front of the host. Wow! Yi Xian was stunned when he heard the system's voice in his ear. Soul Searching technique of the God level? This ability seems to be very rebellious, all secrets are exposed, gee. Thinking about it here. Yi Xian once again looked at the people who came on this trip, and the corner of his mouth couldn't help but lift. These people may be extremely good test subjects. Under the murmur, Yi Xian's figure flashed and he had already disappeared from the room, and the assassin had no idea about this at all. Chapter 85, a small test of the soul search technique, and a miserable end for the phantom of the underworld. The Imperial Hotel, deep in the forest. Swish. After a flash of light, figures appeared in the field, and there were more than 20 people in this group. My Lord Phantom, Ziyuanyan is in the presidential suite. At this time, a third-rate expert respectfully said to the underworld killer codenamed Phantom beside him, "You have to know. There are strict ranks within the underworld palace. Even though he is a third-rate expert, he is only a D-class expert in the underworld palace, and Phantom was already a B-class expert half a year ago. Within the underworld palace, the highest rank of killer is S-class, and the weakest is D-class. Even the lowest D-class expert must kill 100 people before they can be promoted. The C-class experts above them must kill 500 people before they can be promoted, and the B-class experts must kill 1,000 people, and so on. Of course. In addition to these, it is said that there are also SS-class killers in the underworld palace, but such existences are beyond the reach of the Phantom." "Is that so?" The Phantom narrowed his eyes and looked into the distance. It is said that Zhao Yuanyan was once the most beautiful woman in Jiangcheng, and it would be nice to enjoy her for a while. Jiang Zhenghan is also quite generous, and if the commission wasn't high enough, I wouldn't have come to a place like this. After all, Phantom is now a second-rate master with a high status and existence, and even if he destroys the third-rate Jiangcheng family, it's no big deal. Unfortunately, Jiang Zhenghan wants absolute control of the Shishir group. Of course, the most important point is that the commission he was offered was not enough to let him destroy the family. "This girl is just the interest for me." Phantom looked at the photo and realized that she was indeed a stunning beauty. At a certain moment, Phantom sensed a cool breeze coming. His killer instinct told him that danger was approaching. He looked up. When he looked a little further ahead, he saw a figure appear out of nowhere. It was Yi Xian, who had arrived in a hurry. "Who are you?" Phantom looked at the person approaching, feeling a little unsure, because he hadn't noticed when the person had arrived. "He is the subordinate next to Phantom in this room." He frowned and thought of something at a certain moment. "Phantom, it's him. The target's lover." When the Phantom heard this, his eyes narrowed. Knowing the target and appearing at this moment said a lot. Kill him. Thinking about this, there was no need to wait for more trouble. The Phantom's voice was firm, and the man in front of him gave him a very uneasy feeling. "Yes, my lord." One of the subordinates wanted to show off in front of the Phantom and flashed towards Yi Xian, killing him with extreme speed. It turned out to be a mid-level third-rate killer. Pop. However, before the man could get close, Yi Xian's spatial cutting ability directly cut him in half, and hot blood gushed out from his neck. "Ho, no way." By the time the mid-level third-rate killer sensed something was wrong, he had already lost consciousness and fell to the ground as a corpse. What? This sudden scene really surprised everyone. Everyone's gazes were full of horror, and their eyes were filled with shock. How did that guy do it? He didn't even move a muscle and instantly killed his partner, killing him without a trace. Damn it! The Phantom's face was gloomy. Only now did he realize that the kid in front of him was extremely extraordinary. He looked away, not knowing what he was thinking. Attack together. With these words, more than 20 subordinates of the underworld palace charged towards Yi Xian. After all, they didn't dare disobey the Phantom's orders, otherwise the consequences would be severe. At least, they couldn't bear it. Die, brat! With a crash, the 20-odd people all pounced on Yi Xian with full force, none of them holding back. Are you kidding? The images of their previous companions' tragic deaths were still fresh in their minds, and they weren't trying to hold back, they just couldn't dare. That brat! Phantom narrowed his eyes, and from beginning to end, his gaze never left Yi Xian, except that he didn't detect the slightest change on his face. Everything seemed to be under his control. No good. At a certain moment, he saw Yi Xian's mouth curve up in an imperceptible arc. Seductive. Mischievous. Mocking. That was a subtle expression that the Phantom couldn't describe, and it was this arc that made his back suddenly go cold and he felt something was wrong. A strong sense of unease suddenly welled up in his heart. Sure enough. Before he could think about it, an unbelievable scene unfolded before his eyes. I saw. Pop. 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 Splashes of blood, more than 20 of his men, were cut almost at the same time around their necks. It was extremely strange. You have to understand that there were more than 20 people, attacking from all angles, it was impossible to kill them all at once. However, the facts were right in front of him, and this made Phantom's face look grave. No one could have done this, not even an A-class killer. Who the hell is that guy? Plop. In this way, while the phantom was shocked, the bodies fell to the ground one after the other, and then the strong smell of blood rose up. If it weren't for the smell of blood, the phantom would have thought he had just had a hallucination. Really, at this moment, the phantom was afraid. He was really afraid. That guy was terrifyingly strong. He knew very well that his strength had far exceeded his perception. Who the hell is that guy? How can he be so strong? Taking a deep breath, Mirage fixed his gaze on Yi Xian, not taking his eyes off him for a moment. Because he was waiting for the perfect opportunity. You won't know who I am. Glancing at Mirage, Yi Xian naturally took in the little action. Now is the time. Ha ha. A dagger shot towards Yi Xian's heart at high speed, while Mirage rushed away in the opposite direction. Are you kidding? That person's strength is strange, and he definitely cannot deal with it. Therefore, the dagger attack was only meant to buy a few moments, and I must say that his plan was very wise. Unfortunately, he overestimated his own strength. Just as he was rapidly leaving a few meters, he was horrified to discover that Yi Xian had appeared a few meters in front of him at some point. What? Gulping, Phantom looked across the room in disbelief. How could you? Clang. However, at this moment, the dagger behind him fell to the ground with a harsh sound, breaking the silence. At this moment, the Phantom realized that the strength of the person in front of him was even more terrifying than he had imagined. Damn it! Could this person be a first-class master? However, even a first-class master is unlikely to have such terrifying strength. Bastard! If I had known that he was so powerful, I would have never dared to accept Jiang Zhenghan's mission. Let me go. I promise. Ah. Before the Phantom's voice had finished, he felt as if a large hand had reached into his head and stirred it, causing him extreme pain. Suddenly, Yi Xian placed his hands above the Phantom's head and began to use soul search technique. Perhaps he could obtain unexpected information from him. What's more, what was even more terrifying was that the Phantom discovered that he was unable to move at all, as Yi Xian had directly blocked all of his movements in space. However, this was only the beginning of the nightmare. Chapter 86, Mysterious Underworld Palace, Xian Yi kills his way into the Zhang family manor. No! The unbearable pain made the Phantom, who was used to seeing death, let out a miserable scream of disbelief. Bastard, let go of me. The Phantom's forehead was dripping with beads of sweat, the pain was truly indescribable. What have you done to me? I will never let you go even if I become a ghost. However, facing the screams of the Phantom, Yi Xian turned a deaf ear to them. At that moment, he saw scenes of the Phantom's memories, from when he was a child and was chosen by the Underworld Palace, and then went through the dark and gloomy killer training program. Even he once personally killed his own brother. 1 breath. 3 breaths. 5 breaths. After about 10 breaths, Yi Xian released the Phantom's head, but by then the Phantom had already become a corpse, and the horror and pain of his death still lingered on his face. No one knows what he experienced before he died. The Underworld Palace? After obtaining the Phantom's memories, Yi Xian frowned. What a place of purgatory on earth. The Phantom, a B-class killer of the Underworld Palace, a late second-tier realm, and his strength within the Underworld Palace was in the middle to lower range. After learning the Phantom's memories, Yi Xian looked into the distance. Even the B-class killers were at least late second-tier, and the A-class killers were all first-tier masters. As for the S-class killers above them, they were at least half-step martial arts masters. This is interesting. Yi Xian narrowed his eyes filled with interest. It seems that this world is quite a bit stronger than I thought. But that's what makes it more interesting, isn't it? Of course, that's for the future. As for the immediate future. After a moment of contemplation, Yi Xian naturally learned the identity of the employer for this mission. As Jiang Buqing's message had indicated, it was Jiang Zhenghan, a first-class Jiangqing family, and he was also Jiang Buqing's older brother. As for the assassination attempt on the old man in the demon capital last time, it was also the work of the Underworld Palace. Jiang Zhenghan? Obviously, at this moment, he was already a dead man. Subsequently, Yi Xian took out his phone and dialed Xian Yi. Hello, master. After the call was connected, Xian Yi was respectful on the other end. Yi Xian nodded slightly, then looked at the bodies of the Phantom and the others lying on the ground. Go kill someone. Jiang Zhenghan of the Jiang family in Jiangcheng. After hearing this, Xian Yi's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Yes, master. Sasa. After hanging up the phone, a golden ant suddenly appeared in the field, along with no less than 1,000 other ants. The golden ant at the head of the swarm was none other than the Ant King. Master. After arriving in the arena, the Ant King came to Yi Xian and rubbed against the hem of his pants in a flattering manner. Looking at the Ant King, Yi Xian nodded slightly. Clean up these corpses. Hey, it's the master. Humanistic light flashed in the Ant King's eyes, and then with a whoosh, it pounced on the corpse of the phantom and began to gnaw on it, eating it up to the last scrap of bone in no time at all. As for the surroundings, they were also cleaned up by the army of ants. Such a scene. If it were to be seen by the outside world, it would surely set off a huge storm, and it is even possible that the Ant King would be sliced up. Well done. Seeing the Ant King's swift actions, Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. Now. Then, Yi Xian reached out and tore open the space next to him, taking out a pool-sized liquid. This is a gift for you all. Boom! As the square wooden bucket filled with the liquid medicine fell to the ground with a dull sound, it made the Ant King's eyes light up, because the mere smell of the liquid medicine invigorated the spirit. If you drink a few sips, the effect can be imagined. Thank you, Master. The Ant King was full of excitement, and then his fierce eyes glanced at the group of subordinates behind him. What are you staring at? Thank the master. Thank you, Master. Seeing the reaction of his subordinates, the king of the man-eating ants nodded with satisfaction, then looked flattery at Yi Xian. Master, the ants will be rude. With a whoosh. The king of the man-eating ants dived into the pool like this, and as for the other subordinates around him, of course they did not dare to come forward. Yi Xian saw this scene, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he quickly left the field. It is no surprise that the group of man-eating ants will undergo a qualitative transformation. I don't know how long it took. The liquid in the pool turned lighter and lighter, and a golden light burst out of the pool. It was none other than the man-eating ant king that was enjoying the liquid. However, at the moment, the man-eating ant king was completely golden, with golden scales appearing on his forehead. The surging aura around him was now comparable to the peak of a second-rate master. Damn, so strong. The ant-eating ant king stamped its front legs, and the ground cracked with a crack. Unfortunately, it failed to break through to the level of a first-class master. Otherwise, that dog would be nothing but a masochist in front of him. Then, the ant-eating ant king looked at the many subordinates. The rest of it, you can divide it up. Upon hearing this, the ant-eating ants immediately boiled. Thank you, boss. Wow. At that moment, thousands of ant-eating ants rushed towards the pool of liquid. It was clear that the liquid level in the square wooden bucket was falling at a visible rate. In less than a minute, the entire pool of liquid was drunk up by the army of ants. And just then, the thousands of army ants in the field turned golden in color, and several of them had also turned as large as the previous ant king. Not bad. The ant king looked at his subordinates with satisfaction, especially a few of his trusted followers. Now, even top-notch experts would have to die in battle. The future is really something to look forward to. Looking at his capable subordinates, the Ant King's gaze turned to the direction of the exquisite bamboo house. Damn, find some time to lead my subordinates and Guzi in a battle. If I'm no match for them, how can my subordinates be? As time passed, Jiangcheng. Jiang Family Manor. A figure holding a long sword appeared at the gate of the Jiang Family Manor, so fast that it looked like a ghost. What the hell? The two third-rate experts guarding the entrance to the manor had not even had time to react before they were cut through the throat by the swordlight and fell to the ground as corpses. Not even a single drop of blood was on Xuani's long sword. Obviously. This is the effect of being extremely fast. This is a weapon bestowed by the sect master, and the blood of these people is not worthy of splashing on it. Boom! The next moment, Xuani's sword fell. The specially made iron door was cut in half with a loud noise and flew directly into the manor, before crashing onto the ground. Several Jiang family experts who did not dodge in time were killed instantly. Where is Jiang Zhenghan? Xuani's movements were extremely domineering. After all, with his strength, there was no need to assassinate Jiang Zhenghan, because the Jiang family of Jiangcheng was not qualified. Young master, be careful. Jiang Buqing was just preparing to leave the manor at this time, but he happened to encounter this scene. However, when his gaze fell on Xian Yi, the entire person's pupils suddenly shrank, and his eyes were filled with shock. This is the beggar man from the auction. What a strong aura, and he is clearly conscious. Seeing this person, Jiang Buqing obviously realized something and looked in the direction of the villa where his younger brother was. Next, there will be a good show to watch. Chapter 87, Xuani's moment of glory, pushing the Jiang family aside. Go back. Jiang Buqing looked at the scene and said to his subordinate, before turning and heading towards his villa. Xuani had obviously seen Jiang Buqing as well, especially Jiang's subtle finger movements, which made him understand that the direction must be where Jiang Zhenghan was. Although he didn't know what his relationship with the head of the same hall was, he was sure it wasn't an enemy. Young master, what are you doing? The subordinate of Jiang Buqing froze, and then looked at Xuani. Are we not going to do anything? Shut up. Jiang Buqing glared at his subordinate, and then looked at Xuani with his eyelids twitching. Not only can't you do anything, tell our people, not a single one of them is allowed to do anything. If anyone dares to block the slightest bit, I will personally waste him. Gulu. Upon hearing the third young master's words, the henchman Gula swallowed, saying that if the eldest young master were to die, it would not be a bad thing for them. At least. At that time, there would be one less contender for the family head position. Yes, third young master. Taking a deep breath, the henchman immediately passed down this order. Some of the Jiang family experts who had originally wanted to go forward immediately retreated without a trace. Remember. Jiang Buqing looked at Xian Yi and then instructed his henchman beside him, this person cannot be an enemy, and must not be offended. Because the people behind him are people we cannot offend, and even the Jiang family cannot offend. Hiss. Hearing his young master's words, the henchman gasped. They, the Jiang family, cannot offend them. This sentence alone already says it all. I will remember, my lord. The henchman nodded heavily, and also remembered the appearance of Xian Yi. This person is very powerful. Jiang Buqing looked in the direction of his cheap older brother, and a mocking smile curled the corner of his mouth. Today, Jiang Zhenghan is afraid he won't survive. I should have expected this. Jiang Buqing muttered, offending that person means Jiang Zhenghan's end was already predetermined. Young master, that person. Paused, and his henchman beside him guessed, could it be from one of the three great families of Zhongcheng? Whom? Jiang Buqing's sharp eyes fell on his henchman, and an undisguised murderous intent surged from his body. What you shouldn't know, you don't need to know. Young master, I know I was wrong. The subordinate hurriedly bowed, with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead. The fact that the young master had endured it for more than 10 years made him so highly valued. The man's strength was definitely extraordinary. Duan Yi, if there is a next time, you will leave me. I dare not. Duan Yue dropped to one knee with a thud. He had never seen the young master so angry before, and he suddenly didn't dare say another word. How dare you? Meanwhile, the Jiang family experts on the battlefield were in a panic. Stop him. He must not do anything to harm the young master. Yes, Uncle Ling. Hundreds of Jiang family experts blocked his path, led by Uncle Ling, a first-class expert, which gave them confidence. Is that so? Xian Yi looked at the hundreds of people in front of him, his figure flashing as blood splattered. Pop. As one of Uncle Ying's henchmen was killed in seconds, a bad feeling welled up in Uncle Ying's heart at this moment. Because that henchman was a late second-tier master, and even he could be killed in seconds, the strength of the person in front of him was probably comparable to a first-tier master, and even he could not do so easily. Could it be that this person's strength is above him? Thinking of this, Uncle Ying's face was solemn, his eyes filled with unease. If this was true, it would be a major problem. Ah, no. How could that guy be so strong? With a miserable scream, hundreds of people were instantly annihilated by Xian Yi. His long sword in his hand seemed to be able to cut through everything in the world. Damn it! Uncle Ling could no longer sit still at a certain moment. With his feet planted on the ground, he slashed at Xian Yi's neck with extreme speed and ferocity. If he was hit, there was no way he would survive. Boy, die! The blade that pierced the air came at such speed that it arrived in an instant. That kid is dead. The Jiang family experts who rushed to help looked at Xian Yi, their eyes full of mockery. This kid is really bold, actually daring to challenge the Jiang family alone. Uncle Ling has made his move. Duan Yu looked at the scene, not taking his eyes off it for a moment. After all, even in the Jiang family, Uncle Ying's strength was enough to rank among the top 5. Is that so? Jiang Buqing looked at Uncle Ling, his mouth curling up in derision. On his own, he is no match. This can't be right, can it? Duan Yu looked at the arena with some uncertainty. No first-class master could defeat that person. Sure enough. Before he could think about it, he saw Xian Yi's shadow flicker in the arena, and then he passed by Uncle Ling. Time seemed to have stopped at that moment. How could you? As soon as Uncle Ying's voice fell, blood sprayed from his neck. You have to know that Xian Yi's long sword has the spatial ability of Yi Xian's blessing on it. Undoubtedly, this will greatly increase the attack speed. What? This sudden scene really frightened many of the Jiang family's experts around. Then, the way they looked at Xian Yi in the arena changed. They couldn't believe that Uncle Ling, a first-class expert, was still killed in seconds. Ghoul. In the dark, Jiang Buqing's subordinates, who had retreated, kept swallowing their saliva, obviously shocked by the scene in front of them. This Uncle Ling was killed in seconds? Duan Ye's eyes widened, his expression full of disbelief. That was a first-class master. Unbelievable. He was still killed, and it was obvious what that meant. In that case, the being behind this person is far more terrifying than he could have imagined. If the third young master can get to know such a being, he will definitely compete for the position of family head in the future. Even more so, it is not impossible for the Jiang family to become one of the three major families in Jiangcheng as a result. Third young master, that person is very strong. Duan Yi swallowed his saliva and said, while Jiang Buqing, unusually, did not say anything and nodded heavily. Very strong. That person is indeed stronger than he imagined. Originally, in his perception, Xian Yi was at most similar to Uncle Ling in existence, but now it seems that Yi Xiao's strength is a bit different from what he imagined. It seems that this person has gained some opportunity from Yi Xiao. Thinking about this, Jiang Buqing took a deep breath. His intuition told him that befriending Yi Xian would definitely be the rightest decision of his life. Jiang Zhenghan, you will die today. While pondering, Xuanyi had already arrived at the villa where Jiang Zhenghan was staying. The path he had taken had already become a bloodbath, with bodies lying in a mess on both sides. Jiang Zhenghan, who was confused, came out of the villa with a frown. How dare you? Who dares to act recklessly in my Jiang family? Before Jiang Zhenghan could unleash his wrath, a terrified voice came from the side. Young master, hurry up and leave, this person is targeting you. Uncle Ling has been killed by him, and the Jiang family has suffered heavy losses of experts. Upon hearing these words, it was as if thunder had fallen on Jiang Zhenghan's head, instantly leaving his mind blank. What? Uncle Ling is dead, how is it possible for this guy to be alive? In an instant, Jiang Zhenghan no longer had the slightest trace of arrogance. He turned around and, under the protection of his subordinates, he was about to evacuate. However, Xian Yi had appeared not far from him at some unknown time. Upon seeing this, Jiang Zhenghan was completely terrified. His eyes were filled with hatred. You want to die? I'll kill you for that. Chapter 88 Meng Yan, your parents are coming to Wenkeo village. Kill him. Upon Jiang Zhenghan's order, dozens of his henchmen charged towards Xian Yi, wanting to show their loyalty and be used. However, they had overestimated their own strength. Idiots. Jiang Buqing saw this and sneered at the corner of his mouth. This person is enough to kill a first-class master in seconds, and he is still thinking about attacking him. As expected. Scoff. The sword light flashed, and in less than 3 breaths, dozens of people were killed on the spot. After all, the strongest of these people was only a second-rate master, and the gap with Xuanyi was really too great. What are you doing? When his subordinates were killed, Jiang Zhenghan immediately panicked. Don't come over, I am the eldest son of the Jiang family, and I will control the future Jiang family. If you dare to move me, the Jiang family will not let you go. Ho ho! Before he finished speaking, Jiang Zhenghan's neck had already been cut by the sword light. Blood, how dare you kill me? Plop! With his consciousness collapsing, Jiang Zhenghan turned into a corpse and fell to the ground. Until his death, he couldn't believe that person really dared to kill the eldest son of the Jiang family. Swish! Jiang Zhenghan died, and Xian Yi disappeared from the scene in a flash. As for the Jiang family experts who later surrounded him, none of them dared to go forward. Are you kidding? Even the first-class master, Uncle Ling, was killed in seconds, and they would be finished if they went up. Let's go. Jiang Buqing saw this, his eyes narrowed, and then he left with his subordinates. It would be false to say that he wasn't happy. After all, if it weren't for his forbearance over the years, he would have died countless times already. Now that Jiang Zhenghan was dead, it was undoubtedly one less competitor for him. At nightfall, the exquisite bamboo house. Creak. With the sound of the brakes, Yi Xian and Su Mengyan returned home. Daddy and Mommy are back. Cece heard the sound and rushed out, followed by a small white dog barking behind her. Sister, has it been so long since your brother-in-law and you got your license? Hearing Xiao Dao's words, Zai Yunyan glared at him. What kind of questions does a child have? Let's go inside and talk. Yi Mu's mother took Cece by the hand and changed the subject, which made Zai Yunyan secretly relieved. See, it's all your fault. Su Mengyan glared at someone in a bad mood. If he hadn't insisted on staying at the hotel, they wouldn't have been delayed for so long. Blame me? Are you sure? You wouldn't have done that at the hotel. Yi Xian hadn't finished speaking when he was covered by Su Mengyan's hand, looking guiltily in the direction of the room. You're crazy, still talking. He glared at someone, as if he was afraid that others didn't know. During the conversation, the two arrived in the living room. However, Shiyu Mengyan gave someone a look, obviously telling them to stop talking nonsense. The certificate was issued. After a few words of greeting, Yi Mu looked at her son and got to the point. Well. Yi Shen nodded slightly, then took out the marriage certificate and looked at the red book of Shiyu Mengyan's face, which couldn't help but blush a little. To say, they have officially established their marital relationship. Ha, good. Seeing his son and daughter-in-law receive their marriage certificate, especially now that his daughter-in-law is pregnant, is a double blessing. By the way, Yi Mu's mother looked at her son's marriage certificate and thought of something at a certain moment. Now that the certificate has been received, I think we should get married at an appropriate time. Pu Kaho. Shimayan, who was drinking water to calm down, was choked by the sudden words. Get married? Auntie, no, Mom, isn't this a bit too soon? Su Mengyan, who had hastily changed her words, blushed suddenly, wondering why she had mentioned marriage. Hurry? How could it be? While talking, Yi Mu looked at Su Mengyan's belly. Now that you're pregnant, if you don't get married sooner, you won't be able to wear a wedding dress in time. My parents don't know yet. Su Mengyan said, trying to stall for time. Oh, that. Yi Mu pondered for a moment, then looked at her son. Ding dong ding. But at this moment, Xiao Dao's phone rang, and he couldn't help frowning when he saw the caller. Sister, it's Mom. Looking at the caller ID, Xiao Dao subconsciously looked at his sister. Why are you calling me? Shimayan gave Xiao Dao a wide eye, obviously not very happy about Xi's mother calling, not to mention that her mind was now entirely on getting married, so she had no time to care. Oh. Xiao Dao let out a sound of surprise and answered the call. Hello, Mom. After the call was connected, Xiao Dao said with some trepidation, after all, he had come to his brother-in-law's hometown but had to ask for leave. As for the homeroom teacher. Joking? Nowadays, not to mention the homeroom teacher, even the school principal dares not speak loudly to him. Rascal, you've got some nerve. Sure enough, as soon as his mother came up, she gave him a lecture, which made Xiao Dao skillfully hold the phone far away, and this was the most direct reason for not wanting to answer the phone. Serves you right. Seeing her younger brother being scolded by their mother, Shi Mengyan couldn't help but smile happily at the corner of her mouth. However, very soon, Shi Mengyan couldn't smile anymore. After a little lecture, Xiao Dao stood up from his chair suddenly, his eyes looking at his sister. What? Mom, you said you and Dad are coming to my brother-in-law's hometown. That's great. Xiao Dao's bald-faced mouth was immediately full of excitement, but Xiang Mengyan's beautiful eyes suddenly narrowed. Pop. Indeed, Xiang Mengyan was shocked by this information. Mom and Dad are coming to Wenkeo village. Give me the phone, I'll. Da. Xiang Mengyan just took the phone, and there was a hang-up sound from the other end, which made Xiang Mengyan's forehead a mass of black lines. What the hell? My parents are coming to Wenkeo village, but they didn't even bother to say hello to me. Are they afraid I'll find out? How can they do this? Mengyan, your parents are coming to Wenkeo village. Yes, father and mother glanced at each other, and both saw the joy in each other's eyes. After all, they would save themselves a trip, and the parents of both sides would finally get to meet each other. This. Su Mengyan sighed inwardly. Sure enough, what she feared had come to pass. What was she going to do? The in-laws were coming for the first time, and she couldn't let them down. Yi Mu then looked at Yi Xian. Xian, there are quite a few farms in the village that have been renovated quite well. You can arrange it then. Don't worry, Mom. Yi Xian nodded. He really hadn't expected this move. Yi Xian's father-in-law and mother-in-law were coming directly to Wengkeo village, but that was for the best. Niz, are you okay? At a certain moment, Yi Xian looked at the stunned Zai Menjian beside him and asked, could it be that you are still nervous about the meeting between the parents of both sides? You. Who was nervous? Zai Menjian's face turned red, and it was obvious that the deep feelings had already said it all. Yi Xian, who was watching this scene, raised the corner of his mouth. This girl is quite cute, let's not talk about it. Chapter 89, Xiao Di, want to admire the might of Boss Bai. It was late at night, in the jungle behind the mountain. Woof woof. A white figure dashed through the jungle under the bright moonlight, and then came to a stop somewhere in the jungle. This white figure was Xiao Bai. If an outsider saw the speed of Xiao Bai at this moment, they would be shocked, because even a first-rate master would be unable to match it. Sasa. Then, from the surrounding grass, a swarm of thousands of man-eating ants emerged, and there were even thousands of golden ones. Doggy, long time no see. The half-meter-tall king of the man-eating ants narrowed his eyes and said with a surge of fighting spirit, today, I will pin you to the ground. The most capable general under my master can only be me. Snort. The sound of his voice fades, and the king of the man-eating ants, whose fighting prowess is comparable to that of a first-class master, turns into a golden glow and opens his jaws towards the little white dog. Go for it, boss. The little brothers cheer, and the arena is suddenly full of noise. Hey! Listening to the shouts of his little brothers, the king of the man-eating ants' eyes sparkle with excitement, and it seems that the scene of becoming the most capable general under his master's command has already appeared before him. Just thinking about it makes him so excited. Doggy. At a certain moment, the Ant King became even more excited. Get down on your knees. Boom. The little white dog saw that the Ant King was so rebellious, so he lashed out with a paw, and the next moment he flew straight 7 or 8 meters out, and even the Ant King, whose defenses had increased greatly, was in pain and gritting his teeth. Holy shit. That dog has so much strength? What the hell? When the Ant King saw his boss get sent flying with a single paw, his arrogance instantly diminished. Human-like surprise filled his eyes. Apparently, under the effect of the liquid medicine, the intelligence of these ant groups had been enhanced unprecedentedly. Cut. The little white dog glanced at the Ant King who had been sent flying. With that kind of strength, he wanted to be the boss. Overestimating his own abilities. The little white dog took a step forward, looking up at the moon at a 45-degree angle, and he looked quite lonely as a master. Damn it! Seeing this scene, the Ant King felt his teeth ache with anger. He had been outsmarted by that guy again. Bastard, my little ones, attack. I don't believe it. Knowing that he was no match for the little white dog, the Ant King immediately ordered his subordinates to gang up on him, not believing that the little white dog could be a match for so many of his subordinates. When the thousands of subordinates heard their boss's words, they were a little confused, but after all, he was their boss. Ahem. Boss Bai, I'm sorry. The most capable subordinate of the Ant King coughed dryly and then led thousands of cannibal ants in an attack. Humph. Seeing this, the Ant King looked teasingly at the little white dog opposite him, unperturbed. Doggy, let's see how long you can pretend to be brave. Give it your all and waste that dog. Woof woof. Hearing the king of the man-eating ants yell, the little white dog was not to be outdone. If I don't show my strength, people will think I'm sick. Crack. As the sound fell, the little white dog pressed its 4 paws against the ground at the same time, and for a moment, the hard ground was overwhelmed and cracked, spreading out. Then, a wave of ants, with the little dog at the center, was directly blown away, and they were thrown into a daze. Ants, let me show you the power of the dog. With a hiss, the next moment, the little dog had disappeared from its original location. By the time it reappeared, it had already killed hundreds of man-eating ants. And this was still the case when it held back. If the little white dog had not held back, these subordinates of the king of the man-eating ants would have long since become corpses. VOG. The king of the man-eating ants saw this scene and his small, round eyes widened in shock. What's going on? That dog is so powerful now? Indeed, this scene was beyond his imagination. It seems that the gap in strength between himself and the dog is even greater. Damn it! How could this be? It shouldn't be like this. Boom, 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 boom. In this way, under the crushing force, after a few minutes, the group of man-eating ants all collapsed to the ground, and the gazes of everyone turned to the little white dog. Boss Bai, this is too strong. Duh. He stamped his paw forward, causing the ground to crack. His eyes fell on the dumbfounded king of the man-eating ants. Little ant, now I, the dog master, am comparable to the best in combat. You are no match for me. Feeling the aura of the little white dog, the ant king's heart trembled. The dog was indeed much stronger than he had imagined. Hey! Thinking about this, the ant king gave a human-like, smug smile and said, "What? Boss Bai, this is a misunderstanding. I, your humble servant, want to admire Boss Bai's awesome power." At this point, the king of the man-eating ants looked at the group of subordinates behind him. "What are you still doing there? Come and pay your respects to the boss." Oh. The man-eating ant colony, which had been pushed sideways, had not yet had time to catch their breath when they were told by their boss to get up. "Greetings, Boss Bai." The man-eating ants' eyes were filled with awe and admiration. Are you kidding? They had just experienced the boss's terror firsthand. At the moment, they wouldn't dare say a word even if they were given 10 guts. Well. The little white dog saw the prostrate group of man-eating ants and said with a domineering air, "I hope this is the last time. If there is a next time, you won't be so lucky. I dare not wait." The group of man-eating ants all swallowed their saliva. Damn, they are small but not stupid. The boss is so powerful, they would never provoke him unless they were looking for death. They are afraid. Indeed, after the battle they are truly afraid. That's for the best. The little white dog glanced at the field, then looked at the fawning ant king. "Ant, the dog master welcomes your challenge at any time." Air. The ant king's expression froze upon hearing this, and he hurriedly expressed his loyalty. "Boss White is joking, how dare I? Boss White has always been the strongest general under the master, I dare not overstep." "Oh, really?" The little white dog glanced at the king of the man-eating ants. "If you believe this guy, you're crazy. But that's not important. As for this little ant surpassing it, are you kidding? Not in this life, and not in the next." Of course. The king of the man-eating ants was full of admiration. "My admiration for Boss White is like the endless flow of the Yangtze River, or like the unstoppable flooding of the Yellow River." Okay. The little white dog naturally didn't believe him, and then looked around at the thousands of man-eating ants. "Disperse. If you disturb the boss's rest, none of you will get away." The little white dog looked in the direction of the exquisite bamboo house. Although it was already very far away, it would be bad if it disturbed the owner. "Yes, Boss Bai." The thousands of man-eating ants retreated in an orderly manner in all directions, as if nothing had happened. Chapter 9500 million to buy the land of Winkeo village? Hey, Boss Bai. Seeing his younger brother leave, the Ant King became even more flattering. "What? In the future, please say a few kind words in front of the master." If the outside world saw this humanized scene, they would be shocked. The Ant King knew very well that the little white dog in front of him was the one the master trusted the most. Moreover, this dog is even closer to the young master, so naturally it is more valued. Since it cannot defeat him, it will join him. At least, it must do so before it surpasses the dog, otherwise it will face endless suffering. The little white dog looks at the Ant King and says, "It depends on your performance. Take care, Boss White." Under the gaze of the king of the man-eating ants, the little white dog left the arena until it disappeared from view. "Bah, what a performance. When I become strong, I'll be the first to get you." The next day, early in the morning. Oh. Rongqing Airport. After stepping off the gangway, Shimu took a deep breath and felt the refreshing air, feeling much more relaxed. Is this Rongqing? The air is much better than in Jiangcheng. Yes. Xilingfeng surveyed his surroundings, then looked in the direction of Wenkeo village. According to Xiaoxi, Wenkeo village was a fairy tale place. He would be able to explore it this time. While Xilingfeng's parents were chatting, Uncle Quan received a phone call. "Hello? What is it? You're saying that Jiang Zhenghan from the Jiang family has been killed?" Uncle Quan was shocked to hear the news from the other end of the line, which made Xilingfeng's father slightly frown. "Quan, what's wrong?" Lingfeng asked, looking at his mother, who was walking not far in front of them. Quan looked in the direction of his mother and whispered, "Master, something terrible has happened in Jiangcheng. Just yesterday, Jiang Zhenghan of the Jiang family was killed, along with a first-class martial artist of the Jiang family." Hearing what Quan said, Lingfeng first froze for a moment, and then looked at Quan incredulously. "What did you say? Are you sure?" Indeed, this information has an unprecedented impact on him. Absolutely. Uncle Quan took a deep breath and then looked into the distance. Jiangcheng is now in chaos. What are you talking about?
In the meantime, the voice of Xi's mother came from not far away.
It's nothing. Seeing that the topic had ended, Xi's father then came to the airport exit.
I've been busy for a while, so I might as well have a good time in Rongcheng. Thinking about the current situation in Jiangcheng, Xi's father said after a moment of contemplation.
That's good.
After hearing this, Mrs. Xi didn't think much about it and agreed.
A little.
As they got closer and closer to Wenkeo village, Mrs. Xi finally caught the strong, pleasant fragrance of osmanthus.
This is such a strong osmanthus fragrance.
Mrs. Xi couldn't help but feel emotional, while Uncle Quan, who was driving, laughed and said, "Madam still doesn't know, there is a 1,000-year-old osmanthus tree at the entrance of Wenkeo village.
And every season, the fragrance of osmanthus can be felt from afar." Really? Hearing what Uncle Quan said, Mrs. Xi became even more excited.
Seeing this, Mr. Xi smiled, and had to admit that the location of this paradise really made people feel at peace.
By the way, Mrs. Xi.
Uncle Quan thought of something and continued with emotion. At the beginning, the gentleman spent 500 million to buy all the land in Wenkeo village.
This. Looked into the distance, Mrs. Xi couldn't help but be stunned. 500 million to buy the land in Wenkeo village? Yes.
My dear, you may not know that Wenkeo village was at risk of being demolished at the time, but thanks to your husband, it was saved.
Hearing what Uncle Quan said, Ye's mother couldn't help but be stunned. Yi has really gone all out.
Ye's mother pursed her lips, then looked in the direction of Wenkeo village.
But it's really curious how much money Yi has.
Frowning, Ye's mother's mind flashed to the image of her son-in-law. The more she gets to know him, the more she realizes that his wealth is beyond her imagination. First, he started with $1 billion to save the group from its predicament, then a $2 billion bride price, and even the acquisition of the Shoudao Noble School, and now another 500 million.
Yes. Uncle Quan is quite moved, and what the mother-in-law said is only the tip of the iceberg for Yi Xian. You have to know.
He knows very well that his own son-in-law is terrifyingly strong. Not only is his strength extraordinary, but his medical skills are even more amazing. If it weren't for him, how could he have become a second-rate master today? If it weren't for him, the situation of Wenkeo village would be unimaginable. Uncle Quan sighed, saying that in a sense, Yi Xian had protected Wenkeo village.
He is worthy of being my son-in-law.
As Imu spoke, the satisfaction and pride in her eyes were not hidden at all. In the meantime, Wenkeo village was already approaching.
Squeak!
The brakes squealed, and it came to a stop at the entrance to Wenkeo village.
Oh!
After getting off the bus, father and mother, you were really a little shocked by the picturesque scenery.
Uncle Quan didn't say anything, but the surprise in his eyes said it all.
There really is a paradise-like place in this world.
Father, you surveyed the surroundings and sighed with emotion. If I could retire here, it would be a great blessing in life. This plan has been very carefully thought out.
Looking into the distance, Yi Xiaomu's mother could see that Wenkeo village was now more reasonable than before, especially the smoke from the chimneys in the distance, which seemed like a world away.
Old man. Excuse me, where is Yi Xian's house? Uncle Quan came to the tree and asked the village chief.
After some conversation, the village chief, Wang Zhenju, also learned the identities of the three people. It turned out that they were Beichens-in-laws. The village head and the others all welcomed them warmly. After all, Yi Xian was the benefactor of their village and the most promising young man.
Thank you. Shifu nodded slightly and then drove towards the exquisite bamboo house. Sir, madam.
Uncle Quan thought about the scene just now. It seems that the young master is very popular in Wenkeo village.
That's normal.
Father, you looked at the beautiful scenery around him. If it weren't for Xiao Ya, they would all have been displaced. It could be said that Xiao Ya had given them peace.
That's right.
Mother, you thought of something at one point and then looked at father. You don't put on airs later, after all, that's our in-laws.
How could that be? Father, you glanced at mother. You.
Even on ordinary days, he would not act like that, let alone the fact that this son-in-law is also a benefactor of the Yu family.
Soon, a delicate bamboo house came into view. What a graceful bamboo house!
When they arrived at the bamboo house, Mrs. Xi was suddenly stunned by what she saw. This must be Xiao Ya's house, right? It was so ingeniously designed, and it seemed that the in-laws were a bit different from what they had imagined.
You have to know.
Such a presence is definitely the residence that countless wealthy people in Jiangcheng dream of.
Woof woof.
Just then, the little white dog barked and rushed out of the bamboo house, while in its wake was a cute little girl, none other than their granddaughter Yi Xiaoxi.
Chapter 91. If there's a next time, I'll step on your snake head, Grandpa Dog. Xiaoxi.
Sumu's face lit up with a smile as soon as she saw her granddaughter, and so did Su Fu's.
Ah.
Xiaoxi, who was chasing the little white dog, heard the familiar voice and looked over, momentarily frozen in place.
Grandpa, Grandma, you're here. Seeing her grandparents, Xiaoxi's face was full of joy. Woof woof. As for the little white dog, it was running around the yard, happy and carefree, having finished off the king of the ants the day before. Brother-in-law, look who's here.
Xiao Dao, who had arrived later, shouted into the house as he sought his parents.
Rascal.
Seeing her unruly son, Xi's mother gave him a glare. I'll deal with you later.
Had ha.
He knew he was in the wrong, so he scratched the back of his head, but fortunately his sister came out as a shield, so his attention was diverted from him.
Mom and Dad, you're here.
Xi Mengyan blushed when she saw her parents, because today was the first time the parents of both sides met. Xi's mother nodded, and then her gaze fell on Ye's mother. This is your mother-in-law, right?
So young. Oh, no.
After hearing this, Ye's mother came forward and struck up a conversation. You're the beautiful one, my dear. The two mothers exchanged pleasantries, quickly drawing closer. If you didn't know any better, you'd think they were best friends who hadn't seen each other in years.
Brother Yi, you've raised a wonderful son.
On the other side, Yi Lingfeng struck up a conversation with Ye's father, who smiled modestly. Not bad. But it's your brother Yi who has raised Meng Yan so well. They praised each other and became close friends over a drink.
Sizzling. But at that moment, an king cobra appeared outside the courtyard, over 2 meters long and with a fearsome tongue. Xiaoxi, don't run.
Shi Xiaodao was shocked when she saw the snake.
Shi Xiao, don't go. Brother-in-law, there's a poisonous snake.
Upon hearing this, everyone's attention turned to the snake, and Su Mengyan's face turned pale.
Xiaoxi, don't move.
Su Mengyan hurried over, and when the little white dog saw this, a murderous gleam appeared in its eyes. This little hot dog, looking for death.
Whoosh.
The little white dog then jumped towards the king cobra, daring to scare its young master under its very nose.
Little white dog.
When Xiao Dao saw Xiaobai jump up, her pretty face changed dramatically.
Really?
He didn't expect Xiaobai to be so impulsive, but it was too late.
Oh no.
When Yimu and the others saw this, they couldn't bear to watch. How could such a small body possibly be a match for a poisonous snake?
Boom.
Before everyone could come to their senses, they saw Xiaobai press a paw against the king cobra's 7-inch area, firmly pressing it to the ground.
SSSSS.
Although the king cobra struggled desperately, it was still unable to break free, and the tremendous force caused the king cobra to feel extreme pain.
Ooh.
This sudden scene really surprised everyone, and the worried Shi Xiaodao's eyes were fixed.
Good guy, Xiaobai is so awesome. Immediately afterwards, Shi Xiaodao looked at the scene in admiration. Xiaobai is so cool.
But that was a poisonous snake.
It can't even make a ripple in front of Xiaobai. Is this still Xiaobai?
Su Mengyan looked at the show-off Xiaobai and was really a little dazed. This was the first time she had seen Xiaobai in action, but she just couldn't figure out how the little guy did it. It was obvious that he was only so small, but he managed to subdue the king cobra so easily.
Su's father and Uncle Quan exchanged glances, both seeing the shock in each other's eyes. That little white dog is actually so strong. One move to defeat the enemy. Sizzling.
At this moment, the king cobra looked down with a feeling of its backbone being broken, and then it let out a pleading sound.
Spare my life, Master Dog, spare my life. The little white dog saw the king cobra giving in, and humanely despised it with a glance. Just this much backbone. What a letdown. Seriously, you're too weak.
The little white dog looked down at the king cobra. Next time, Master Dog will crush your snake head.
Yes, yes, yes. Gulps and swallows, the king cobra is truly afraid. Holy cow, it was so hard to come out for a walk and now it has met a killer. Get lost.
The little white dog loosens the king cobra's 7 inches and continues, and tell all your descendants in the future. Don't come to Wenkeo village to forage for food again, or I'll kill every one of you.
Yes, boss.
The king cobra saw the little white dog let go of him and swam away, not at all concerned about the pain in his 7 inches.
Are you kidding?
Seriously, he really wanted to bite the little dog back to death, but he couldn't and wouldn't dare. If he did, he reckoned that his brain would explode for sure and he would die on the spot. Now, the only safe thing to do is to get out of here as quickly as possible. Clap, clap, clap. Next, Xiaoxi in the courtyard was excitedly clapping and cheering. Oh yeah! Xiao Bai is awesome. The way he bounced around Meiji Mu and the others unable to hold back their laughter. This little guy is really cute. Woof woof. Upon hearing his young master's praise, Xiao Bai excitedly wagged his tail around Yi Xian, invitingly saying, "Master, isn't Xiao Bai awesome?" If someone else knew his thoughts, I wonder how they would feel. "Master, this little dog is quite intelligent." Uncle Quan murmured, and Xilingfeng nodded slightly but did not continue on this topic. After all, Yi Xian's identity as a high-level disciple was a secret, and if it became public, it would certainly cause a lot of trouble. Although, he was also very curious about what method had made a dog so powerful. Well done. Yi Xian rubbed the little white dog's head and then laughed. Go play. Woof woof. The little white dog got a compliment from his owner and ran joyfully into the distance, much to Xiaodao's envy. Brother-in-law, this is awesome. It's a pity that I didn't just film the video of the little white dog fighting the king cobra, otherwise my classmates would definitely be super envious. Little White, wait for me. Then Xiaoxi chased after Little White and they played again in the courtyard. After the false alarm, the atmosphere suddenly became warm again. Mom, you don't know yet, but my brother-in-law is a superb cook. Xiao Dao revealed his brother-in-law's superb cooking skills, and was arrogant. That look. It was as if the person with superb cooking skills was not Yi Xian, but him, Xiao Dao. Oh. Upon hearing this, Yi Zhao's mother looked at her son-in-law with a good mood. Really? Oh, that's true. Yi Mu looked at her son and then said, Yi Xiao, it seems that your in-laws haven't tried your cooking yet. Show them what you can do this afternoon. No problem. Yi Xian gave a wry smile. The little white dog that was chasing him couldn't help but beam with joy when it heard that its master was going to cook for them. Chapter 92, The operation of the beggar's chicken is full of blessings. Guliolu. Just then, Xiaoxi's stomach protested and cried out. Hearing that his father was going to cook, his eyes were filled with stars. Dad, what are we going to eat for lunch? The cute look was so irresistible that Xiao Dao subconsciously swallowed his saliva. He really didn't have much resistance to his brother-in-law's cooking. Well. Yi Xian pondered for a moment, then petted Xiaoxi's head. I'll make you something delicious today, how about calling it beggar chicken? Beggar chicken? Xiaoxi looked thoughtfully at his father. Is that delicious? Of course. Since Yi Xian has chosen to make this, he must have his reasons. Authentic beggar chicken has almost demanding requirements. Of course. That's for other people, Yi Xian's words are just offhand. The blade flashes as Yi Xian skillfully prepares the chicken, then basting it with sauce and wrapping it in lotus leaves and layers of yellow clay. Brother-in-law, what is beggar's chicken? Xiao Dao stares curiously at Yi Xian's actions. Oh, that. Yi Xian looks at his brother-in-law and patiently explains, it's related to a story. It is said that a long time ago, there was a beggar. One day, he happened to get a chicken, and wanted to kill it and cook it, but he had neither cooking utensils nor seasonings. He went to the foot of Yushan, killed the chicken, removed the entrails, coated the chicken with yellow mud and straw while it was still hairy, put the coated chicken in the fire to roast, and when the mud was dry and the chicken was cooked, peeled off the mud shell, and the chicken feathers also came off with the mud shell, revealing the well-roasted chicken. While describing the process, he continued to prepare the chicken. This brat knows quite a bit. Yimu looked at her son and rolled her eyes. But she was not hiding her pride at all, obviously her son's brilliance also brought her face some glory. It's not bad. Yifu looked at his busy son in the field and commented seriously, quite the style of my old man back then. Puff, ahem. Hearing Ye's father's unexpected words, Ye's mother couldn't help but glare at someone when she was caught off guard and choked. Get out of here. Is this old guy crazy? You? Demeanor? Yanting, are you okay? Seeing her daughter-in-law's choking, Ye's mother hurriedly asked with concern. It's fine. Ye's mother let out a sigh of relief. She really couldn't speak the words that guy just said. If her daughter-in-law knew, it would be a joke. Well. At a certain moment, as Yi Xian opened a roasted chicken, the rich and enticing fragrance immediately came to the nose, making people unable to help but swallow their saliva. It smells so good. Xixiadeo's eyes lit up even more. Finally, it's ready, we can eat it now. Woof woof. The little white dog was also barking at the side, his eyes never leaving the chicken in his master's hands for a moment, and even his eyes were glowing green.
If you didn't know, you'd think it was a wolf cub.
I know, Daddy is the best. Cece crossed her fingers and looked forward to Daddy's cooking.
Oh no, it's Daddy's cooking.
Daddy has never let her down, she really likes Daddy very much.
Gulp.
Su Mengyan also couldn't help but swallow, then looked at someone with a more complex expression. Sure enough, that guy had stolen the show again.
It's ready.
Cut up the chicken, and there's a whole plate of it, eat it while it's hot, it'll taste bad when it cools down.
Moo.
Xiao Dao couldn't wait any longer, and picked up a bite of the chicken and sent it to his mouth. The meat was tender and crispy, melting in the mouth, with a unique flavor.
Wow.
After eating, Xiao Dao looked at the chicken in his hands in disbelief. Brother-in-law, this is really delicious.
Indeed, Xiao Dao was shocked.
The chicken in front of him had directly refreshed his perception of his brother-in-law's cooking skills.
Although
he knew that his brother-in-law's cooking skills had always been very high.
It's delicious.
Cece took a bite of the beggar's chicken at this time, and the little chicken nodded in approval.
Xia Yi, you're amazing.
After eating, Yimu gave her son-in-law a thumbs up, but Xiling Fang and Uncle Quan looked at each other with strange expressions, and their final gaze fell on the beggar's chicken they were eating. Indeed, they obviously felt like they had gained a lot of strength.
This beggar's chicken doesn't seem simple. Are you kidding?
The fact that they could perceive it so clearly already says it all. Young master is worthy of being a disciple of a master, this technique is simply amazing. Of course. They naturally didn't know that Yi Xian had used the refined essence version of the medicinal liquid when brushing the sauce, and it was only normal to change his physique. However, if this matter were to be seen by outsiders, they would definitely cry out that it was a waste.
You have to know.
This is something that countless people have dreamed of, but now it is being used to concoct beggar's chicken.
After a long time,
lunch passed quietly, and his father and mother-in-law enjoyed a drink together at the stone table.
Sister Mu, it's not easy to come here, so why don't you stay for a few more days?
Ye's mother-in-law said, reluctant to part so soon after getting to know each other.
That's what we want too. We just don't want to disturb you.
Ye's mother-in-law looked around and liked the place even more. Hey, what's to disturb? Yimu waved her hand and smiled, and continued, just have a few fun days, and by the way, discuss the wedding. After all, Meng Yan is pregnant and can't wait.
Ha, good.
Upon hearing this, Shimu smiled and nodded, while Shi Mengyan blushed beside her.
What on earth are they talking about?
Right.
Then, Yimu thought of something and said to her son, Sister Mu, you came to Rongqing in a hurry and probably didn't bring much clothing, did you?
In that case, let's go shopping in the mall this afternoon. Having said that, Yimu looked at her son.
Xian, what do you think?
Yi Xian naturally understood what his mother was doing and laughed. Of course you can.
Go ahead and buy whatever you like, I'll pay.
Seeing that her son-in-law had spoken, Yimu didn't push back anymore.
Really?
When Yi Xiaodao heard that her brother-in-law would pay, she immediately became very excited. Brother-in-law, you're so cool.
In that case, we can go shopping again.
Yes.
Long live Daddy.
Cece was also excitedly clapping her hands, clearly enjoying the shopping trip.
Woof woof. The little white dog was barking too, clearly indicating that it wanted to go too.
Cece knelt down and rubbed the dog's head. Little white, we can't take you into the mall.
Hee hee, let's go Daddy.
Woof woof. This remark caused the little white dog to hang its ears, looking at Yi Xian with pitiful eyes.
This made Shi Xiaodao dumbfounded. Brother-in-law, little white is really too smart. Let's go.
Yi Xian rubbed Xiaoxi's head and led the group away.
As for clever joking, if little white is not smart, it would be strange. Chapter 93, Daddy, Aunt Lear is being bullied. Rongqing Shopping Center. Squeak.
The extended sports car came to a stop, and the group arrived at the shopping center.
Wow. As soon as they entered the shopping center, Xiaoxi's eyes sparkled, it's so big.
Yes. Xiao Dagger surveyed the surroundings, the shopping center in Jiangcheng is just like this.
Buy whatever you want, there's no shortage of money.
Yi Xian said with a smile as he petted Xiaoxi's head.
Long live my brother-in-law.
Su Xiaodao shouted, his face showing how much he liked his brother-in-law.
You, just spoil them.
Su Mengyan glanced at someone, this guy is really afraid that others don't know that he is rich.
What, are you jealous, baby?
Yi Xian teased with a laugh as he looked at the beautiful woman beside him.
Spit. Who's jealous? What nonsense? Listening to someone's words, Ximenjian's face flushed.
She really didn't expect that guy to say such things.
You know. Now that my mother and mother-in-law are both around, are you crazy?
However, this move made the people around them envious, and the invisible dog food was the most lethal, which was what was said at this moment. This young couple has quite a good relationship. Yimu and Shimu both looked at the scene, with an arc hanging at the corners of their mouths. Especially now that Shi Mengyan was pregnant again, their mood was undoubtedly better.
Look at you.
Hearing her mother and mother-in-law's words, Shi Mengyan's face flushed even more, and she really thought that guy was so hateful.
How could he do that? Damn it, I'll make him bleed today.
Thinking about this, Shi Mengyan gave someone a dirty look, then dragged Xiaoxi straight to the Lancome flagship store not far away.
Sister, Xiaoxi, wait for me. Su Xiaodao followed after, and so began the shopping spree. 5 minutes. 10 minutes. A quarter of an hour.
Soon, half an hour passed, and they had shopped at several flagship stores and bought quite a lot of expensive goods.
Ha! Just then, Yimu looked at the girl not far away. Lear, why is she here? Daddy, look, there's Auntie Lear. Cici looked around and suddenly saw a familiar figure. That girl was none other than Shun Lear. At that moment,
she was broadcasting live outdoors on her phone, and there were 3 of her girlfriends and roommates standing next to her. It had to be said that the 4 beautiful girls with online appeal attracted the attention of many people around them.
Get out of the way.
Just then, a young man was surrounded by people and came to the scene, and it happened that Shun Lear blocked the way.
What are you doing?
Lear's roommate, who had come back to her senses, frowned and looked not far away. At this moment, the fans in the live broadcast room also exploded.
Holy cow, what kind of person is so overbearing? Grandma, these days there are really all kinds of people, do they own them all?
Pop, that handsome guy can't be the popular first-tier star Lin Yuchen.
Ha!
It's that star who's rumored to be a diva. Amidst the frenzy in the live broadcast room, Lin Yuchen suddenly also saw Shun Lear, who was broadcasting live outdoors.
What, trying to create a scandal to become famous?
Lin Yuchen looked down on Shun Lear with a good feeling about himself, which made Shun Lear frown, sick.
I've never seen such a narcissist. As for celebrities and whatnot, Shun Lear couldn't care less, and naturally she wasn't sure of Lin Yuchen's identity in front of her. Interesting little girl.
Lin Yuchen narrowed his eyes. In front of so many fans behind him, he would not lose face, and then gave the bodyguard a wink.
Get out of the way.
The bodyguard naturally understood, and charged towards Shun Lear and the others.
You? How can you do this? Shun Lear's roommate was full of resentment.
Obviously, they were in the right place, and the person on the other side was so overbearing, clearly bullying people. The fans in the live broadcast room saw this scene and their faces turned gloomy.
Damn it!
A first-tier star is amazing, but this quality is too low.
Oof.
That bodyguard didn't care about all that, and Shun Lear's appearance was not low, so it was not a bad idea to take advantage of the situation.
Daddy, Aunt Lear is being bullied. Cici looked at the scene angrily. Bad guys. Stop.
At the critical moment, a voice came over, and the person who spoke was none other than Yi Xian.
Ha!
Hearing Yi Xian's voice, the bodyguard stopped moving, and Lin Yuchen also frowned and looked at Yi Xian not far away.
Cousin. Seeing the person coming, Shun Lear was stunned.
She didn't expect to meet her cousin here.
Holy cow.
The fans in the live broadcast room immediately perked up like they had just been given a shot of adrenaline when they saw their cousin arrive.
They knew that Lear's cousin was no ordinary person.
Not to mention the luxury car he drove, but especially the fact that he had a hotel VIP card with a rechargeable value of 100 million.
This was no ordinary person. Moreover,
the most important thing was that cousin and Lear were very close.
Cousin is here.
Shun Lear's roommate also beamed with joy when she saw her cousin arrive, and then glared at Lin Yuchen across the room.
Cousin, they are so overbearing. Obviously, Lear is broadcasting outdoors, but they want to push us aside.
Upon seeing their cousin arrive, the 3 beautiful girl roommates also became a lot more bold, murmuring and complaining.
Oh?
Listening to the 3 of them, Yi Xian glanced at Lin Yuchen and then stopped paying attention, but looked at the bodyguard not far in front of him.
Did you just try to push my cousin?
His gaze fell on the bodyguard, but it made the bodyguard feel like a thorn in his back, and he couldn't help but wonder where this wild kid had popped out from. Who are you? I warn you, you'd better stay out of today's business. Otherwise, no one in Rongqing can protect you. He looked at Yi Xian with a naked threat. After all, Lin Xiao was a star that Mirage Entertainment Company was pushing hard, and not just anyone could offend him. Really? Listening to the words of the bodyguard, Yi Xian laughed. So what if I get involved today? You refuse to take the drink, but you will take the punishment. The bodyguard's face was cold, and he raised his hand and slammed a punch at Yi Xian. The sudden attack exceeded everyone's expectations. Humph. Lin Yuchen looked at the scene coldly, not stopping in the slightest. After all, no one had ever dared to be reckless in front of him. Brother-in-law, be careful. Xiao Dagger saw that person suddenly lash out and immediately shouted out to warn him. Shen Lier's pretty face changed, obviously not expecting that burly bodyguard to actually attack directly. Serves you right. Dare to provoke the male god Yu Chen, now you're stupid, right? The surrounding brain-dead fans vented their anger at Yi Xian one after the other, and for a while, public opinion was extremely unfavorable towards Yi Xian. Lin Yuchen felt a wider smile curve form at the corner of his mouth. A powerless brat like him dares to provoke him. Pop. Under the attention of the crowd, the bodyguard was not even close to Yi Xian before he was knocked to the ground by Yi Xian. A cracking sound was heard, causing a crushing fracture of his facebone, and he fainted on the spot. Ha! When the crowd saw this, their eyes fell on Yi Xian in disbelief. Next, something big is going to happen. Chapter 94, Slapping the Brain-Damaged Fan, Shocking Everyone. Oh. Shimu looked at the scene and was also stunned for a moment. Meng Yan, Xiaoye is so skilled? Indeed, it was the first time that Shimu had seen her son-in-law in action. Although the slap was a bit inappropriate, she had to say that it was very satisfying. How dare a performer be so arrogant? The world is really going downhill. How dare you? The other bodyguards' faces fell when they saw this. They were responsible for protecting Lin Yuchen, and if the news got out today, it would have an immeasurable impact on his reputation, and they would either die or be stripped of their skin. Therefore, the only way to minimize the damage was to waste this kid. Pat. Pat. However, the bodyguards just came back to their senses and saw that each of them had been knocked over by Yi Xian's palm, bleeding from the corners of their mouths, and they were lying on the ground, wailing miserably. However, the way they looked at Yi Xian had changed. That guy was ruthless, he was a monster. Lier, your cousin is so skilled. Shen Lier's dormitory best friend blinked her big eyes and looked at Yi Xian in admiration, just like the Prince Charming in their hearts. This. Cough, I don't know. Hearing her best friend's words, Shen Lier coughed dryly. Really, she didn't know when her cousin had become so skilled. Wow, awesome cousin. 66666, these bodyguards just need to be beaten up. Yes, but my cousin is good enough. Hey, the rising star is in for a good show. The bench has been moved, and my cousin is so protective of his child. This young, fresh meat star is in for a bad time. The live broadcast room is buzzing with excitement, and the number of active fans has increased from a few thousand to tens of thousands, which shows how eye-catching this operation is. Kid, how dare you? Lin Yuchen saw all the bodyguards get beaten up, and his eyes narrowed. Do you know who I am, and you dare to touch my people? As he spoke, he took a step forward and looked down at Yi Xian with contempt. I am the one that Mirage Entertainment is pushing, and you have thought about the price of offending Mirage Entertainment. Pop. As soon as the sound died down, the answer to Lin Yuchen was a big slap in the face, and just like that, he followed in the footsteps of the first bodyguard, his face bone shattered and he fainted on the spot. However, this scene stunned everyone. Hiss. Xiao Dagger gasped here, brother-in-law, you've beaten up a popular first-tier star. This is a big deal, but it's really cool. Xiao Dagger was so excited, no one else could palm slap a first-tier star. Lier, what? Shen Lier's dormitory girlfriends were shocked when they saw this. How explosive the news was that a first-tier star had been knocked unconscious in public, they could tell just by thinking about it with their toes. That was a first-tier star. When the surrounding crowd saw this, they all gave a thumbs up. They had long since grown tired of these young, fresh meat. It could be said that Yi Xian had done what they wanted to do but were afraid to do. However, Lin Yuchen, who had come back to her senses, was unhappy with the more than 300 brain-damaged fans. What?
You're hitting my idol, Yuchen. Why? Sisters, let's go together.
With a loud noise, more than 300 brain-damaged fans rushed towards Yixian.
This sudden scene really took everyone by surprise. This is causing a public outcry. Cough cough, the situation seems to be out of control.
The surrounding people were dumbfounded when they saw this. After all, the lineup of more than 300 crazy brain-dead fans was quite large, and a little carelessness could cost someone's life.
Brother-in-law, run!
Shenlier had never seen this before, and she even regretted not giving way to the rising star. Now she had even gotten her cousin into trouble. If something happened to her cousin, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life, and even her mother would break her legs.
Pop!
However, before Shenlier could think about it, a crisp slap sounded from the field, and then a brain-dead fan was directly knocked flying 4 or 5 meters away, followed by a scarlet palm mark on his face. This sudden turn of events stunned everyone in the field, and even the more than 300 brain-dead fans who rushed forward were dumbfounded.
They couldn't imagine that guy actually daring to lay a hand on him. Holy shit! That guy is really brave.
The people around him were stunned, and when they looked at the scene, their expressions changed. Not only did the guy slap a top star, he also laid hands on the brain-damaged fans.
Such actions. If you're not careful, you'll be nailed to the pillory of public opinion.
However, these brain-damaged fans had no idea what kind of existence they had offended.
Pat. Pat. Pat.
With each palm strike, after a minute or so, more than 300 brain-damaged fans were slapped to the ground, wailing in pain. The scene was miserable to behold.
Then,
the eyes of the 300-odd brain-damaged fans all changed as they looked at Yixian.
That guy is so ruthless. Indeed. What happened here far exceeded their understanding.
Although it was very satisfying, this has caused a big problem.
Ghoul.
The sound of swallowing saliva came from the throats of Shenlier's 3 girlfriends.
Cousin, this is really too much protection for your children, isn't it?
Slapping a top star, pushing aside 300 brain-dead fans. Such a move is sure to make the headlines, and Yixian will definitely be pushed to the forefront.
Cousin, this is really...
Shenlier, who was watching the scene, was dumbfounded.
I'm so happy, cousin, you're awesome. Beating up brain-dead fans, wow, that's so satisfying. Hey, well done. Ali, here. Brain-dead fan, how could this be? This is unbelievable. Sure enough, there is nothing that cousin local tyrant is afraid to do.
The live broadcast room was buzzing with excitement, and at this moment, the number of fans had already skyrocketed to tens of thousands, all looking excitedly at the live broadcast room.
Let's go.
After looking at the mess, Yixian turned around and left, as if he had just smoked a wave of trash.
Oh.
Shenlier, who had been in a daze, followed her cousin out of the arena like this, and the 3 girlfriends didn't dare to say a word. The scene in front of them had been too shocking for them. Brother-in-law, so domineering. Xiao Dagger saw his brother-in-law return, and his eyes revealed no sign of the adoration and admiration he felt, so cool and hot.
Auntie.
Shenlier saw Yimu's face turn red, because her cousin had just made a name for himself.
HM.
Yimu looked at Shenlier. It's good that nothing happened.
But let's get out of here first.
Feeling the stares from everyone, Yimu pondered for a moment before speaking.
This guy. Su Mengyan looked at someone who was indifferent as if everything in front of him had nothing to do with him.
Indeed, the guy's skills also exceeded her expectations.
As for Yimu, the look in her eyes towards Yixian was even more satisfied. Just imagine. If her own cousin can do so well, then how much better will she treat her daughter in the future? It seems that it is necessary to put their marriage on the agenda.
For a moment, Yumi thought about this, and if Yumian knew, she wondered how she would react.
Chapter 95, The Sky-High Wedding Dress is Worth 80 Million. Daddy is so handsome.
Cici excitedly clapped her hands and glared at the unconscious Lin Yuchen, thinking that he was so bad.
Cici, long time no see. Shenlier hugged Cici affectionately, her eyes full of affection. Did you miss your Auntie Liar?
Cici pecked her head, her cute appearance making people love her.
Cousin, thank you.
After a few moments of small talk, Shenlier looked at her cousin, and she couldn't imagine what would have happened if it wasn't for her cousin today.
It's nothing.
Yixian waved his hand and said, and Yimu, upon seeing the scene, then thought of something.
Right, I heard that a new wedding dress shop has opened in the shopping mall, why don't we go take a look? While speaking, Yimu looked at her own in-laws, and Shimu understood and agreed. A wedding dress shop, is this? Isn't it too soon? Indeed, Shi Mengyan was caught off guard by the sudden conversation, and a blush rose on her face. What's so fast? Shimu looked at her daughter and said with a bad temper, you can wait, but my grandson can't. Hey, that's right. Xiao Dagger said with a carefree attitude, I'm going to have a nephew soon. Xiao Dagger. Hearing his unscrupulous brother's words, Shimu's expression turned to look at Xiao Dagger. This kid never stops, and it seems like he still needs to be taught a lesson. Nephew? Shenlier was stunned when she heard this, and then looked at Yi Xian with surprise. Cousin, my sister-in-law is pregnant again. Obviously, Shenlier was not stupid and naturally heard something. Yi Xian nodded slightly, while Shenlier's three best friends and roommates were full of surprise in their eyes, and then looked at the pretty sister with envy. Oh. My sister-in-law is pregnant again, this. Mom, yeah, not to mention that cousin's woman is pretty beyond words. Well, she's even more perfect than the goddess in my dreams. The fans in the live broadcast room were buzzing with excitement, and the number of fans undoubtedly increased significantly as a result. Obviously, Zai Menjian had contributed greatly to this. Even so, the operation of slapping a first-tier star just now had weakened drastically at this moment. During the conversation, the group arrived at the bridal shop. Wow! After entering the bridal shop, Yu Menjian and the others were attracted by the dazzling array of eye-catching wedding dresses. Each design was extremely elegant and generous, and they could even see themselves in the wedding dresses in their mind's eyes. Pounding. Heartbeat. For some reason, Yu Menjian's heartbeat couldn't help but quicken upon arriving here. Was it time to try on wedding dresses? Nervous. Excited. Thrilled. A variety of emotions welled up in her heart, making her mood very complicated. After walking for a while, a set of sparkling wedding dresses in the window attracted everyone's attention. Papa, look, that wedding dress is super beautiful. Cici ran up to the wedding dress, hoping, if Mom wears it, she will definitely look good. Ye's mother and Xi's mother exchanged a glance and nodded. The wedding dress was impeccable in both appearance and design, and every detail exuded understated luxury. Just by looking at it, you could tell it was worth a lot of money. However, this was obviously something Yi Xian didn't need to worry about with his current wealth. May I help you, sir and madam? At that moment, the manager of the bridal shop came up to them with a salesperson, obviously sensing that these people were extraordinary from their aura. Well, we want to try on this wedding dress. Yimu immediately gave the go-ahead and said to the store manager. This sentence made the store manager pause for a moment, and then his heart became even more solemn. Madam, to be honest with you, this wedding dress is the treasure of our bridal shop. This wedding dress, named the Diamond Wedding Dress, was designed by the internationally renowned wedding dress design masters Martin and Rennie. It is inlaid with 150 carats of diamonds, luxurious yet elegant. This wedding dress not only shows its extremely high artistic value, but also reflects the designer's extreme pursuit of detail. The inlay of each diamond has been carefully designed. As if describing the wedding dress. The shop manager continued, as for the price, it is naturally extremely expensive. This wedding dress costs as much as 80 million Huaxia coins. Boom! As soon as these words were spoken, the entire audience was shocked. Ha ha! Shenlier's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at the dreamlike wedding dress in front of her, worth 80 million. My god! This is robbery. 80 million for a wedding dress is crazy. Indeed. Sumu frowned when she heard this. Although they were not short of 80 million, it was really not worth it to spend such a large sum of money on a wedding dress. Yi Xian, this is too expensive. Su Mengyan frowned slightly. Even though she looked forward to the wedding, there was no need to buy such a good wedding dress to set it off. No matter. Yi Xian petted Su Mengyan's face with affection and waved his hand airily. I'll take this wedding dress. Wow. When they heard this, the live broadcast room exploded. My goodness, 80 million yuan for a wedding dress. This is unbeatable. That's a lot of money, and it's not something that an ordinary person could afford in 20 lifetimes. We really don't understand the happiness of our cousin. Cousin, come home with me, I'll do whatever you say. As the explosion continued, the number of fans in the live broadcast room quietly broke the 100,000 mark. As for why, the reason is obvious. Yi Xian, you
Su Mengyan was about to say something, but Yi Xian interrupted. It's fine, after all, getting married is such a big deal that it only happens once.
It's normal for wedding dresses to be expensive.
Looking at the wedding dresses in the window, Yi Xian laughed and said, go try it on.
Well. Seeing that Yi Xian insisted, Su Mengyan didn't say anything more.
After all, the two of them were now legally recognized as husband and wife, and besides, the guy didn't lack money.
Although
she didn't know how much money that guy had, but one thing was for sure, his wealth definitely exceeded her imagination.
So envious.
Seeing Yu Mengjian enter the fitting room, Shenlier and the other three were full of light in their eyes.
Yi Xian then looked at Shenlier and the other three and laughed, seeing each other as fate. So how about you be the bridesmaids?
Ah. Shenlier heard the sudden words and her face was full of disbelief. Cousin, is this for real?
Dong.
Yi Xian knocked his head and said, of course. You go pick out the bridesmaid dresses, and I'll pay for it. While talking, Yi Xian looked at his cousin's three beautiful girlfriends. I just don't know if the three little beauties would like to.
Cousin, we would like to.
The three beautiful girls were a little overwhelmed when they heard their cousin's invitation. Naturally, they would not refuse the opportunity to witness the wedding of their cousin Lear and the beautiful sister.
Moreover,
the most important thing was that the bridesmaid dresses here were also super beautiful. If they missed such an opportunity, they would definitely regret it for the rest of their lives.
Creak.
Shenlier, the four beautiful girls chattered as they selected their bridesmaid dresses. The door to the fitting room opened, and then a woman dressed in a white wedding dress, like a fairy, walked out, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the room, and the surrounding light dimmed.
Wow.
Shi Xiaodao looked at his sister in the wedding dress, his mouth wide open. Sister, you're so beautiful. Chapter 96. My sister-in-law has more than 300 brainwashed fans.
She is as beautiful as a fairy.
She looks like a beautiful woman who has walked out of a painting, and has even refreshed Shenlier's perception of beauty.
Really not bad.
Seeing her daughter-in-law, Yi Mu's mouth corners turned up in delight.
This effect is much better than she expected. Sure enough.
My son has found a treasure, and this daughter-in-law is one of a kind in the world.
Mommy is so beautiful.
Cici was jumping around, saying that her mother-in-law was too beautiful.
It's not bad.
Zhu Yuanyan looked at Yi Xian with some uncertainty, and her face couldn't help but blush a little.
80 million yuan for a wedding dress.
The clothes she has worn since birth are probably not as expensive as this one.
Well, it's very good.
Yi Xian nodded with satisfaction. He could imagine the scene of a grand wedding here, and there was no doubt that this girl would be the focus of everyone's attention at that time.
Swipe the card.
Yi Xian then took out a black card, and the store manager took a deep breath when he saw it. Yes, sir. In this way, Yi Xian ended up buying a wedding dress and 4 bridesmaid dresses. Sir, the total cost is 90 million.
Here is the invoice. HM.
After receiving the invoice, the group left the bridal shop like this. At this time, the live broadcast room also fell into an unprecedented uproar.
Mom, 90 million is crazy. That's too much, I can't imagine.
Yes, the wedding dress is expensive, but the bridesmaids' dresses cost 2.5 million.
The little fairy girls have made a fortune. Jealousy has caused my walls to separate, woo-woo.
Between the comments, the live broadcast room was filled with comments, densely filling the entire screen.
Phew.
Soon after leaving, the 4 beautiful girls, Shenlier, let out a deep sigh, truly feeling as if they had just been dreaming.
Cousin, we'll go shopping first.
Shenlier parted with her cousin, afraid that if she stayed any longer, her cousin would spend even more money. After all, the 4 of them had already spent 10 million yuan on her cousin today.
Yes, go.
Yi Xian nodded slightly, naturally not caring about this amount of money.
Lear, I'm not dreaming, am I?
One of the beautiful girl best friends, holding the bag of the bridesmaid's dress in her hands, suddenly felt that it was heavier than 1,000 pounds.
2.5 million.
Yes.
Cousin is so generous.
Shenlier heard her best friend's complaints and coughed. This, I didn't expect either. The live broadcast room was still immersed in the barrage of complaints.
After all,
this scene before them was a big shock.
However,
in the midst of the complaints, a wave of rewards suddenly appeared in the live broadcast room without warning. Writer Pig watching the sunset rewards Lear Little Fairy Fantasy Star X111. Writer Pig watching the sunset rewards Lear Little Fairy Fantasy Star X222.
Writer Pig watching the sunset rewards Lear Little Fairy Fantasy Star X333. The screen was suddenly filled with a screen full of dreamy stars, which really stunned Shen Lear's best friend. Ah! Lear, look! The sunset big shot has rewarded again. Accompanied by her best friend's screams, Shen Lear and her other two best friends looked over, and when they saw the dreamy starry sky filling the screen, they were really a little dazed. What? The sunset big shot is rewarding, and the number is still growing. Holy cow, the sunset god has appeared. Sure enough, the little fairy Lear has been bullied so much, the sunset big shot won't just stand by and watch. Is this to comfort the little fairy Lear? On the sunset big shot, please accept our worship. The number of live broadcast fans soared to a whopping 200,000 in no time, which shows just how appealing the idea of watching the sunset on a pig is. Lear, your cousin has rewarded you again. The three beautiful girl best friends looked at the live broadcast in awe. They were truly shocked and envious of what they saw before them. Their cousin was so generous. He comforted Lear so openly and honestly, but did he consider their feelings? He's so spoiled. Cough, cough, is my cousin crazy? Shen Lear coughed dryly. Even if you are rich, you don't have to do this. Immediately afterwards, Piggy Writer Sunset posted a comment, Lear is shocked, and that first tier star will pay the price. These simple words were like a cannonball that exploded in the live broadcast room. I'll knock it down. What the hell, Sunset Boss said that the first tier star will pay the price. This is going to be the first time that Fairy Lear has taken action. Good guy. The top stars don't care, but they know that this Sunset Boss definitely has the power. Didn't you see how he rewarded hundreds of millions of virtual gifts like it was nothing? Cousin, this. Shen Lear watched the barrage of Sunset Boss's comments. While others didn't know who Sunset Boss was, she certainly did. The three girlfriends next to her saw this scene, their eyes full of shock, and then filled with envy. Not only did he pull the plug on the top star, but he also made him pay a price. It has to be said, this is no ordinary overprotective parent. As for what will happen next, they have no idea. But from what they know of their cousin Lear, they fear that this first tier star is in for a bad time. Because they know full well that in front of their cousin Lear, that so-called first tier star is nothing. Time passed, and when they returned to Wenkeo village, it was already night. Squeak! The car pulled up in front of the exquisite bamboo house, and Xiao Shi and Xiao Dao got out excitedly. Woof woof! The first thing that happened was the excited barking of the little white dog in the courtyard, which had obviously noticed that its owner had returned. Little white, hee hee. Seeing the excited little white dog, Xiao Shi chased after it. The atmosphere was very happy. You're back. Ye's father and Xiao Dao's father had a drink in the afternoon and then strolled around Wenkeo village for a while, so they were in a very good mood. Ye's mother and Xi's mother nodded at each other, while Xiao Dao chattered away, Dad, you don't know. My brother-in-law was amazing today. At the shopping mall, we ran into a top celebrity. Then, Xiao Dao recounted with relish what had happened at the shopping mall, but Ye's father and Xi's father were stunned. A first-tier star, you brat. You were so impulsive. Father Yi looked at his son. Although his son was very good, it was not good to hit a first-tier star in public. Not only that. Xiao Dao continued, my brother-in-law also hit more than 300 brain-damaged fans of that first-tier star. Look. While they were talking, Xiao Dao played the video recorded on his phone, and Father Yi, Father Shi, and Uncle Quan looked at it. Sure enough. They saw Yi Xian pushing 300 brain-damaged fans sideways. Ye's father was truly shocked by the scene before him. He saw his son single-handedly defeat more than 300 people. When did his son become so skilled? Good boy. Ye's father and Uncle Quan exchanged glances. Although this was easy for Yi Xian, it was not inconsiderable to openly attack more than 100 people like this. But this approach was quite satisfying. Chapter 97, Obtaining the God-level Magneto and Giving It a Try. Ha ha. However, while the group was chatting, a truck stopped in front of the exquisite bamboo house. Then the door opened, and what was being transported was none other than the diamond wedding dress. Mr. Yi, we meet again. The manager of the wedding dress store personally delivered the wedding dress, respectfully saying, this is the wedding dress you purchased, please check it. Yi Xian nodded slightly, and then the staff carefully helped carry the wedding dress into the exquisite bamboo house. This is the wedding dress?
When Yu's father saw this, he was stunned, especially when he saw the diamond embellishments on the wedding dress, which were not cheap at a glance.
Yes. Yu's mother looked at the wedding dress and then looked at her daughter. Do you know how much this wedding dress costs? You won't believe it when I tell you, 80 million.
When Yu's father heard this, he couldn't help but be stunned.
80 million for a wedding dress is really a bit of a waste. Yi Xian, you've gone too far. Even as the head of a third-rate family in Jiangcheng, Yi's father couldn't help but be shocked, but it also showed how much his daughter's fiancé valued her. It's fine. Yi Xian gave a faint smile. Compared to what Meng Yan has endured over the years, a wedding dress is insignificant. Yi's father nodded with satisfaction when he heard his son's words, and Yi's mother and father looked at each other and were even more satisfied with their son-in-law. This guy. As Meng Yan listened to someone's words that bordered on a confession, she couldn't help but feel her heart skip a beat. It would be a lie to say she wasn't moved. In the study of the bamboo house, Yi Xian turned on the computer and began hacking with ease. Duong. Very quickly, Yi Xian used various methods to collect all sorts of dirt on first-tier star Lin Yuchen. This evidence alone was enough to ruin him, and there would be no chance of him ever getting back up. Then, Yi Xian simply pressed the enter key and uploaded the black material he had collected to the internet. As for what would happen next, it was not something he needed to worry about. After doing everything, Yi Xian's mouth curved up in a smile. In his spare time, he once again summoned the system. System, exchange abilities. With a hint of anticipation, Yi Xian once again summoned the system to exchange for a new ability, not knowing what kind of ability it would be this time. Ding! Congratulations, host, for upgrading your Magneto power to the God level, which cost 5 enhancement points. God level Magneto power. Under this power, the host can manipulate metal and form a magnetic field around them for defense and attack. In addition, the host with Magneto power can also have the ability to fly. The specific uses of this power are for the host to discover for themselves. Ha! Yi Xian couldn't help but be stunned as he watched the system's explanation. God level Magneto power? Manipulate metal and form magnetic fields? And even fly? As he muttered, Yi Xian's gaze then fell on the metal ornaments not far from the study, and then with the display of his magnetic abilities, a magical scene unfolded next. It was as if all the ornaments were full of liquid, and then under Yi Xian's control, they transformed into various shapes, like the supreme magic. If this scene were known to the outside world, it would probably shock countless people. This ability is truly against the heavens. Yi Xian then looked at the metal ornament in front of him, which had transformed into the shape of a long sword. He really felt like he was dreaming. Then, Yi Xian controlled the reaction force of the magnetic field. Suddenly, Yi Xian's feet lifted off the ground. Despite this, he was still walking on the ground as if it were flat land, which was very miraculous. Was this the flying ability bestowed upon him by Magneto's power? Gee, it seems that the God-level Magneto is even more powerful than expected. Meanwhile, on the other side, in the intensive care unit of the Demon City Hospital, a group of people hurriedly came from afar. The one in the lead was none other than Lin Yuchen's father, Lin Jinming, who was also the second largest shareholder of Demon City Entertainment. How is Yuchen? Lin Jinming asked with a gloomy face as he arrived at the intensive care unit. Mr. Lin, don't worry. The director of the hospital comforted him, adding, young Master Lin has now passed the critical stage, but the damage to his facial bones is quite serious. What? Hearing the director's words, Lin Jinming's face looked terrible. A few months could change a lot of things, especially in the entertainment industry. Moreover, if the matter of his son being publicly beaten up was not handled well, it would definitely be a disaster for his son's career. Ding dong. Just then, one of Lin Jinming's subordinates received a message. Lin Dong, we found the person who hit the young master. Then, the subordinate reported, Yi Xian, 23 years old, a graduate of Jiangcheng University, with a simple background, owns several properties, and is suspected to have connections with the Jiangchengshi family. HM. Lin Jinming frowned slightly upon hearing the subordinate's report. A kid with no background, the Jiangchengshi family is only a third-rate family, I remember, and yet he dares to touch my son Lin Jinming, he's looking for death. You have to know. The demon capital is superior to Jiangcheng in terms of strength, and the Lin family is a second-rate family in the demon capital. The mere Shi family is no different from an ant in front of the Lin family. It's best if the Shi family has nothing to do with this, otherwise. He paused, and Lin Jinming's eyes flashed with ferocity.
I don't mind having the Shi family disown in Jiangcheng.
Ding dong dong. But at this moment, Lin Jinming's phone rang, and he answered it. Hello, what is it? After hearing the message from the other party, Lin Jinming's face changed drastically. What did you say?
A lot of black material about Yu Chen has appeared online, and it is spread all over the internet and cannot be blocked.
Okay, I got it.
After taking a deep breath and calming his nerves, Lin Jinming opened his phone and logged onto the internet, and immediately saw a lot of black material about his son.
How is this possible? Indeed, the development of events far exceeded his imagination, son of a bitch. Who on earth is?
Lin Jinming was truly angry. If these black materials are not controlled, his son's life will be ruined.
Damn it!
Knowing the seriousness of the matter, Lin Jinming immediately ordered his subordinate, find out, and make sure you find the person who broke the news.
I want to make him unable to survive and unable to die. Yes, Chairman Lin.
The subordinate took a deep breath, then turned around and ordered someone to find the source, while also ordering them to block this black material as much as possible.
However,
after this wave, Lin Jinming also lost his mind in finding Yi Xian.
After all, compared to this black material, temporarily putting Yi Xian aside was the best way to deal with it. Yi Xian.
Lin Jinming narrowed his eyes and gazed in the direction of Jiangcheng. Just wait, after this matter is resolved, I will personally go to Jiangcheng and waste you. Anyone who dares to interfere with Yu Chen will have to pay 100 times over.
Of course.
What Lin Jinming didn't know was that the person who revealed the secret was none other than Yi Xian. If he knew, he would definitely immediately go to Jiangcheng to kill Yi Xian.
However, he would never know this. Chapter 98, the Sun family sent someone to meet the Western assassin organization, the Temple of the Sun, for the first time. Give the order.
Lin Jinming knew the seriousness of the matter and said to his subordinate beside him, this matter must not be allowed to reach the young master.
If I find out who leaked it to Yu Chen, I'll skin him alive. Yes, second master.
The Lin family subordinate protecting Lin Yu Chen on the side gulped and swallowed his saliva, and suddenly dared not be careless in the slightest.
Lin
Jinming nodded and then pushed open the door to enter.
Yu Chen, how do you feel?
Upon arriving at the hospital and seeing his son wrapped in bandages, Lin Jinming's anger flared up, and his hatred for Yi Xian grew even stronger.
However,
he knew very well that this was not the time to settle scores with that brat.
Dad! You're here!
Upon seeing his father arrive, Lin Yu Chen could no longer hold back his emotions, and 2 tears fell from his eyes. Damn it!
Dad, I want that kid dead.
Lin Yu Chen learned that he had suffered a shattered facial bone, 6 broken ribs, and even a serious concussion, which had taken half his life. If he didn't avenge this, how could Lin Yu Chen establish himself in the entertainment industry, and he would even become a laughingstock in the demon capital?
Don't worry.
Lin Jinming's eyes flashed, and naturally he would not tell his son about the online blackmail material. I will personally avenge you for that kid. Now, all he has to do is to keep his son calm and let him focus on getting better. When the time is right, he will tell him about it, but not yet.
Thank you, Dad.
Lin Yu Chen heard his father's promise and his heart finally relaxed. He just didn't know that his situation was much more serious than he thought. After dinner, the night had deepened.
This girl is getting more and more beautiful.
Yi Xian kissed the beauty in his arms with affection, a smile curling the corner of his mouth. He recalled the scenes they had experienced together, from their encounter 4 years ago to their reunion some time ago, and now to her pregnancy. It suddenly dawned on him that Yi Xian had already reached the pinnacle of his life.
Ha!
At a certain moment, Yi Xian sensed a strong sense of hostility approaching from afar, and it was coming with a fierce and extremely clear purpose, the exquisite bamboo house.
What's going on? Something that wants to die is here again.
Upon thinking this, Yi Xian disappeared from the room, and the next moment he appeared above the exquisite bamboo house.
Under the amazing god-level magnetic ability, Yi Xian easily did so.
Under the X-ray vision, he suddenly saw no less than 100 people appear in the dense forest behind the mountain.
Swish!
Hundreds of people appeared in the forest, and the one in the lead was none other than Sun Shonlin, the head of the Sun family in Jiangcheng, who had been planning for a long time. Since his son and second elder had disappeared one after the other, Sun Shonlin knew that they had probably both been killed, so he was acting to seek justice for his son and younger brother.
Of course. He naturally knew that the people who had made the move were extraordinary, which was why he had waited so long to hire experts to sit in.
Master, that is where Yi Xian lives.
HM.
Sun Chonlin nodded slightly, and then the subordinate continued. However, the intelligence says that Xilingfeng and that Aquan are also there.
Oh?
Upon hearing this, Sun Chonlin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. Could it be that Wen Bin and Arrow's deaths were related to the Jiang Chengshi family?
No matter what, Yi Xian must die today. But the trusted subordinate pondered for a moment. What if Yi Lingfeng gets in the way? Get in the way.
Upon hearing this, Sun Chonlin's eyes flashed with a fierce light. With you here, if he gets in the way, just kill him. If the Jiang Chengshi family can be annexed, it will definitely greatly increase the strength of my Sun family. Sun Chonlin said so, and if that really happened, with the help of the Sun Temple, the Sun family would become a second-rate family, and even a first-rate family could be expected in the near future.
My lord.
Thinking of this, Sun Chonlin bowed to the man beside him. If Shi Lingfeng intervenes later, I would be very grateful if you could suppress him a little.
It's fine. The man nodded slightly, and the aura emanating from him already surpassed that of a third-rate master.
He was a mid-level second-rate master, and he also had the identity of a one-star killer of the Sun Temple in the Western world. As for the Sun Temple, it is comparable to the Nether Hall in existence, and these two major killer organizations have been fighting each other openly and secretly for many years.
Who? With this gentleman's promise, Sun Chonlin let out a sigh of relief, and then looked in the direction of the exquisite bamboo house. I want to see what kind of demons dare to touch the people of the Sun family in Jiangcheng. Who?
Just then, Sun Chonlin looked in the distance with a feeling, and his heart tightened when he saw a figure appear not far away.
This kid, not simple.
The assassin from the Temple of the Sun narrowed his eyes, and at this time Sun Chonlin's subordinates were shocked when they saw Yi Xian. It's him.
Master, he is that Yi Xian.
Upon hearing this, hundreds of gazes fell on Yi Xian at once, and they immediately surrounded him in the arena.
Oh?
Upon hearing this, Sun Chonlin looked at Yi Xian and then laughed. Good boy, you are Yi Xian.
You've got a lot of nerve.
Thinking about the ghostly appearance of that guy just now, Sun Chonlin's eyes flashed with cold light. Did you kill Wen Bin and Arrow?
Fess up honestly, and I can let you keep your body intact.
Really? Yi Xian looked at Sun Chonlin in front of him with a smile, glanced at the hired killer sitting in the background, and then stopped paying attention. Do you believe me if I say no?
Sure enough.
As soon as these words came out, Sun Chonlin already understood everything.
Kid, how dare you?
Surrounded by murderous intent, Sun Chonlin's eyes turned red. The hatred for killing his son is unshared.
Master. Let me meet him.
At this time, a master of the Sun family flashed towards Yi Xian and killed him. The speed was fast, obviously wanting to show off in front of the family head.
Kid, receive your death.
The late-stage third-tier Sun family master charged Yi Xian with extreme speed, his face full of ferocity, as if he could already see the scene of the boy being beheaded by him on the spot.
But at this moment, a silver flash appeared, and the next instant it pierced the Sun family master's brow, caused by Yi Xian's control of metal under his god-level magnetism ability.
You? The Sun family expert's eyes widened, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. How is this possible?
With a thud,
the Sun family expert died on the spot, and his body even dissipated afterwards. You have to understand that the silver needle, which was formed from liquid metal, was infused with corpse-dissolving powder.
What? This scene really scared everyone in the arena.
Sun Chonlin couldn't believe it. That kid used a silver needle to turn a third-rate expert into ashes.
How is this possible?
Upon thinking about this, Sun Chonlin took a deep breath. Sir, it seems that you will need to do it yourself. Sun Chonlin understood very well that this Yi Xian was too strange and had exceeded his ability to deal with.
Kid, hand over the silver needle and I will spare your life.
The one-star killer narrowed his eyes and naturally saw the key.
If he had that silver needle, his combat power would definitely increase.
Chapter 99, The Amazing Power of Space, the Storage Ring.
Really?
Yi Xian's mouth curled up as he looked at the one-star killer who had appeared. If you want the silver needle, come and get it yourself.
Humph. You want to die.
The one-star killer from the Temple of the Sun sneered. Do you really think I'm some third-rate master's trash? I'm taking the silver needle.
Scoffing.
At a certain moment, the one-star killer, who had found a flaw, narrowed his eyes, and in an instant, he had already sneaked up to him, faster than anyone could imagine.
Good.
Sun Chonlin saw this and beamed, before sarcastically saying, thinking that you're a little capable and daring to be so arrogant, you're still young after all. That kid is dead for sure. The Sun family's group of powerful people also had smiles on their faces, as the person in front of them was a mid-level second-rate master. However, just as the one-star killer thought he had succeeded,
No good.
A strong sense of crisis struck him, and the one-star killer was about to sidestep to avoid it, but it was too late. A silver flash pierced his forehead in an instant at a speed he could not imagine, and the corpse-dissolving effect took effect, and he followed in the footsteps of the Sun family master who had just died.
A second-rate master was also killed in seconds.
In fact, there was not even a corpse left. As soon as this scene unfolded, everyone around them instantly lost their composure, and their gazes were full of fear.
Are you kidding? Even a second-rate master is no match for one move, so how could they be the opponent? You? How could this be? Indeed, Sun Chonglin couldn't believe what he was seeing. Just what kind of strength did that kid have, and how could he be so powerful? I don't believe it.
At a certain moment, Sun Chonglin took out a pistol and pointed it at Yi Xian, his face full of ferocity. Your speed can outpace a bullet.
Bang!
A shot was fired, and the next moment a high-speed bullet burst towards Yi Xian. This was his greatest reliance, and this gun was also hard-won.
Even second-rate masters could not block it, so that kid is going to die. Die! The bullet was so fast. Sun Chonglin looked at Yi Xian across the way. Wen Bin, do you see it? Dad has avenged you.
However, before Sun Chonglin could think about it, he noticed that the rapidly flying bullet had stopped 3 inches in front of Yi Xian and could not advance any further. Sun Chonglin's pupils suddenly contracted at this strange scene. This is impossible. Indeed, the scene before his eyes greatly exceeded his imagination. Yi Xian reached out and removed the bullet, then looked at the shocked Sun Chonglin across from him and smiled. This is your trump card.
If there is no other way, then die. Whoosh!
Yi Xian's 2 fingers clamped the bullet and shot it towards Sun Chonglin, and for a moment, the speed was much faster than before.
Pop!
Blood splattered, and suddenly Sun Chonglin was shot in the head by the bullet.
This scene scared everyone stupid. Retreat! Without the slightest hesitation, the face of the Sun family's peak third-tier master changed dramatically, and he hurriedly told his subordinates to retreat.
That kid, maid, is simply a demon.
Retreat quickly!
At this moment, more than 100 Sun family experts were scared out of their wits.
Where would they dare to make a sound?
They turned around and wanted to leave, hating every inch of the ground they stood on.
It's too late to retreat now.
Looking at the hundreds of people fleeing, Yi Xian's mouth curved up. Since you're here, you'll stay.
Kill them all, not a single one left.
As Yi Xian's voice fell, a rustling sound came from all directions, followed by the Ant King leading thousands of ants to surround them.
Eat them all, my little ones. Yes, boss.
The ants howled and swarmed towards the hundreds of Sun Clan experts, gnawing on them.
Ah, get away. Bastard, I don't want to die. With a miserable scream, the Sun family masters died one after another, and in the end, the peak third-rate master had a resentful look in his eyes.
Yi Xian, you killed the people of the Sun Temple.
No one can save you. Puff.
After he finished speaking, he was bitten by the Ant King and his neck was bitten and his blood was sucked dry. Dare to be rude to the master, looking for death. A few minutes later, the smell of blood filled the arena. As for the Sun family's master, not a single bone fragment was left, as it was all eaten by the group of man-eating ants.
Hey, the master is dead. The king of the man-eating ants fawned over Yi Xian's pant leg and rubbed against him.
Yi Xian took out a ring and then threw it to the king of the man-eating ants. This is a storage ring I created with my spatial ability, and there is quite a lot of medicinal liquid inside.
Ant, your task is to make the cannibal ant colony stronger in the shortest possible time. Storage ring?
The cannibal ant king is now no less intelligent than a human, looking at the ring curiously. After following the instructions of his master and conducting some experiments, a bottle of liquid medicine suddenly appeared in mid-air. The master's methods are comparable to those of a god. Indeed, this scene convinced the cannibal ant king, and a good life was ahead for him and his subordinates.
Little white dog.
The anteater king looked at the ring around his neck and sneered to himself.
It won't be long before my young master becomes the first general under my master's command. Just thinking about that scene makes it excited. Disperse.
Yi Xian waved his hand and said with a smile.
Yes, master. The anteater king bowed humanely and then turned to his subordinates behind him. Master's orders, disperse. Then, the thousands of man-eating ant troops left the field in a well-trained manner. Master, the ants will take their leave.
The man-eating ant king bowed and left the field.
He couldn't wait to use the essence of the medicine. He had originally not hoped to surpass the little white dog, but now he was full of energy again. Not far from there.
The man-eating ant king injected the medicine Yi Xian gave him into a pond.
My little ones, this is a gift from your master. Your mission is to become strong as quickly as possible.
Yes, boss. Thousands of cannibalistic ants swarmed towards the pond, creating a magnificent scene that caused the pond to boil as they gulped down the medicine bestowed upon them by their master.
Master, you are truly a god.
The cannibalistic ant king looked at the scene before him, and in particular the storage ring hanging around his neck. It was much more convenient to have this.
However,
after calming down, the ant king also dared not let his guard down. His master must have given the little white dog something similar, and the medicine must not be lacking. It seems that he needs to become stronger as soon as possible.
As he muttered, the ant king took out the essence of the medicine and gulped it down.
Quietly, the scales on his forehead became stronger and stronger, and especially around his body, faint scales were also beginning to appear. If the outside world saw this scene, they would be shocked and it would be truly unbelievable. Meanwhile, the strength of the man-eating ant king and the man-eating ant group was improving at a visible rate.
After all,
the man-eating ant group was Yi Xian's killer move for the future. Of course, Yi Xian didn't know at the moment that he had created a terrifying existence in the future.
Chapter 100 Xiaoxi, when are you and Xiaoxian planning to get married? The next morning.
The golden morning sun poured through the window and shone on a beautiful face, making the surrounding light dim. After struggling for a moment, the beautiful girl woke up and suddenly saw the handsome profile in her vision, which made Zhao Yuanyan unable to help but curve the corners of her mouth.
Because this is the person who has appeared in her life like a ray of sunshine. Ding dong.
Before Xi Mengyan could think about it, a sound of a mobile phone message notification sounded. She clicked in to see, shocked, popular first-tier star Lin Yuchen collapses from a building collapse, black material as evidence. Xi Mengyan, who originally did not intend to pay attention, saw a familiar figure. She saw the headline of the push notification and suddenly saw the person who had a conflict with her yesterday.
A first-tier star? Sure enough.
Su Mengyan searched online and discovered that the first-tier celebrity who had a shocking accident was Lin Yuchen from yesterday.
It was him. Su Mengyan couldn't help but be stunned when she saw Lin Yuchen, which was indeed a bit unexpected. Dong. Before Su Mengyan could think about it, she was hit on the head. Su Mengyan, who was in a daze, covered her head and then looked at someone. Why did you hit my head? Why? Glancing at Yi Xian said in a bad mood, why do you say?
What are you looking at, so engrossed? Yi Xian called her several times earlier, but the girl didn't respond.
Oh, that's right.
Yi Xian, who had thought of something, then handed her phone to Yi Xian. Look, Lin Yuchen's house collapsed.
It seems that someone reported on him? Really?
After looking at the screen of his phone, Yi Xian didn't react much. After all, he was the one who reported the black material.
Yi Xian. Su Mengyan saw someone's reaction and was suspicious. This can't be something you did, can it? Me? Upon hearing Su Mengyan's words, Yi Xian gave a small smile. If I say yes, would you believe me? Cut it.
Listening to someone's words, Su Mengyan rolled her eyes, obviously not believing it.
After all, this is not something that an ordinary person can do. Good morning, brother-in-law.
Xiao Dagger greeted his sister and brother-in-law enthusiastically when he saw them come out.
He now looked up to his brother-in-law. Yes, good morning.
Yi Xian greeted casually. Zhao Mengyan rolled her eyes, feeling her status was getting lower and lower.
Come, Mengyan, have breakfast.
Yimu enthusiastically took her daughter-in-law's hand and led her to the table.
This treatment gave Zhao Mengyan some comfort. Daddy, give me a hug.
At this time, seeing Xiaoxi, who was idle, open his small hands and ask for a hug, Xiaoyi's father and mother smiled at each other.
That's right.
During breakfast, Ye's mother and mother-in-law glanced at each other, and then Ye's mother said, Xiaoxi, when are you and Xiaoxian planning to get married?
Pooh. Cough.
Hearing the words of her future mother-in-law, Zhao Mengyan was taken by surprise and coughed awkwardly.
What?
Then Yu Mengjian looked at Yi Xian, not knowing how to respond for a moment.
Mom, it's still early.
Yi Xian said with a smile, and Yumu's mother added, Xiaoyi, I think it's better to settle it as soon as possible.
After all, Mengyan is already 1 month pregnant, so it won't be long. That's right.
Yumu's mother's voice fell, and Ye's mother added, the sooner the better.
As for the timing, a month later is a bit hasty, so how about setting it for 2 months later? I think that's fine. Shimu's mother agreed, and Yi Shifu nodded, that's fine. Heir. Shimu Mengyan was really stunned to hear both sets of parents make the decision. What do you mean 2 months later? It seems like they didn't consult them. Xiao Yi, is that okay?
Yi Shifu then looked at her son-in-law, and Yi Xian felt his mother-in-law's gaze and shook his head.
No problem. Upon hearing this, Zai Yumian gave someone under the table a kick. Is this guy crazy? What do you mean no problem? Had ha.
Zixiadeo heard this and his eyes were full of laughter, quite happy in his heart. In just 2 more months, I'll be able to call my brother-in-law by his name in all honesty.
It's all your fault.
After breakfast, Zai Yumian looked at Xiao Shi, who was playing with the little white dog in the courtyard, and glared at someone next to her.
Blame me?
She gave a suspicious glance at the person next to her. How could you blame me? You didn't refuse either.
Su Mengyan wanted to say something else, but in the end she didn't say it. After all, the guy was right, didn't she find a suitable reason to decline? Damn it.
If I had known, I would not have let both sets of parents know about her pregnancy.
2 months. By then, they will have already gotten married. When she thought about this, Su Mengyan's heart couldn't help but beat violently. Half a day later, Zhangcheng Airport. Mengyan, long time no see.
As soon as she exited the airport, a young man in a suit holding roses greeted her, and this person was Su Xiaoyang, whom the Sun family had always wanted to get close to. The eldest son of the Zhangcheng Su family.
Seeing Su Xiaoyang not far away, Shi Mengyan's brows furrowed. Su Xiaoyang, I don't know you well, so please call me by my full name. Shi Mengyan's heart tightened, and she subconsciously looked at Yi Xian in case he would misunderstand. Who is this?
Su Xiaoyang was about to say something, but when he saw Yi Xian, a sense of vigilance welled up in his eyes.
Yi Xian, Mengyan's boyfriend.
As he spoke, he put his arm around her waist, which made Su Xiaoyang's face turn instantly pale.
Mengyan, is this true? Su Xiaoyang looked at Su Mengyan, his eyes full of anger.
This bitch, he had no qualms about lowering his status to pursue her, but she actually preferred the poor boy.
You saw it all.
Su Mengyan thought that now that the two of them had received their marriage certificates, it was normal for this guy to be the shield for the moment.
Hello?
Su Xiaoyang glared fiercely at the two of them, then turned and left the scene.
Hey, brother-in-law is domineering.
Zixiadeo saw Su Xiaoyang leave in a flustered state, and then came up to him and gave him a thumbs up. I've never liked him.
Let's go.
Yi Xian patted Xiao Shi's head affectionately and lifted his foot to leave.
However,
the crowd behind him was in an uproar.
Holy shit, that was the young master of the Su family, right?
The young master of the Su family, that kid is in trouble. The crowd chattered, and when Zai Menjian heard it, she was also quite worried. Yi Xian, I'm sorry for causing you trouble.
Although the two of them have already received their marriage certificates, after all, that Su Xiaoyang is not simple.
The Su family is a big family in Zhangcheng, and it is not comparable to the Zais.
Even grandpa is not as good as him. Don't. Seeing Su Mengyan's worries, Yi Xian patted her on the head and said, silly girl, what are you talking about? He's just a second-generation playboy, and your man can suppress him in minutes.